Necromancy has always been considered the worst ability for a hunter, but he mastered it to perfection and was therefore able to become an example for all his future followers. He managed to become one of the top 5 hunters in his class after a series of victories over enemies using his magical talents. However, because the guy was the corporation's watchdog, his reputation remained bad among other hunters. On the day his entire team was wiped out, he was the only survivor because he knew how to find solutions in the most difficult moments. For this reason, he was nicknamed the King of Immortality, because he was ready to survive at any cost in order to then save everyone else. This guy's name was Nigel, and his long story begins with that bloody massacre that took the lives of many of his friends. This time, everyone was expecting his death, because his opponents were members of the guild he had previously been a member of for many years. And yet Nigel remained alive after 6 months of fighting, although he was always confronted by a whole crowd of armed agents. He looked at them as if they were a bunch of pathetic scum, capable of only simple tricks. They were probably paid good money to kill him, but he wasn't going to give in and die that day to please these bastards. There was a price of 50 billion in gold on his head, and everyone was ready to carry out this task and take the reward for themselves. The main thing was to not let Nigel finish the spell, because his magic was deadly to anyone who got into his hands. But the guy had almost awakened his bone dragon to raise the undead from the dead and set the monster on the agents. Within seconds, many of them regretted not staying home today, and now they had to fight a giant bloodless monster. Instead of a reward, they should think about how to save their lives. Although after everything that happened, Nigel will not let them leave. It was already too late because the dragon was raised from the other world and now became Nigel's servant and main weapon. In a moment, the entire floor was blown up, and now it was time to deal with those who ordered his murder. Having flown out of the building, the dragon carried on itself its master, who had already learned to control it perfectly. The guy felt so confident, as if he had been flying this way all his life and had no doubt that he would quickly reach his goal. At this time, people on Earth could hardly believe their eyes, because this guy had enough mana even to resurrect a dead dragon. Of course, Nigel knew that he had spent too much mana, but this was his last chance to save his life. Now it remains to be seen whether he has enough strength to finish what he started when he meets the head of the corporation. It was at this moment that he noticed the bastard below, to whom he would very much like to fly closer. On the very top floor, in the middle of a huge office, was the one who was involved in ordering Nigel's murder. A man named Gilbert calmly watched the flight of the young hunter and was ready for their meeting. As always, Nigel exceeded all his expectations, and Gilbert was glad to finally see the guy face to face. Although it is strange to be happy that a dragon, raised from the dead under the control of its main enemy, hangs before you. However, Nigel knew that controlling the dragon required more mana than he had left, and it was clear why Gilbert was so calm. Moreover, at that moment, shells flew up from the ground, one of which hit the dragon, and this was the worst news for the guy. The dragon immediately began to lose its balance in flight, because the projectile hit right in the center of its huge skeleton. In addition, the second projectile hit the dragon in the wing, and without a magic shield, he became very vulnerable. The guy immediately ordered him to fly higher so that the shells could not reach him and cause even more damage to the dragon. Unfortunately, his giant pet did not have time to carry out the order, and the next projectile hit him right in the head. And Nigel himself was not doing any better, because the shells continued to fly in his direction and could hit him. At some point, there were so many shots that the dragon looked like a sieve, easily shot through from the ground. Unable to withstand this pressure, he fell down and smashed the ground to pieces with his whole body, unable to maintain his balance. Nigel lay on the ground for a while and could not recover from such a blow for a long time. The knights under Gilbert's command immediately took advantage of this and surrounded the guy from all sides. This scoundrel was sure that now the young hunter would give in and finally stop behaving like a stupid boy. But the old man should have foreseen Nigel's answer, because he knew perfectly well that the boy had never given up in a fight. Perhaps Gilbert should have remembered this before suggesting such nonsense to Nigel. And if so, then there is no point in wasting time, and it is time to continue the duel that has long been brewing between them. Gilbert was used to everything going according to his plan and was ready to take revenge on the boy for his insolence. Moreover, Nigel always put a spoke in his wheel, and after the last incident, Gilbert finally lost his temper. This guy always survived where he was definitely supposed to die and became even stronger than Gilbert expected. But the main thing was that Nigel was clutching the nameless stone in his hand, which he had taken out just at the moment when Gilbert appeared nearby. This was enough to get rid of the guy, but if he agreed to give up the stone, the man was ready to grant him a quick death. He extended his hand forward and hoped that the boy would not be stupid at least this time and would give him the artifact in a good way. It seemed to him that Nigel was not worthy of even holding this valuable item in his hands, much less using it in a duel. The guy didn't want to argue with him and was ready to give him the stone right now. It was hard to believe that Nigel had been persuaded, although Gilbert was already longing for the moment when the relic would be in his hands. But he should have realized long ago that this guy never gives up without a fight and is not ready to give in to enemies. Suddenly, Nigel put the stone on his tongue, and Gilbert realized that he could only take the artifact by killing him. Yes, Gilbert never expected that Nigel would dare to do such a thing, but now he saw with his own eyes something unimaginable. Gilbert immediately ordered his fighters to tear Nigel apart and remove the stone from his body, which he had already managed to swallow. But it was thanks to the stone that Nigel was able to easily use his next ability. Right in front of Gilbert, a crowd of living skeletons appeared, ready to fight on Nigel's side. Unfortunately for Nigel, the fight ended with his first defeat in his life, and the guy did not survive the fight. Nigel thought that now he would be able to calmly rest from everything. But suddenly he noticed a complete stranger in front of him. Opening his eyes, Nigel saw strange people who spoke to him too politely, as if he were their master. Then everyone around shouted loudly that the young master had come to life. Could it be that Nigel had woken up in the body of another person? The boy felt that his new body was too heavy, and understood that he would have to live another life in a different form. That day, the voices in the settlement did not stop for a minute, because people told each other that the eldest son of a famous clan had returned from the other world. Some even said that his undertaker was a necromancer who was able to revive him. Others believed that Nigel was under someone's control and that dark magic was involved. It's hard to believe that this guy, who should have been dead long ago, suddenly opened his eyes as if after a long hibernation. At the same time, Nigel, in his new body, was in an unfamiliar room and looking at himself in the mirror. Instead of his usual strong body, he now had the body of an overweight guy who clearly could use some exercise. In his past life, Nigel always worked out to keep his muscles in shape and use his body's strength to its full potential. Most likely, the person whose body he entered did not care about his form at all and was never a warrior. Surely, the very relic that old Gilbert was hunting for and for which he eventually killed Nigel was involved in this migration. It all happened at the last second, right before Nigel's eyes. First, it was worth understanding how to survive in this place because most likely, Nigel had enemies who secretly wanted him dead. Unexpectedly, in his list of skills, he did not see a single ability that could help him in a real fight. It was hard to believe, but all the skills he had in life were now completely gone. Although there was something interesting, because in the past he was completely carried away by necromancy, forgetting about close combat and fencing skills. And since it won't be possible to go back, he needs to develop the skills that the system offers him and at the same time remember the skills from the past. Maybe at least here he could get some rest from the monsters he was so tired of killing every day in the past. Yes, it seems that it is possible to stay in this world for a while and try other skills that were interesting to him. From that moment on, Nigel decided to do everything possible to change his destiny. At that moment, voices were heard outside the front door, and Nigel realized that many people wanted to see him as soon as possible. True, the guy who burst into his room was clearly not his best friend and was not happy about his sudden revival. This guy's name was Eugene, and he was one of those who secretly wished death on the owner of this body. However, Nigel ordered that no one should be allowed to see him, so the servant Jacob asked Eugene not to disturb his master and not to disturb him. But a blow to the face quickly silenced Jacob, because Eugene could not stand it when some boys objected to him. Looking at this, Nigel realized that enemies had appeared in his house faster than he expected, which meant that the next battle would be very soon. It seemed to Eugene that even after coming back to life, the owner of this body remained the same idiot that Eugene had known him all his life. The young servant Jacob continued to apologize to his master for the fact that Eugene still managed to get into his room and disobey the order. Eugene was surprised at the care his old acquaintance showed for his servant, as if he had not yet come to his senses after being revived. In a whisper, Jacob quickly told Nigel that Eugene was the half-brother of the former owner of this body, who had long disliked him. At that moment, another person entered the room, who was also interested in taking a look at Nigel after his return from the other world. This man, named Dererick, was the leader of the Red Clouds faction and a respected man among the locals. However, the tone the man allowed himself towards Nigel was too rude, and Jacob asked him to watch his words. The father of the man whose body he entered died of illness, and now there is a struggle for the right to take his high position. Dererick immediately apologized, saying that he himself had not slept well that night and promised to choose his words carefully in the future when talking about Nigel's father. Looking at them, Nigel realized that they did not care about him, and especially not about his father, whom they had always despised. Then they both went to the exit and, without even saying goodbye, began to cheerfully discuss something of their own, as if there was no one else in the room. Nigel had never put up with this kind of attitude towards himself, and the next second he decided to shake them up a little. And the first one to come to hand was Eugene, who entered the room and immediately began to command. Dererick turned sharply to Nigel and started shouting loudly that he had completely lost his mind. Eugene received a very strong blow from which he could not recover for a long time. He should have sensed the enemy approaching and prepared to strike, but this time he failed to do so. Instead, Eugene was still trying to recover, realizing that it had been one of the hardest blows he had ever suffered in his entire life. However, Nigel stated that this was only a response to Eugene's insolence, so that he would not allow himself to do such a thing again. But the guy was also ready to draw his sword and show his true strength. Eugene wasn't used to being attacked from behind, especially by someone he considered the most vile person in the known clan. But right now, Eugene was not himself, because Nigel looked like he was ready to take on the challenge. At some point, even Dererick doubted the strength of his protege Eugene, seeing Nigel's confident gaze. A lot of people had already gathered nearby, and a loud quarrel was completely unnecessary now. There were too many strangers around, so Dererick hoped that Eugene would come to his senses. They seemed to be secretly exchanging thoughts with each other using telepathy. It was a very rare ability, and Nigel wanted to know what other skills this guy had. When they left, Jacob looked at his master, realizing that he had changed greatly since waking up. Suddenly, Nigel's head began to hurt so badly that it felt like it was going to explode from the terrible pain. Clutching his head, he heard only the loud words of the servant, who suggested calling a doctor immediately. Not understanding what was happening, the guy just held his head, trying to endure this terrible pain. Nigel increasingly realized that the death of the guy in whose body he was now was not an accident, and that Eugene was certainly involved in it. Most likely, Eugene poisoned the body's previous owner immediately after killing his father, sending his son after him. In the memories of the body's previous owner, Nigel saw Eugene bullying him and taking away his girls using only brute force. It looks like this poor guy had to endure a lot, because without fighting skills, he couldn't fight back against Eugene. New memories came to Nigel every second, and he understood more and more who Eugene really was. At that moment, Nigel realized that he had made a big mistake by attacking Eugene from behind while only being level 1. If he makes enemies now with such weak skills, then the next death will come very soon. But he wanted to live in this body a little longer, and if he had thought about it earlier, he would not have attacked Eugene. Turning to his servant Jacob, Nigel asked if there were any places nearby where many people had died recently. Jacob was surprised by this question, and for a long time could not understand what had happened to his master. Eugene was beside himself with rage, because for the first time in his life he had been insulted by someone he had always considered a pathetic nobody. In a rage, Eugene broke the vase in front of Dererick, who had been nearby the whole time, and it became clear that the matter was serious. Dererick had a hard time figuring out how to calm Eugene down, make him come to his senses and not do more stupid things. Dererick ordered all the servants to leave immediately, as he understood that Eugene might say too much in the heat of the moment. Now Eugene needed to calm down, because there were people crowding around who could spread rumors throughout the settlement. But it was hard for Eugene to calm down after his worst enemy dared to humiliate him like that. And in front of his servant, too. After his awakening, Nigel really did behave strangely, not at all like the previous boy who was afraid of his own shadow. Approaching Eugene, Dererick reminded him that Nigel was already 1 foot in the grave, so there was no need to worry so much. It would not be at all strange if Nigel, who had already died once, died again soon after waking up. Dererick hinted that he would order his men to follow through and give Eugene such a gift. The guy got the hint, and a wide smile immediately appeared on his face, because Dererick guessed his main desire without words. Even if the enemy is lucky enough to return after death once, he will definitely not have a second chance. This time, Eugene wanted to finish off Nigel, who had gone to the Valley of Mists, from where it was difficult to return alive. Nigel wanted to get his strength back as soon as possible, but he knew it was very hard to move in this body. His entire face was covered in sweat, but it was the forbidden zone that he chose to practice his main skill of necromancy. As he thought, In this place where many evil people had died, he could easily find himself strong servants. Nigel could summon many, but first he wanted to raise the white skeletons, which were the easiest to control. This required almost no mana, and Nigel, placing his hand on the ground, immediately used the necromancy skill. Immediately after this, the place on the ground that he touched with his palm began to glow brightly yellow, meaning that everything was going according to plan. Extracting the soul of the deceased worked perfectly, and the guy realized that his main ability was still available to him. Of course, he could do it much faster before, but in his current body, every skill was tens of times more difficult. Due to mental trauma, he could only temporarily hear the voices of the dead, which disappeared at the most inopportune moment. However, for Nigel, this was not so important now, because he, unlike other necromancers, knew his business. Having absorbed some mana from the dead souls, he immediately felt a surge of strength and received experience points from the system. The guy was surprised at how easily he mastered old skills in a new body, and his level immediately increased as soon as he started. Previously, he could only get to such a level after dozens of hard battles, killing a bunch of monsters. In addition, he could now unlock new skills if he fulfilled the conditions of the system and completed tasks from messages. In fact, it was not as easy as it seemed, and I had to gather all my willpower to endure the trials. Pain permeated his entire body, because it was not created for a necromancer to live in it. His heart was ready to jump out of his chest and was beating so hard, as if Nigel was using this ability for the first time in his life. He felt something similar many years ago, when he first felt the powers of necromancy in himself, and summoned his first soul from the other world. However, it soon became clear that in this world, skills are given much easier, and the system reported that Nigel had fulfilled all the conditions. And indeed, soon the guy felt how quickly his level was growing, and his body, which had always been weak, was getting stronger. In order for a common man to control mana, he needed magic circles that strengthened the body and a special heart that could store it. Now he could rest a little after his first attempt, which, fortunately, was successful. Unlike other necromancers, he decided to make his heart a repository of records of long-dead souls. Nigel knew very well that using someone else's mana could damage the mind if the necromancer was not prepared for such stress. But as the world's only master of necromancy, Nigel never suffered any harmful side effects. And now he was ready to repeat the same thing that he had already done more than once in his past life. Fortunately, when he used the necromancy skill, the soul of the dead soldier immediately responded, and a revived skeleton slowly began to emerge from the ground. Yes, it was a good start, and the guy already imagined how quickly he would return to his previous level. His current ability to summon the dead allowed him to summon not just one skeleton, but an entire army at once. Looking at his first summoned creature, Nigel felt a strange feeling as if he was learning necromancy all over again. However, the main thing now was what the revived skeletons were capable of, which the guy immediately ordered to rise from the ground. Following the first skeleton, the rest responded to his call, slowly making their way out. In just a few seconds, a whole crowd of armed skeletons stood in front of the guy, ready to carry out any order from their master. It was strange that people in his old world considered necromancy a bad skill, even though few knew how to use it properly. If this skill is developed to its maximum, it will allow even the most experienced mage to become stronger in battle. However, the creation of the revived skeletons suddenly stopped, and instead of the soldier, he saw only smoke in his place. Although Nigel had expected something like this, he still hoped that the necromantic ability would work a little better. The amount of mana in this world was half that of the one the boy had lived in before. And if there were about 10 such stones in the corpse of a monster with a mana stone, it was worth thinking about how to get more sacred artifacts for yourself. Without wasting any time, Nigel placed his hand on the ground again, ready to try again, adding another magical ability to it. It seemed that this guy could not be stopped, and having tried the skill of necromancy in a new body, he was ready to immediately restore all his other abilities. A few days later, when he found himself near the house, he realized that his guards would soon have a lot of work to do. Looking around the corner, he immediately noticed how often the mercenaries that Eugene had sent here began to appear near his house. Security around the house has been tightened, and most likely each of them is keeping a close eye on Nigel and biding their time. He would have already finished off this son of a bitch who killed the previous owner of the body along with his father. But something was stopping the guy now. There was no need to rush into a decision, because if he didn't find a way to retreat, he risked dying again. Right now, he needed to find a way to sneak into his house without being seen by Eugene's mercenaries. Although he knew one safe way, his plump body did not allow him to deftly use the familiar skills from his past life. Every simple action was so difficult for him that Nigel realized again how important physical fitness was even for a necromancer. Having climbed to the top with difficulty, the guy fell to the floor, trying to catch his breath after the simple climb. But what he saw the next second made him forget about his fatigue, because he was in serious danger. His young servant Jacob was in Nigel's room, and it was strange what the young man was doing there. Realizing that the servant might also be involved in the plot, Nigel rushed straight towards him, not giving the traitor a chance. Turning sharply towards him, Jacob shouted loudly, trying to stop his master. But it was already late, and the guy came close to his young servant, wanting to find out what the hell he was doing here. This boy came into his room without permission, and now he needed to find out why he was there. Jacob had to answer immediately, otherwise he risked saying goodbye to his life. They could talk about everything else later, but now the guy wanted to hear the answer to the main question. At first, Nigel thought that Jacob was really in cahoots with the enemy, because the boy could not utter a word for a long time. But then, looking up at him, the servant said that anyone in his place would have done the same. Yes, Jacob had to do it, because Nigel went outside again, although it was strictly forbidden. Still not understanding what they were talking about, Nigel asked again what he meant by no and why he was suddenly forbidden to leave the house. However, recently he left the room every evening, even though there were many mercenaries sent by Eugene around. Looking at the young man, Nigel couldn't believe that he really cared so much about his life. And he continued to tell Nigel that only he knew about this secret, and with all his heart, he wanted to protect his master from a new attack. The boy didn't seem like a liar, and Nigel felt like he should trust at least one person in this world. Then the young man suddenly asked Nigel to follow him, and it was difficult to understand what was on his mind. Yakov confidently stepped to the side, and there was no doubt that the young man was here for a reason. Soon they found themselves near the place where the young servant had brought his revived master. The barn they entered was a place where no one came at night, so they could feel safe there. The barn was abandoned and hadn't been used for a long time, so there was no fear that Eugene's people would find them here. Of course, this was good news, but it was unclear what this boy was up to. Jacob said with a smile that this was a secret place, which only the old servants of this house knew about before. He wasn't going to ask where Nigel went every night, knowing that the gentleman had a good reason for it. However, Jacob was always ready to wait for him here, although Nigel understood that this was mortally dangerous for the young man. In his position, Nigel could not trust even such a faithful servant, but he decided to break his rule at least once. In response, Nigel wanted to know if Jacob trusted him in everything and was ready to go with him to the end. These words made Jacob happy, and he assured his master that he would be with him until the very end. In that case, Nigel decided to apologize to him in advance and, placing his hand on his head, prepared to do what he had planned. Then Nigel used his magic, and it turned out that the hypnosis skill from his past life was still working. Most likely, it was so easy to hypnotize Jacob because he trusted him completely and did not defend himself in any way. Nigel then asked Jacob if he was somehow connected to Eugene, knowing that now the young man would definitely not be able to lie. Jacob, even under hypnosis, replied that he had nothing in common with Eugene, who moreover had always hated him. However, it remained unclear why Jacob was watching Nigel so closely. Was he really that loyal to his master? The boy replied that all his life he had considered his young master a very kind man who had helped him many times. And even if the master now beat him and treated him badly, Jacob still intended to trust him in everything as before. Snapping his fingers, Nigel broke the hypnosis, realizing that Jacob had been telling the truth all along. Nigel has been treated like trash all his life, and now he has at least one person he can trust with his life. Then Nigel crawled through the hole he usually used to leave and promised to return soon. Less than an hour later, Nigel found himself back in the dark forest, ready to further advance his level of necromancy. He hadn't received any new skills for a long time, but now he saw a system window in front of him with 4 new abilities. His necromancy skill had already become higher than before, and now Nigel could raise the dead much more powerfully than before. The souls of the white and blue levels were completely different categories, although just recently Nigel had felt something familiar. Yes, there was a familiar aura coming from these 2 types of souls, as if he had encountered something similar before. Blue-level souls had very weak mana, but they contained a mysterious power that no one else could control. Of course, it was very dangerous, but Nigel decided to skip the easy part and get straight to the most interesting part. Nigel was curious from the beginning about this mysterious power and perhaps using it instead of his mana. However, this could only be found out in practice, because what is planned often does not go according to plan. Nigel immediately felt hot energy coming from everywhere, and his face instantly became covered in sweat from the heat of the magical fire. However, he felt no resistance, and the energy flowed easily through his mana circles. If this continued, he would be able to combine these two energies, which was what he wanted to do immediately. However, in reality, everything turned out to be much more complicated, because the body also had to be ready for such skills, and the body in which he was reborn in this world was too weak for such complex necromancy. At one point, he even started bleeding from his mouth because the pressure had increased so much that his body could not withstand such a load. But if he allowed that to happen, his mana circle would simply explode, which was something that could not be allowed under any circumstances. If he can't use this power to reach the mana heart, he will never raise his level to the limit. At that moment, the idea came to him to create another mana library to store the new aura that arose from the mixing of the two energies in his body. Yes, it was a great idea, although creating a new mana library was difficult and would put too much strain on the body. However, the next second, he used his ability even more strongly, hoping that his body would still withstand it. At some point, it became clear that Nigel had made the right decision to risk everything and go all the way. The energy no longer resisted, meaning he would soon be able to use all of his abilities. The guy even felt like he was being dragged back, because after using this ability, his body became completely weak. Having fallen to the ground, he saw the starry sky above his head and understood that everything had gone very well. Yes, he did it, which means he will soon need to summon spirits who will help him carry out his main plan. Looking at the system window, he saw how quickly his ability level was growing and realized that he had been doing everything right so far. The skill of necromancy developed to such a level that the guy could summon not only skeletons, but also other dead creatures. All that remained was to figure out what exactly he could store in his new library and how much it could hold. Nigel knew well that mixing too many energies could end badly, and that was certainly not what he wanted. And then he suddenly saw in the notification window that his combat breathing technique gave him a speed that he had never seen even in his past life. Nigel realized that there was no time to waste, and that he needed to test this in practice by resurrecting a few more dead souls. All this time he acted cautiously, realizing that he would definitely not have a third life. But now he was ready to take a risk and go to the end. Having summoned a combat skeleton from the afterlife, he was ready to test whether his new ability was really that good. Looking at the revived creature, Nigel understood that his new ability must have some downsides. But what exactly? However, now he wanted to summon the skeleton using a new ability that took energy from another place. Putting his hand forward and slowly releasing the accumulated magic from his body, he was confident that it would work just as well as the first time. But something went wrong, because the energy began to slowly return, although Nigel himself did not intend to do this at all. It turns out that these two mana together create an effect that strengthens each of them. And now, having summoned another skeleton, he wanted to see what this new creature was capable of. The aura of this spirit turned out to be very strong, and now there was no doubt that his mana had really become completely different. The monsters he brought back from the afterlife were very different from those he had summoned to serve in his past life. The skeleton that emerged from the ground was ready to destroy several other skeletons at once, as it was stronger and faster than them. Yes, looking at his new dead servant, Nigel did not hold back his feelings, realizing that everything turned out very well. Now all that remained was to find out which of these two skeletons would be stronger in a real fight. Each had their own strengths, but only in practice could one find out whose would prove more useful. For example, the second skeleton was an excellent swordsman in life, so after death he could be considered a truly deadly fighter. However, Nigel could figure out which method of summoning souls gave the best result in a real fight. Immediately after this, he ordered the two skeletons to fight each other so that he could see with his own eyes what they were capable of. They immediately carried out their master's order and ran towards each other at full speed. The first skeleton to be revived immediately rushed into the attack, jumping high above its opponent. But after the first blow, it became clear that his speed would not be enough even to hit the second skeleton with a huge axe. And although his weapon was deadly, the skeleton's speed was so slow compared to the second that the outcome of the battle was already clear. And the second skeleton, summoned with two types of mana, carefully watched every move of the enemy. Yes, such a fast skeleton would be very useful. Besides, this warrior had a lot of stamina. Although the first skeleton still did not give up and again rushed to attack, holding a huge axe in his hands. It seemed that after this, the second fighter's rage increased and he no longer wanted to simply defend himself. He rushed at his opponent so quickly that dust rose up behind him, and even the air around him seemed to be cut by a knife. Nigel had no doubt from the start who would win, but he still wanted to watch the fight to the end. The main advantage of the second skeleton was its speed, although it had other useful skills. After the first attack, his opponent only managed to put forward a bony hand, and with difficulty withstood this strong blow. Of course, he couldn't die because this warrior was already dead, but he could fall to pieces from another such blow. The moment the sword was right in front of his bony body, Nigel loudly ordered both of them to stop. This was enough to understand which method of raising the dead was best for him to use. He then quickly canceled the summoning and both skeletons returned underground again. The two fought for quite a long time, although it took very little magic from Nigel to control them this time. Perhaps now it would be worthwhile to go in search of a blue-level soul and try to use not only these two types of mana, but also the third. Although it was worth thinking not only about improving his magic, but also about his current body. Yes, Nigel needed to learn martial arts, which required him to go to a certain well-known place. The next day, he was already approaching the building that had recently become his home, where a young servant was waiting for him inside. Jacob couldn't believe his ears when Nigel shared his plan to learn one of the best martial arts. He asked if there was a martial art that took away the opponent's internal energy and used it against him. But the boy immediately understood that they were talking about demonic art, because of which wars had been fought for many years, and about which it was better not to speak out loud. He screamed so loudly that the boy had to cover his ear to avoid accidentally going deaf. However, he remembered Jacob's words, realizing that demonic art was exactly what he needed. Now it was time to end the conversation and show Nigel the place where they practice this martial art. He was going to go there right now, hoping that his young servant would show him the way. He then hinted that when Nigel became the ruler of this place, he would not forget those who had helped him all this time. Realizing that they were talking about him, the boy thanked the gentleman again and promised to wait here for his return. Then he suddenly turned around and loudly asked Jacob who was the strongest warrior in the entire history of the settlement. The boy immediately named the warrior who had reached unprecedented heights and become the best swordmaster. Yes, after such loud words, Nigel realized that the boy had long considered this ancient warrior his idol. However, he had other idols, and soon he was going to improve his skills to get closer to their level. First of all, Nigel needed to figure out the difference in strength between a third-tier swordsman and his skeletons. As he passed houses, he heard people discussing his external changes. The word around town was that this guy used to spend all his time in bars, but now he stayed away from such places. After the second mana library appeared, Nigel's hearing improved and he could hear people's voices from far away. And since his reputation had long since reached rock bottom, he could do whatever he wanted. He needed to get to the Cloud Library as soon as possible, where he hoped to clarify some questions about his new body. On the way, he was immediately met by guards who knew him well and were surprised to see him there. It was unclear why he came to the Cloud Library, since he had never visited such places before. The guard turned to the guy with this question, thinking that he was talking to the former reveler. After all, before he had never appeared anywhere except bars and entertainment venues, and then suddenly he decided to go to the library. The guard quipped that the boy must have come for some special book, and Nigel was surprised at how accurately he had guessed the general purpose of his visit. And then the guard laughed, adding that the guy came here for a book with pictures of naked girls. In fact, the guard wanted to humiliate the guy and thereby attract the attention of Mr. Eugene. Nigel was once again convinced that he was surrounded by worms who did not know their place and allowed themselves too much. Then, looking at the guard, he advised him not to interfere and to immediately get out of the way. Already entering the library, he felt a hand on his shoulder and realized that this guard did not understand in a good way. But the look Nigel gave the idiot should have brought him to his senses. The guy's eyes lit up with a bright red light, and it became clear that after his revival, he seemed to have connected with a dark force. After this, the guard lost the power of speech, and his face became covered in sweat from horror. And Nigel walked straight to the huge door leading to the Cloud Library. The guard's friends could not believe that Nigel had so easily frightened this big guy, who was respected among the local warriors. But Nigel's gaze was inhuman and resembled the gaze of an enraged beast ready to pounce on its prey. Looking down at his feet, the guard was horrified to discover a puddle beneath him and realized it was time to change his underwear. His friends helped him with this, grabbing him by the arms and dragging him quickly to the locker room. Turning around, the second guard realized that Nigel had indeed changed since returning from the other world. Although what was more important to Nigel himself was that these idiots had finally left him alone and not interfered with his business. Meanwhile, in the Red Cloud Tower, there was a man with whom Nigel had already managed to meet. Approaching the wall of the tower, the man stood in front of the secret inscriptions that hid its main secret. After saying a few lines out loud and placing his hand on the wall, he heard a sound that could only mean one thing. Immediately after this, the door opened in front of him, and Dererick looked into where they had been waiting for him for a long time. Then he began to slowly descend the stairs deeper and deeper into the dungeon that hid a terrible secret. Finally, the people who had been there for a long time saw one of the main shamans in front of them and greeted him loudly. The entire group was well aware of Dererick's abilities, because soon the mummy on their table was finally supposed to be reborn. A young man named Zack, the second leader of the Red Cloud faction after Dererick, greeted his leader with a smile. But Dererick again asked not to call him that, because it was necessary to keep everything secret and not reveal their activities. The guy immediately apologized for the mistake, explaining it was his long-standing habit. But Dererick got straight to the point, because that brat Nigel had recently entered the Cloud Library and had already managed to dig up some information this morning. Nigel's actions were unexpected for Zack, and he assumed that Nigel was simply scared after his return. Yes, this Nigel had been irritating everyone for a long time, but it was Zack who paved the way for him to the top. Of course, his stupidity was off the charts at times, but that was precisely why Dererick chose him for his own selfish purposes. This could only be beneficial to them, because the guy didn't know martial arts and would most likely start reading the first book he came across. But backup was still needed, so Dererick decided not to let things slide and take matters into his own hands. However, Zack had already prepared everything long ago, and the work with the mummy was completely finished. This was great news, because soon they would be able to complete the shamanic ritual, and then dark forces from the very depths of hell would begin to help them. Tonight was the night to get down to business, so Dererick ordered everyone to be on guard. Before leaving, he smiled and said the phrase, the continuation of which each of them knew. They all served the red sky and loudly shouted the same phrase after their leader. Soon, Nigel finally found himself in the Cloud Library, because now no one could disturb him. The guards had been yawning for a long time because it was late, but they had to guard the library while Nigel was inside. There were no good books on martial arts left in the library now, and it was clear that Nigel was wasting his time. They thought it pointless to learn martial arts from the first book they came across. But this guy didn't need help, and from the outside it looked like he was just looking at pictures in a book. In fact, the martial arts book could help him master fighting skills faster, since he had mastered necromancy a long time ago. And if this was the first level of his advanced class, then the book in his hands could be considered the best martial arts textbook. Besides, there was a high chance that if Nigel were to accumulate internal energy using unstable mana, he would eventually simply burst from excess strength. If he could accumulate more mana, the rejection force would be much less. But for now, all he could do was hope for luck. After 8 hours, he finally finished reading the book, and his level instantly rose to the required level. Nigel decided he had no choice, since this was his only top-level martial art. At that moment, Nigel realized that there was someone nearby, because he had felt someone's presence for a long time. All this time, he simply didn't show it. Although after another rustle behind his back, everything became clear. Jumping to his feet abruptly and turning around, he saw a little girl in front of him looking at him with fear. With tears in her eyes, she apologized for disturbing Nigel and distracting him from his reading. But the guy wanted to know what kind of books the girl brought with her in the cart. Realizing that this was exactly what he was looking for, Nigel ordered her to take him immediately to where these books were kept. Soon the boy had already studied all this ancient literature, although the girl did not understand why he needed it. There was only one book left that he had not had time to read, and the girl handed it to Nigel. She felt that by studying the dangerous things described in the book, Nigel was putting himself in mortal danger, and she was worried about him. But there was no need to worry about this guy. Besides, he had wanted to ask her for a favor for a long time. The girl happily agreed when he asked her to give him the oldest book in the library. She immediately handed him the ancient manuscripts, which seemed about to crumble in her hands. It looked like an ordinary tattered book, but it was worth taking a closer look at it. Having stroked the girl's head, the guy thanked her for her help and promised to repay her with kindness. He promised to buy her as much food as she wanted as a thank you for staying with him until the evening. A few hours later, Nigel was back in his room and immediately began to master new skills. All the techniques he had learned were subordinate to him, although they were achieved with great difficulty. Many of the techniques in these books remained unclear to him, but he did not give up and continued to study. His whole face was covered in sweat, but Nigel still did not feel the destructive power he was trying to acquire. It would most likely take much longer than he thought, so he needed to gather a lot of his mana now. At that moment, there was suddenly some noise behind him, and the guy did not immediately understand what was going on. Turning around, he saw a dark green energy approaching him, intending to merge with him. He had never encountered such a power before and did not immediately understand what class of magic it belonged to. But when the magical essence completely enveloped his body, it was too late to think, and he had to activate the defense as soon as possible. This green substance quickly seeped through the body, merging with his mana, and for some time the guy could not figure out how to stop it. But at some point he stopped, realizing that this green entity was not as strong as it seemed at first. Yes, she quickly merged with his body, and at first he couldn't even stop her. In addition, the system notified that an unknown entity was placing a death curse on him. Only one person came to mind because it was Eugene who was capable of such a vile act. This curse was very similar to the abilities of the hunters from his past life, and it was not surprising that the healer could not recognize it. However, any magic he knew was subject to him and would hardly be able to kill him now. Gathering his mana into one point, he instantly activated the defense, and the curse immediately dissipated into the air. Yes, it seemed to work, and for the first time in this world he managed to turn on real protection. This was very useful, because in the future he would have to do the same thing many times. Now Nigel knew that the usual curse of the local magicians would never work against him. It was worth thanking Eugene for the death curse he sent, because with its help, Nigel was now full of mana. The curse was a blessing to the necromancers, and Nigel wasn't about to lose that mana so easily. He decided to create a third circle around his mana pool, taking into account the improvements and new skills he found in the library. Now he was at a new level of hunter, and the system immediately informed him about the strengthening of his previous abilities. In his past life, he developed his skills much more slowly, and there was something else interesting. After all, with the increase in the amount of mana, it became easier for him to combine it with his energy. And besides, the art of floating clouds also merged with them. The system immediately reported that Nigel had received the rank of Eastern Sage's Tearing Art. Moreover, he immediately reached level 15, which would have been impossible without this death curse. Looking at the list of his new abilities, which didn't even fit in the system window, Nigel was glad that everything turned out this way. Moreover, his body became stronger with each passing minute, and his natural energy also improved rapidly. The guy didn't even notice how the first rays of the sun appeared outside the windows, because he studied his abilities until dawn. He worked all night, although he felt great, as if nothing had changed since yesterday. At that moment, Jacob unexpectedly ran into his chambers, announcing that guests had arrived to see his young master. It was strange that someone decided to visit Nigel, because he had no meetings planned. Suddenly, Nigel noticed that Jacob had stopped speaking mid-sentence, without naming the guest. It turned out that Nigel's fiancée had come to visit him, and the young guy didn't expect this at all. He didn't know that the previous owner of this body had a fiancée whom he would soon meet. Meanwhile, the gates to the territory of one influential clan had long been open for an important meeting. At that moment, one of the guards noticed the passing carriage of the young lady, whom every guy dreamed of seeing. The coachman loudly announced to his mistress that they had arrived and asked her to carefully descend from the carriage. Immediately after this, the girl began to slowly walk down the stairs, already hearing the enthusiastic greetings of the crowd. This young lady had always been known for her beauty, so she never left the estate without a bodyguard. Isabella, who was called the White Flower for her beautiful appearance and perfect, clear face, was considered an angel in the flesh. No one who saw her could understand how one could be so beautiful. Every guy in the crowd tried to run forward so that the others wouldn't block the view of the girl who was walking from the carriage to the estate. But the young man was in such a hurry that he tripped over a stone under his feet that he had not noticed. Unfortunately, he fell face down in the mud, and instead of admiring the girl, he felt something much less pleasant. Yes, it was a pitiful sight, and the worst thing was that Isabella managed to see this guy. It was in this form that he had to appear before the girl whom he had dreamed of seeing so closely all his life, not expecting that their meeting would happen exactly like this. Fred, her bodyguard, immediately boiled with rage, seeing in what a disgusting state this guy appeared before his young mistress. But Isabella immediately put her hand forward to calm her bodyguard a little. Then she slowly handed the coin to the guy, who was beside himself with happiness and even had tears in his eyes. Now it became clear to everyone that this girl not only looked like an angel, but was also as kind as these heavenly creatures. True, none of them knew what kind of real nature, completely different, was hidden behind the angelic appearance of this girl. Several of the nobles who had organized this important meeting today had already gathered in the Blue Clouds building. There were still a few members of high society missing, but it was clear that none of the invitees would dare to miss this meeting. Looking at the wide chair where Nigel should have been sitting, Eugene thought for the umpteenth time that he was already getting pretty tired of this guy. He thought sadly that if it had not been for Nigel, Eugene would have long ago taken this chair and become an honorary member of the assembly. It's strange. Why was that idiot Nigel so confident? Did he really think his father was still alive? Logan, who had previously led one of the most famous clans in the Empire, knew very well what this young man was thinking. At that moment, there was a noise from the front door, and it became clear that another guest had arrived. Bursting into the office, Matteo immediately apologized for being late, saying that it was all his son's fault. But the guy immediately objected, reminding that it was Matteo who had sat late at the bar yesterday, and that was why he had overslept today's meeting. To save face, the man immediately interrupted his son and ordered him to immediately greet the chief. He immediately carried out his father's order and respectfully greeted the man to whom he owed a lot. As Eugene watched everyone around him greet Logan, he realized that he wanted nothing more than to be respected in the same way. However, Matteo could not be bribed with money or women. Did he really respect Logan that much? Matteo was from the Clear Clouds faction, whose members only followed the strongest, so he considered Logan his ultimate leader. Eugene still thought that sooner or later they would all bow before him and regret that they had not done it earlier. Soon, Jerry, the leader of the Small Cloud faction, arrived and greeted everyone who had come with a smile. Since all the main leaders were already here, the meeting could begin while the rest of the guests were arriving. But the senior gentleman had not yet arrived, so Logan suggested that they wait a little before starting the meeting. Jerry thought that Nigel wouldn't come today anyway, as he had heard that he hadn't been feeling well lately. But he was very mistaken, because the one everyone was waiting for was already standing at the door, carefully watching everyone for several minutes and listening to their conversations. Yes, Eugene didn't even notice him, and it was strange how this guy managed to sneak into the hall so unnoticed. This guy, as they knew him, had changed a lot after his rebirth, and his look had become much more confident. Jacob was reluctant to go to the meeting until the very end, but Nigel grabbed his hand, intending to show himself to these people in a completely different way. It was strange what had changed the boy so much, but his young servant Jacob had never seen Nigel so confident before. Now, sitting at the common table with the most important people of the settlement, Yakov looked in surprise at those on whom the lives of many depended. All these heads of factions were sitting opposite him, and among them were Nigel and his servant, waiting for the meeting to begin. However, Jerry immediately shouted loudly that a servant should not be seated in an important place, and that Nigel was thus spoiling the reputation of their honorable assembly. Never before in the entire history of the clan had anyone allowed themselves to do such a thing, and it was unlikely that this guy had the right to act like that. But Jerry should have stopped this useless argument because Nigel's decision was firm. Besides, it was unclear what the problem was because no one was driving Jerry away from his place of honor. But he did not calm down, believing that Nigel had no right to allow a dirty servant to sit next to such respected guests. But Jacob was first and foremost Nigel's trusted assistant, not the filthy servant Jerry had just insulted him as. Yes, it seems that this could make anyone angry, and Jerry was no exception. But, looking closely at Jerry, Nigel wanted to add something about the head of the Small Clouds. Nigel's gaze was so menacing that Jerry was momentarily overcome with wild fear, as if he were seeing this man for the first time. Now Nigel felt that he did not have to ask anyone's permission where to seat his servant. And if any of them are against it, they can get up and leave the meeting, which they certainly won't be able to hold without Nigel. The chair of the meeting remained empty, and Nigel and his young servant continued to sit there at the right end of the table. After a short pause, Nigel asked to continue the meeting they had started without waiting for him. Realizing that there was no point in arguing, Jerry looked down and apologized for butting in and pestering Nigel with stupid advice. Eugene also realized that he needed to act more intelligently and agreed that the servant could stay at the meeting. He understood that Nigel, the eldest in his faction, was still in poor health, so he needed an assistant to support him. And since all the issues had been resolved, Dererick suggested starting the meeting, which should have been going on for a long time. As everyone knew, a very important family had arrived in the settlement and needed to be greeted with all the honors. While Dererick was giving this boring speech, Nigel watched him carefully, knowing that he would still show his bad side. And Dererick continued that the family had come for two purposes, and that the first thing they needed to do was to terminate the General Commission Agreement. But Mateo didn't believe until the very end that they would really want to break the agreement that had been in effect for almost 10 years. However, people from that family had long been complaining about local workers who always ruin everything they do. Halfway through the meeting, Nigel became very bored listening to these boring conversations in which there was nothing important for him. Logan closely watched the behavior of this guy, who had recently returned from the other world, and noticed changes in him. According to Jerry's people, the head of the visiting family began to meet frequently with the Dark Clan. Nigel did not yet know all the faction leaders well, but in their words, he already sensed the lies that people with dishonest intentions usually say. Mateo suddenly shouted that the bastard who irritated him the most had been chosen as the commissioner from all the factions. At that moment, loud voices were heard at the front door, and it became clear that someone else had arrived for the meeting. And indeed, Isabella was already standing at the door with her large retinue, and behind her, as always, walked the senior bodyguard. She immediately apologized to the leaders for being late, saying that there had been a slight delay on the way due to the coachman. But no one who met this beautiful girl was offended by her, and Eugene even said that she came just in time. Besides, Eugene managed to tell her so many compliments that the girl even blushed and pretended to be a little embarrassed. Mateo also added that tea had just been served in the waiting room, and Isabella had arrived just before it had cooled down. It was not the first time that Fred had heard all the men around him fawning over his mistress, but he asked everyone to at least pretend that they were there for business. Yes, this remark was inopportune, and for a while the room became quiet. And then Fred suggested getting straight to the point, since everyone had other plans besides the meeting. Logan didn't object, and suggested starting a meeting to discuss the most important matters. The main issue was that from that moment on, their clan would stop all trade with the groups whose members were at the meeting. Yes, it was a bold statement, and Mateo said that they could not change the terms of the contract once it was signed. But the head of their family had already made this decision long ago, considering trading with them a bad thing. He simply could not allow such a mess in the management of trade, because the workers of that group did not fulfill their promises. He had been expecting this turn of events for a long time, and only asked if this was the final decision. Fred was just relaying his boss's words, but added that he might change his mind if they fixed the problem. Over the years of trading together, the group's leaders had earned the trust of its leader, so Fred gave them another half-month to think about it. Logan understood that this sudden visit was only needed for pressure, but he never expected such a rude threat against him. Surely Eugene, his family, and the head of this family had already conspired for a long time, and Dererick could also be involved in this. And finally, it was worth talking about the engagement of Isabella and Nigel, which was also very important for all the leaders of the group. But at that moment, the guy extended his hand forward and asked to wait a little with the conversation about the engagement. While talking about his engagement to Isabella, he yawned widely because he was very bored. Looking at him, Fred could not understand what else Nigel wanted to say, but he was ready to listen to him attentively. Only now did the guy see for the first time the girl who was soon to become his legal wife. Looking at her sweet appearance, the guy knew from his own experience that it is precisely such girls who often turn out to be the most evil witches. And then he suddenly said that he wanted to call off this engagement because his heart already belonged to someone else. At this point, Isabella showed her true character when she heard that the guy was refusing the honor of becoming her husband. Just a moment ago, when Isabella and Fred entered the conference room, they had no idea what their meeting would lead to. When Nigel saw her at the door, a strong pain appeared in his head again, like when he first met Eugene. By moving the mana within him and focusing on this pain, he was able to quickly deal with it. But at the same time, someone's voice seemed to echo in his head, and memories of the past came flooding back. In these memories, he saw a girl who was once engaged to the previous owner of this body. Isabella still thought she was talking to the same guy she knew, not realizing that there had been a completely different person in his body for a long time. But in fact, Isabella was secretly dating Eugene, and all this time that guy was forced to endure this insult. But it was unlikely that Nigel was the same and could tolerate the intense jealousy that the previous owner of this body easily endured. Reading through someone else's memories, which now belonged to him, the boy remembered how Isabella was beside herself with anger when the truth was revealed. After the betrayal, the worst awaited the girl, and even the protection of her noble family would not have helped her. The guy watched from afar as this traitor repented, but the guards did not want to listen to anything. All her servants, who participated with her in the dirty deeds, were killed, and their bodies lay on the floor for a long time. These must have been memories of a future that was still far away, but Nigel wanted no part of it. These were very interesting secrets, and it was unclear what other secrets were hidden from this guy's eyes. Once he can level up even more, he will unlock all the other memories and then know the whole truth. That is why Nigel decided to call off this engagement, knowing what horrors await him in the future. Of course, the girl could not hold back her tears and, bowing her head, quietly cried upon hearing this refusal. True, the guy could not believe that she was still in love with him and thought that it was only beneficial to her family. A little more and Fred would have used his fists, because no one dared to treat his young mistress like that. But Mateo asked him to watch his words and not to speak so disrespectfully about their young master. Besides, the guy thought that they wanted to offer him the same thing and didn't understand what the problem was. But the problem was that these words should have been said by the girl herself, and not listened to the offensive refusal of this fat man. Although among the people from different groups, there were those who had known about the cancellation of the engagement for a long time, which meant that it did not matter who was the first to say it. No, Fred could no longer tolerate his mistress's insult and was ready to do what anyone in his place should have done. Only the presence of all these people stopped Fred from smashing the brat's head in. His anger reached such a limit that Fred emanated a fury capable of incinerating anyone. And it was strange that this guy continued to stand in his place and did not run away as he usually did. At that moment, Fred realized that the boy was probably at the peak of his powers. Otherwise, his courage could not be explained. In addition, he noticed that someone else's mana was moving towards him, which could only come from one person. And he was not mistaken, because from Logan's direction, a whole stream of deadly energy was indeed directed towards him. Looking seriously at Fred, Logan asked if he should consider this a declaration of war on his family and him personally. If so, then he was ready to fight here and now. But it was unlikely that Fred would be happy with such a strong enemy. Yes, this man was already old, but his powers had not gone anywhere, and the magic was still very strong. He immediately apologized and said that his family had no hard feelings towards Nigel. Logan then warned that by attacking this guy, they would create a lot of problems for themselves. Eugene also agreed that they would have to engage in this fight, even if Nigel's answer did offend the young lady a little. Therefore, in order to maintain good relations between all families, the best way out could be chosen. And then he suddenly suggested that this little dispute should be settled by a duel between Fred and Nigel, so that no one else would interfere. It was a very mean proposal on Eugene's part, because neither Fred nor Nigel could refuse a duel. Even Mateo, who had fought many duels before, didn't expect this brat to suggest such a solution. And he calmly continued to say that a duel could resolve everything, while maintaining good relations between the two families. After some thought, Fred agreed to accept the challenge, as long as Nigel himself did not refuse the duel. But Yakov immediately jumped up from his seat, because he knew that he could not send his young master to a duel. However, the big man, with a smile on his face, said that the young master could only refuse if he apologized to Isabella on his knees. If he begins to beg her for mercy, then perhaps he will show generosity and refuse this dangerous duel himself. All this time, Nigel calmly looked into the face of the man who did not understand what awaited him. Rising from his seat, he looked straight into his eyes in silence for a while. And then he turned sharply and suddenly headed for the exit, to the delight of many enemies who decided that he was escaping. The main such enemy was Eugene, who believed that Nigel would ruin his reputation if he refused. As he passed Isabella and Fred, he took one last look at Eugene, who had started all this. Of course, Fred alone could not be blamed, since Eugene had specifically suggested this duel, knowing what it would lead to. Quickly exiting the conference room, Nigel first headed away from all these idiots who were just wasting his time. But then he suddenly stopped abruptly and, looking into the distance, decided to change his mind. After stretching and yawning a little, he suddenly said that he had been terribly bored lately. And then he turned abruptly to the people who had already decided that he would never come to such meetings again. But looking at them, he knew that they were just waiting for him to lose his nerve and refuse the duel. To their great surprise, the guy suggested not to put it off and fight a fair duel right now. Rumor immediately spread the news of the upcoming duel throughout the entire settlement, and every worker found out where it would take place. One of the craftsmen had just finished making a magnificent blade, and at that moment noticed his friend running past. All the other inhabitants of the settlement ran after this guy, and the blacksmith did not understand what was happening. It was unclear where all these people were running, but judging by their faces, he should hurry there too. One of the guys running past shouted loudly that the elder Mr. Nigel would be fighting with the guests who had only arrived for one day today. It was hard to believe that the young master, who had always been considered the main coward in the family, accepted a dangerous challenge. By that time, everything on the square was already ready for a fair duel in front of a crowd of local residents. Realizing where this was going, Mateo's son warned that if they didn't stop the fight, Nigel could get seriously hurt. Everyone knew perfectly well that Nigel had never been a real warrior and did not have the necessary abilities for this. However, Logan was on his guard, although he could not stop the fight to prevent the young master from being disgraced. After all these people considered Nigel to be their future leader and would certainly have turned their backs on him. Losing support among the locals was tantamount to losing the leadership battle, and Mateo knew this better than anyone. But they couldn't stand idly by, so Logan was ready to intervene in the fight at any dangerous moment. Although judging by Nigel's behavior, he was not at all worried about the outcome of his first duel in his life. Even Jacob was surprised by the calmness of his young master, who was not at all worried about the outcome of the battle. He begged Nigel to change his mind at least now, and not to pay attention to the gossip that would immediately spread throughout the settlement if he refused. Yakov considered this complete stupidity, and the fight itself unfair from the very beginning, since an unprepared fighter was challenged to a duel. However, Fred was already eager to fight and suggested to his opponent not to delay. Without even trying to refuse, Nigel climbed the stairs to the arena where the fight was to take place. Of course, Isabella pretended in front of everyone that she was scared and that her head was spinning from this sight. This girl played her role perfectly, and Nigel, like no one else, knew her real intentions. Yes, she would have made a wonderful artist, and the guy loudly told her about it, already standing in the arena. With these words, Nigel insulted Isabella again, and Fred advised him to hold his tongue. Before the fight began, Logan warned that the use of magic was strictly prohibited, since the fight was taking place in Nigel's homeland. Fred knew this rule without further reminders and quickly turned to his fighters, any of whom could come out to fight. Each of them was ready to fight against Nigel, because their careers would immediately go uphill if they won. Fred saw a forest of hands in front of him, although he only had to choose one fighter for the duel. Having selected one fighter, Fred reminded him that he should fight using only physical strength. Suddenly, the guy said that choosing an opponent was pointless for him, because his main opponent had long been known. Realizing that the guy was talking about him, Fred couldn't believe that this brat was ready to go out for a fair duel against a real killer. The guy said that Fred was his real rival and asked him to come up to the arena himself. No one who saw this could believe their eyes, and only Logan guessed that Nigel would never be the same again. Even Eugene knew that going against Fred was suicide, and he wondered when the fat man had become so bold. It was rather reckless to choose for sparring an opponent whose strength was tens of times greater than yours, but the guy claimed that the difference in strength didn't matter, because Fred looked like an ordinary weak opponent to him. However, the time for the duel came, and Ron commanded both opponents to get ready and wait for his command. Then, waving his hand, he shouted loudly that the duel was beginning and now the fighters would have to fight. Just before the fight began, Fred again asked his fighter not to kill Nigel, but secretly hoped that he would give the upstart a good beating. It seemed that no one present in the arena understood who their fighter was actually dealing with and what this fight threatened him with. Nigel himself continued to stand in place, carefully watching every movement of his opponent. Nigel's opponent, wasting no time, immediately rushed into the attack and, jumping up, raised his fist over Nigel's head. But the first attempt at a strike showed that the attacker did not have enough speed to even touch Nigel. No one expected such dexterity from Nigel, and even Logan began to suspect something was wrong. And Nigel continued to watch his opponent as if he could see his every move in slow motion. Even when his opponent unleashed a series of rapid punches on him, none of them hit their target. Nigel dodged every blow so deftly, as if he was floating in the air and had no problem with excess weight at all. Unable to contain his emotions, Fred loudly shouted to his fighter that he was fighting like a girl and should finally show his true strength. Fred's fighter also understood that at this rate he would not be able to hit Nigel and decided to use the ability of the Ghost Wolf Fist. Yes, he actually used magical martial arts against an ordinary person, even though it was strictly prohibited by the rules of the duel. At this point, Nigel found himself at the very edge of the arena, and many spectators were scared at the thought of what would happen in the next second. Nigel realized that his opponent had been pushing him this whole time on purpose, in order to drive him to the very edge of the arena. And so it happened. His opponent immediately activated his ability and tried to hit Nigel with all his might. It was a very dangerous move, and if it had succeeded, it could have ended in death. The blow was indeed very fast, and for the first time in the fight, Fred's fighter managed to land a powerful blow to Nigel's chest. Fred finally saw the true power of his best fighter, who was Nigel's opponent today. But the next second, Fred realized that it was too early to rejoice, and the outcome of the battle had not yet been decided. And Fred's fighter could hardly contain the hellish pain, because after the blow, the bones in his hand broke, as if he had punched a concrete wall. It was hard to understand how it was possible, but Nigel actually managed to block the magically enhanced blow. It felt as if Nigel had placed an iron plate on his chest. Only Dererick knew perfectly well that Nigel had used the highest defensive art, which he had learned from who knows where. And now Nigel did the same as his rival, using a special art in response to magic. But listening to these conversations, Nigel could not understand what they meant by defensive art. Loud arguments broke out in the crowd, and those who supported Nigel believed that he had acted within the rules. However, his opponent's supporters claimed that Nigel had used superior magical protection. But either way, Nigel had won, so Fred was forced to admit it. And Fred, admitting his defeat in such a dispute for the first time, admired the talent of this young fighter. Nigel raised his hand high in the air to signal his first official victory. The bone armor that had been protecting his chest all this time worked perfectly against blows from ordinary people. However, the duel was not over yet, and Fred suggested continuing it right now. As he slowly made his way up to the arena, Fred remembered that Nigel had originally wanted to fight him. Logan couldn't believe that Fred took Nigel's words seriously and was actually going to fight him himself. However, this young gentleman turned out to be not so simple, so Fred decided to accept his challenge with a smile. Fred felt that Nigel's level was comparable to his own, so the fight would be fair. But these words could hardly calm Logan and Mateo, who had already barely survived their young master's first duel. From a distance, Nigel shouted that Fred was talking too much and urged him to get up into the arena. And then, beckoning Fred with his finger, Nigel asked him to come closer and not to act cowardly like a frightened girl. Yes, Fred would never forgive the brat for this, so the duel had to take place soon. He promised that the guy would greatly regret his words and the fact that he had insulted the young lady today. But after such words, everyone usually lost, and Nigel knew well how this duel would end. The man seemed confident in his fighting skills, but Nigel would have no trouble breaking him. To win, you just had to be stronger than your opponent, and Nigel was ready for that. Although Fred was confident that with his strong punch, he would quickly end this fight in his favor. However, the fight began just like the first duel, and not a single blow hit the target. And no matter how much Fred swung his fists, Nigel continued to easily dodge each blow. Although it had to be admitted that Nigel turned out to be very agile and was much stronger than Fred's student. However, there was one thing that Fred would never learn, and it was his weakest point. It was precisely the tactics of combat that this experienced fighter lacked, and he easily fell for the trip that Nigel made. Although Fred continued to act like the boss in the ring, it became clear to many that the fight would end the same way as the first. Of course, Logan was the most worried and was ready to intervene in the fight if help was needed. But despite all of Fred's beautiful tricks, many doubted which of the two would need help. At some point, Fred himself realized that his strength was running out, but he was still unable to harm his opponent. Even when Nigel put up another block, he managed to look Fred in the eye with a slight smile. Fred thought it was some kind of trick, and he couldn't believe that after his strong blows, this fat man would be able to dodge until the end of the fight. Fred used the same technique as the previous fighter and attacked so quickly it was as if he had 10 arms instead of 2. But Nigel responded in kind and easily matched his opponent's speed. It was hard to believe, and viewers even doubted that Fred was the special fighter everyone thought he was. I guess they hired just anyone to lead the group these days, and anyone from the crowd could easily take Fred's place in the ring. Yes, Fred understood that this way he would forever lose the respect of the locals, and something had to be done urgently. But it's hard to fight someone who knows your every move. So Fred stopped holding back and went straight for it. He decided to use all the strength that he used only in real fights, because otherwise he would not defeat this guy. However, Nigel noticed this and also prepared a surprise for Fred, which he was unlikely to like. With just one punch, Nigel hit Fred square in the face, and that was enough to decide everything. From such a strong blow, Fred flew far to the side and no longer looked like the terrible fighter he considered himself to be. He flew so far away from Nigel it was as if he had been thrown by 10 men and not by one punch. Once again, Nigel raised his hand, rejoicing at his next easy victory. All the spectators who were rooting for Nigel were delighted with their young master's victory. And only Fred could be pitied, because for the first time in his life, he lost a fight to someone who was much younger than him. Opening his eyes, Fred realized with horror that Nigel could finish him off if he wanted. And then, looking at his opponent, he realized that he would forever remember this fight, which turned out to be worse for him than he thought. After all, with this blow, Nigel even knocked out his front tooth, which will now be a reminder of this shame. And this fat man continued to look at Fred with a smile, as if the fight was just a light warm-up for him. Seeing this, Fred became very angry and was ready to fight again immediately after the defeat. He rushed at Nigel and no longer held back the techniques that could not be used in a duel according to the rules. But now he could no longer be stopped, and he was ready to kill this brat who had disgraced him in front of everyone. A bright white flash appeared where their forces collided, as if this was not a training battle, but a fight to the death. Isabella covered her eyes with her hand, but continued to look there, trying to understand what was happening. But she quickly realized what was going on, although it was unlikely to make her happy. After all, her bodyguard Fred was flying straight at her when Nigel threw him back with another blow. She was lucky that she managed to step aside, and the big guy Fred fell next to her. This time, Logan himself entered the arena, unable to watch this horror from the sidelines any longer. Fred couldn't understand why this leader of the group, whom people called Whiteblade, himself went into the arena to protect this guy. However, they had just tried to kill the young master before his eyes, so Logan ordered everyone to draw their swords. Immediately, all the bodyguards carried out his order and stood around their young master. Mateo also intervened and ordered his fighters to immediately surround today's opponents. Even Fred's men knew that they would all be killed today if they dared to interfere. Isabella was very angry when she realized that these bastards dared to point swords at her. Now everyone knew what this girl really was, because she hid her nature under an angelic appearance. Yes, at that moment she couldn't hold back her feelings and said much more about herself than she wanted. Fred, whom she trusted to defend her honor in a duel, was to blame for everything. But now there was no time for jokes, and Mateo seriously asked Isabella to hand over her bodyguard to them for trial. They had every right to punish him with death for attacking their leader, and she did not dare to object to them. However, Fred's sentence was carried out before Mateo asked, and the boy lost his head today. At the last moment, he managed to put his hand forward, although his head was already flying to the side. Immediately after this, a warrior known to the people as the Ghost Bloodclaw appeared in front of them, and it was he who killed the guy with one swing of his blade. It was difficult to understand which of the leaders ordered the boy's death, but this man acted cunningly and quickly eliminated the obstacle. Everything happened quickly, and no one had time to come to their senses, although Mateo knew that according to the law there would be no one to blame. Even Nigel hadn't seen such speed since his second reincarnation, and realized that he was being protected by very strong warriors. Looking at this, Logan knew that his fighting skills were currently at a good average level, but even that might not be enough against such strong fighters. However, he asked his young master not to worry and promised to protect him even if he had to die himself. But the guy calmly replied that Logan would do better to think about himself, since he was not in the best shape right now. Looking at this guy, the old man again realized that after returning from the other world, something had changed greatly in the young man. And now it wasn't just he and Mateo who were ready to protect Nigel, because there were other warriors in the crowd who wanted to show themselves to this guy. Mateo had the choice to deal with the criminals with his fighters, but he didn't. If he wanted, a new war could start now and hardly anyone would stop him. However, Eugene immediately asked him to step aside, because the quarrel over Fred ended with his murder. But Mateo knew that the others who had participated in the attack on the young master could not be released, and he insisted on his own. Although the actions of these people could be understood and Eugene again proposed to stop the killings and avoid war, everything was not going according to plan, and he understood that his agreement with Isabella's family would fall through if the girl was hurt. Therefore, he tried to quickly take her away from the angry crowd that had not forgiven the attack on their master. However, Nigel also agreed and ordered the release of all those who should have been brought to trial long ago. They turned to him, not understanding why Nigel was so merciful to the criminals and wanted to let them go home. He believed that this would serve as a lesson to them, and in the future, they would stop attacking and begin to negotiate and trade peacefully. It was a wise decision, although Logan couldn't believe how much the guy had changed after what happened. He almost died, but remained as calm as he had been an hour ago in the conference room. Moreover, many did not understand where he got the skills with which he won the duel. Yes, something had changed in this guy, and many girls now looked differently at the usual fat man who had become a different person. This angered Eugene, who was used to being first in everything, because now his old enemy easily overtook him. When he said that this would serve as a lesson, he was primarily referring to Eugene, who had hatched this cunning plan. He would never forgive Nigel after what happened, and their next meeting had to happen soon. Besides, she couldn't forget the guy's refusal to take her as his wife, because he announced it in front of everyone. With this mood, she quickly left the building, intending to quickly take revenge on this arrogant gentleman. Smiling, Nigel knew that this was not the last meeting, and next time there would be no rules. Soon, as night fell on the city, everything was ready for Eugene's next cunning plan. Where there was no one a second ago, two groups of mercenaries hired for the same purpose appeared from underground. Their plan to fight failed, because Nigel not only won, but also strengthened his position as leader. So two experienced teams of killers were hired to kill him and finish the job. Now they had to account for the failure, although each had done everything he could. But no one knew that everything would turn out this way, and even the instigator of the plan would pay for the failure with his life. Eugene only wanted to know their next plan of action, since he was soon to join him. Now the mercenary was going to draw his sword under the moon, and, if Eugene allowed it, try to kill Nigel again. It seems the guy started a dangerous game, realizing that if he failed, he would risk his life. But there was no way back, and in the end, he promised to remove the guards and dogs from the gate so that the mercenaries could get into Nigel's house faster. In a moment, it became empty, as if no one had met for a secret conversation and it had been quiet all night. However, the magic that was still active spoke otherwise. After all this time Nigel had been secretly eavesdropping on their conversation with his magic, which he wielded very well. No one noticed the guy's presence only because of his excellent command of his abilities. Having received the necessary information, Nigel had only to wait for the meeting with the mercenaries and prepare well. They say it's true that if you want peace, you need to prepare for war, and now the guy understood the meaning of these words well. That same night, the light was on in his house, because it was impossible to sleep after what he had heard. The boy thought how much he had angered Eugene and his men, since they had decided to go all the way even after failure. The young servant reminded him that the leader of Pure Clouds wanted to know when the boy would meet him again. In addition, several heads of other groups also asked the guy to devote his time to them and were worried about his life no less than he was. Seeing that the gentleman was silent, Yakov asked to answer at least in a few words. The guy admitted that he thought about it, because the events did not seem as dangerous to him as others thought. After all, even if Logan hadn't stopped his opponent's blow at the end of the fight, Nigel would still have easily dealt with it. But he could not imagine how the young man's heart had trembled when Nigel had accepted the challenge to a duel to the death with Fred. Yes, it is strange that Nigel's own brother wishes him death, and this young man's heart trembles as if he were his real brother. He apologized for making the boy worry, although Jacob believed that a master should not apologize to a servant. But Nigel did not consider him a servant, but saw him as a reliable assistant, equal to himself. Now the gentleman needed to rest, so the young man hurried out of his room. Yes, it was a good idea, although only Nigel knew what he would be doing all night. Left alone, Nigel was ready to call off the magic that had eavesdropped on Eugene's conversation with the mercenaries. He extended his hand, and with one gesture summoned a clot of energy that was already slowly crawling towards his door. The door swung open, and the room contained the magic that allowed him to appear anywhere without having to go there himself. This ability came to him from a past life, as part of the necromancer's skill, which he mastered better than anyone else. He wanted to immediately see what this clot had recorded, and once again personally verify that he was right. Immediately after this, the clot began to slowly open a portal through which its owner could pass and see everything for himself. A moment later, the portal became so large that the boy was able to see in detail the scene of his younger brother's betrayal. He immediately noticed that Eugene was poorly hidden, wearing a hat he had never worn before. It's good that the guy prepared in advance and quickly found out the plan before it could be implemented. It turns out that in a week, Eugene was going to remove all the guards and the mercenaries would try to kill him at night. But now it was impossible to rush into decisions, because he still did not know the real strength of the enemies, who could also hinder him. Before he took action, he wanted to test his new necromantic skills once again, but at a higher level. Opening the door, He realized that this night was perfect for his purposes and decided not to waste time. It was clear that he was not at all afraid of meeting the mercenaries, but on the contrary, he would be glad to try out his new skills in battle. The moon in the sky seemed to be calling him into the forest and instilling confidence that everything would go well. Soon he found himself in a forest where many strong warriors had died in the past, and now he was ready to revive them and make them his servants. The Valley of the Bloody Mist, where he was, kept in the ground the bones of those cruel killers who would now become Nigel's faithful assistants. But first, he wanted to know what real power his mana, which had become much stronger, could give to these skeletons. Unexpectedly for the skeleton, who had just received a second life, the guy canceled the call. He had already understood a lot, and the main goal of his coming here had been achieved. He now had 5 first-class skeletons that he revived in just one day. It was also worth remembering the ability to absorb any power that he received, thanks to the art of the Eastern Sage from the book. All of his stats were now above average, meaning he could easily improve his melee skills as well. Perhaps Nigel would be able to learn other martial arts besides those that affected the mana heart, although it was worth devoting more time to necromancy, since it was the most difficult skill that required persistent training. So, with the first-class dead finished, it was time to call the High Warriors into service. The grave he stood in front of turned out to be much smaller than he had imagined on his way into the dark forest. Nigel even froze for a moment, realizing that he had been thinking about this meeting for a long time and now it had happened. The first lord of one of the most powerful clans whom he was about to summon was the strongest warrior in the entire history of that clan. He held out his hand, ready to resurrect the lord, giving him a chance at another life. Usually, a top-ranked corpse with high martial arts would exude a golden light, but this grave was very different from others. It was interesting to see what secrets this knight held. But first he had to be summoned into this world. For a while, Nigel couldn't do anything, as if the warrior hadn't heard his call to come to life at all. The guy stood like that for 10 whole minutes, not understanding what had happened to his necromancy. Then he realized that the absorption had stopped on its own, although this had never happened before. It turned out that his current level as a necromancer was not enough to summon such a powerful undead. It turns out that in order to summon such a warrior, one had to become even stronger, but this task was difficult even for Nigel. In life, this warrior must have been much stronger than even the high priest of martial arts. The boy thought that there must be some hidden secret that would help him cope if it was beyond his strength now. It was necessary to try to find the grave of another supreme warrior who could be summoned at his current level. When the guy walked a few meters away from the grave, a bright flash suddenly appeared behind him. A blue glow burst out from the ground like a huge stream of power, causing the guy to stop. Turning around, he couldn't believe his eyes, because the warrior seemed to have heard his call even from the other world. It was hard to believe that the magic had worked on its own, because he had never tried this method of summoning the dead before. Next to the grave on the ground, he saw a huge red circle of a skeleton summoning, which had not been there a moment ago. The dead man actually decided to join the guy himself, realizing that this young man deserved his help. Right in front of him, he saw a skeleton sitting on a hillock near his tombstone, ready to start a fight immediately. Slowly approaching him, Nigel first wanted to know the strength and skills of this dead fighter. He was greatly surprised to learn that almost all of the skeleton's abilities and skills were of the highest level for such warriors. Another difference was that the skeleton did not kneel before its owner as a sign of respect, but stood opposite him, feeling equal to him. Looking at him, the skeleton was surprised at how persistently the guy tried to call him back from the other world. Seeing that Nigel lacked skill, the warrior himself decided to respond to the call and enter his service. It turns out that it was not Nigel who chose the skeleton, but the skeleton itself chose the person with whom it wanted to continue the work it had started. When the skeleton placed his hand on his chest, Nigel realized that with the help of this warrior, achieving many goals would become much easier. However, it remained unclear whether the boy would be able to control this rebellious warrior, because it should have been much more difficult than commanding the rest of the skeletons. The skeleton still stood in the same place and did not remove its hand from the young man's chest. It seemed as if the skeleton was trying to transfer its energy to Nigel, wanting him to accept the divine power of lightning and thunder that he himself wielded. Anyone in Nigel's place would have been speechless at what he saw, and he himself was unable to utter a word for some time. But then a slight smile appeared on his face, and he realized that he had reached the level where the skeletons themselves wanted to enter his service. It was this very night that the assassination attempt that Eugene and his mercenaries had recently prepared was supposed to take place. True, first this group of mercenaries had to meet with the clients who were supervising the preparation of the assassination. Without wasting any time, the entire group of mercenaries headed to where the conspirators who had paid for this work were already waiting for them. The mercenaries arrived at the meeting place before their clients, and their leaders suggested that they rest a little. Moreover, no one was rushing them, so they could simply wait until the rest of the conspirators arrived. But the girl who noticed this stop was unhappy that these idiots were going to rest after their recent failure. She stated that they were too slow and even kicked one of the mercenaries from behind to hurry them up. However, one of the mercenaries believed that the young lady should not follow them, since she could only interfere with the matter. But the girl wanted to see with her own eyes how this fat man, who had refused to be engaged to her, would choke on his own blood. Yes, such a thirst for revenge was familiar to the mercenary. Although looking at the girl, he doubted whether she was in her right mind. The girl suddenly wondered if Eugene was going to pretend he wasn't involved after it was all over. However, now it was worth thinking about the fact that they had already lost one of their important people, whose head was cut off right on the square. But then the girl heard the loud voice of the leader of the mercenaries, who was tired of empty chatter. Looking sternly at her, he ordered her to stop this empty argument and move on. It was time to move towards the goal. Otherwise, at this rate, they risked reaching the place only by morning. The attack had to be carried out at night, because at that time, none of the leaders of influential groups would be able to help Nigel. But then the leader realized that he and his guys had been ambushed and that there was someone else there. The leader of the mercenaries managed to jump back in time, otherwise the flying projectile would have hit him right in the head. But his friend was much less lucky, because some weapon flew out of the ambush and pierced the guy's chest. However, the wounded man then saw that it was not an arrow sticking out of his chest, but a bone. With trembling hands, he tried to grab her, but he realized that this was the last moment of his life. Yes, it was a terrible sight, and even the leader of the mercenaries, who had seen a lot, was very surprised. All that remained was to figure out where this bone came from and who threw it at his man. It was clear that the bone had come from the very depths of the forest. But who could have hit the mercenary so accurately? However, this was no longer important, because the shelling of bones immediately began, and many mercenaries were killed where they stood. The leader immediately ordered all the fighters to gather defensive energy and fight off the flying bones. Many of the fighters had defensive magic and immediately used it with their magic blades. Immediately after this, they began to chop in half the bones flying in their direction with wide, sweeping blows. At first, they succeeded well, although many still received serious wounds in the battle. And Nigel, who had been watching from the shadows all this time, said with a smile that they were doing quite well. Now each mercenary understood that their victim, whom they were going to kill, had found them in the forest. It seemed that they had switched places, and now the one who had tried to kill them was hiding behind the trees. It was unlikely that Nigel would deny it, since now he had nothing to hide from these people. Just a minute ago, they were calling him a scoundrel, but they themselves wanted to secretly kill him in the middle of the night. Instead of challenging Nigel to a fair fight, they acted like vile murderers and deserved no mercy. And if any of them thought they could get away with it, they were very wrong and would soon realize it. Hiding behind the masks of these people were those who were well known to Nigel, and he immediately recognized one of the attackers as his former fiancée. Yes, it was Isabella who was in the thick of the crowd, and now her participation in this dirty conspiracy was revealed. However, the leader of the mercenaries immediately stated that they were simply carrying out a secret mission from the head of the Eugene clan, who hired them. But Nigel would hardly have forgiven them for participating in the assassination attempt on him, as the main heir of his family. Only now did Isabella realize that Eugene had betrayed them and ordered the fighters to kill Nigel immediately. It seems that Eugene and Nigel managed to fool them, otherwise how can one explain that the plan was discovered so quickly? But no matter how closely the mercenary looked at the guy, he did not feel any magic nearby. It was clear that this joker did not come alone, but where were his accomplices hiding? Moreover, the bone shots were so accurate that the mercenary thought that there was some kind of device hidden behind him. It seems that this funny fat man himself was looking for death since he fell right into their hands. But judging by Nigel's smile, he was hardly planning on dying today, and he had a more cheerful plan. And each of these idiots who swung a sword at him would soon bitterly regret their decision. 2 magical spheres immediately appeared in the guy's hands, from which he fired bone spears. All the bone spears immediately hit the crowd running towards him, as if from a machine gun, and it was impossible to dodge them. The mercenaries running ahead realized that these were the last moments of their lives and they were about to die. They were not mistaken, and the bone spears easily pierced their bodies, leaving no chance of survival. Only now did they realize that before them was a real sorcerer who masterfully wielded magic. And if any of them had previously doubted the guy's abilities, then those who are lucky enough to survive will definitely have no doubts left. The guy hadn't even started acting seriously yet, but was only trying out his most basic skills. Of course, this skill required a lot of mana, so Nigel had to use it wisely. No one could have imagined that Nigel would turn out to be a great martial artist and achieve such skill at such a young age. But it wasn't just about martial arts, but about demonic magic that gave the guy strength. However, Nigel was not the only one here who used dark power, and among the mercenaries there was someone who also possessed it. Of course, this mercenary did not know how to resurrect the dead and call them to service, but he also had something interesting in reserve. The leader was sure that the boy had a weak spot and loudly ordered his men to find it. Moreover, they could overcome the enemy with numbers and, acting together, quickly deal with him. The number of bones flying at them decreased, and the leader decided that if they all attacked the guy at once, they would be able to kill him. And the leader, covering the rest of the fighters with his protective magic, was the first to rush at Nigel. The mercenaries were right, because Nigel did not come alone, which meant that they had to fight with his loyal servants as well. However, these idiots did not yet know that Nigel's loyal servants would be warriors who died hundreds of years ago. Nigel then held out his hand and commanded the dead warriors to rise from the ground and come to his service. Seeing this, the leader of the mercenaries turned cold with horror, realizing what all this would mean for them. Each of the mercenaries already bitterly regretted agreeing to this task, but it was too late to retreat. Skeletons that could no longer be killed, but who could pierce anyone with spears, were looking straight at them. The guy had several of these skeletons in his service, and each of them was monstrously strong. This was the demonic magic that the leader had mentioned, but now it was much more serious. The protective magic the leader had used at the beginning now seemed insignificant compared to what Nigel had prepared for them. Moreover, the crowd of skeletons was led by the strongest warrior, who himself came to serve Nigel. The leader of the mercenaries had killed for money all his life and had seen a lot, but even he was frozen with horror, unable to move. The skeletons immediately sprang into action, easily killing every mercenary in their path. None of the mercenaries could do anything against the dark force that was heading straight for them. But since they were destined to die, the leader ordered to do everything possible to at least cause damage to this guy. They had nothing left to lose, so the whole crowd rushed straight at the skeletons, heading for certain death. But such desperate courage could hardly frighten warriors who had been dead for hundreds of years. Nigel, looking at these fools who desperately rushed into the attack, also understood the futility of their impulse. Before this, they had so many chances to escape and survive that if the mercenaries had been smarter, they would have definitely taken advantage of at least one. But the mercenaries continued to attack, realizing that this was the last thing they would do in their lives. Of course, every skeleton was ready to take on the challenge and stretch their bones in the first battle after their return. A moment later, the swords crossed and the crowd of skeletons stood like a wall against a group of armed mercenaries. But it soon became clear that swords in the hands of mercenaries were useless in the battle against skeletons. Moreover, from somewhere behind them, the same bone spears that had struck at them at the very beginning struck them again. In addition to the bone spears, arrows were also added, killing one mercenary after another. It became clear that at this rate they would all soon be killed and join the dead army of this young gentleman. And so it happened, because the leader's last fighter received an arrow to the head, which pierced his skull right through. Now the leader was left alone, having seen his best fighter die in this unequal battle. He noticed that the unknown shooter was firing 2 arrows at once, and the first one was just a distraction, while the second one hit the target right on target. And this shooter was the same skeleton who stood next to Nigel and used a special combat technique. It was hard to believe that this guy had such abilities and was really a messenger of the dark forces. These risen dead felt no fear and fought as well as they did in life. All the techniques that the dead warriors demonstrated were well known to the mercenary, and only now did he understand who he was dealing with. Yes, all these skeletons used military techniques and martial arts, which means that the best fighters of antiquity fought against him. And if he tries to attack the skeletons with his usual techniques, he will achieve nothing and will die along with his fighters. So the best thing would be to just run away from here, and it's strange that this thought only occurred to the guy now. Although the very next second he suddenly changed direction and rushed at full speed straight towards Nigel. This guy must be crazy to decide to kill Nigel with one blow, hoping that it would also disable his bone soldiers. At one point, he found himself very close to Nigel and was about to deliver that one fatal blow. But at that moment, he realized that he had hoped in vain to defeat this fat man, because a bright blue flash suddenly flashed to his right. Something strange began to happen in the place where his dead subordinates had just been lying. Could it be that Nigel was planning to revive them too? Indeed, the fighters who had been fighting against Nigel just a few minutes ago were suddenly enveloped in a green magical haze. And the mercenary watched everything from the side, and it became clear to him that Nigel had called for help from a new dark force. No mercenary can stand against such pressure, and this guy finally realized who he was really up against. If he could turn back time now and abandon the mission, he would certainly do just that. But now it was too late, because Nigel had already ordered his skeletons to finish what they had started and kill the one who dared to take on this mission. The mercenary realized that Nigel had deliberately exposed himself to the attack in order to lure him out of the ambush and into a trap. Yes, Nigel was a real demon. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain everything that the mercenary saw with his own eyes. And then the mercenary suddenly laughed, thanking Nigel for making the last seconds of his life so funny. It was hard to tell if the mercenary had gone mad or was still sane, but his laughter was as terrifying as Nigel's skeletons. Of course, this did not save him, and the skeletons quickly finished off the one who attempted to take the life of their master. Once again, the young necromancer Nigel was convinced of how incredible his new ability was. All of his skills worked much better than in his previous life, and he decided to take martial arts training more seriously. The soul of the killed mercenary could also be useful to Nigel, and now a new servant could be called into service. This was good news, because now Nigel could summon the mercenary's soul in the form of another supreme skeleton. At this very time, the girl remained in the same place, unable to move a finger from fear. When Nigel approached her, she, shaking with fear, assured him that it was Eugene who had persuaded her to commit this vile crime. With tears in her eyes, she assured Nigel that she would never have dared to kill the man who was to become her husband. After all, they had been lovers all their lives, and she asked him to remember the happy moments they spent together. But Nigel, looking down at her, reminded her that she had no other abilities besides her excellent acting talent. The girl's face immediately changed, realizing that Nigel had planned another mean trick against her. However, she had already managed to prepare a remedy that was her last hope. She raised her hand sharply and released a purple, corrosive poison like a cloud of gas at Nigel. The girl laughed so loudly, as if she had already won, and had no doubt that Nigel would go blind forever. But Nigel stood still and calmly explained to the girl that the poison had no effect on him. Now the girl had to admit that her last resort against Nigel had not worked, and her fate was sealed. And the next second, Nigel's face appeared again from the purple cloud, and he was not going to give this capricious girl another chance. He instantly touched his fingers to the center of her chest, and used an ability that was supposed to make her forget all her plans. With one easy movement, he blocked her throat so that the girl could no longer say a word. Now Nigel didn't have to think about the law because no one's permission was needed to kill scum like her. Then he activated the ability of accelerated decay, and the girl's body began to quickly decompose right before our eyes. The beautiful girl she had been a second ago quickly began to turn into a corpse. It was a terrible sight, as Isabella saw her young body turning into a rotting piece of meat. A few seconds later, she collapsed to the ground and her miserable life was cut short. Now nothing should stand in Nigel's way because these people had chosen their own destiny. However, it would have been a sin not to take advantage of the situation, and Nigel leaned over her body to do the last thing. He threw a tablet with a secret message next to the body, hoping that it would be taken by whoever would become his next target. And then he walked quickly to the edge of the forest, because the main thing for today was completed. Yes, the next person Nigel wanted to get even with for everything he had done was supposed to be Eugene. A few days later, in the morning, loud screams were heard in Eugene's house when the boy found out about everything. He couldn't believe it, but all the mercenaries he hired were actually already killed. He couldn't understand how these people, known as brutal killers, could die at the hands of a fat man. The worst thing was that their leader had disappeared, and next to the bodies they found a female corpse, rotting there for about 10 years. Because of a note found there with a name on a piece of wood, Dererick suspected that it was Isabella's cursed body. That piece of wood had her name written on it, and it was clearly done on purpose. It seemed that Nigel had left a sign with a threat in advance, which Eugene was supposed to take specifically to himself. Realizing this, Eugene jumped up in fear and asked Dererick to think of something. Luckily, Dererick had a backup plan. He looked at Eugene and suddenly suggested that they go to the red light district. Dererick used hypnosis, and Eugene immediately declared that he really should go there and have a cold beer. Then Eugene turned sharply and walked towards the exit, ready to do so immediately. When they were alone, Ron admitted to Dererick that he hadn't expected so much trouble because of Nigel. But Dererick hinted to him that a string that is too taut is very easy to break. Ron didn't get the hint, then frowned and asked again what Dererick meant by those strange words. However, it was clear from Dererick's expression what he was getting at and what he had been trying to get from Ron all this time. After all, if Nigel is interfering with the main plan of their sect, he must be destroyed, even if it means burning down the entire area. Ron realized that soon the entire settlement would be drowned in blood, because their main goal was to get rid of Nigel at any cost. They were to prepare for a holy war and begin the massacre on the appointed day. In addition, the curse placed on Nigel needed to be strengthened, making it even more deadly. Not daring to object, Ron assured Dererick that everything would be done in the best possible way and that the gentleman would not regret his decision. At the same time, a crowd of curious people gathered at Nigel's house, and Zach had a hard time keeping them at the gate. He explained to them that his master was currently busy and was not receiving anyone. But everyone wanted to see the man who became famous throughout the entire settlement and won the people's support. But Nigel wasn't having any guests today, and Zach asked everyone to leave again. Many did not like the fact that this young servant was driving them away from the gate, as if he were the master of the house, and not just a servant. And Zach repeated with a smile that he was not against their meeting, but Nigel himself asked not to disturb him. Moreover, Nigel had recently left home for several days, ordering the servant not to let anyone in. When Nigel left, he said goodbye with a smile. But Zach, as usual, couldn't hold back his tears, as if he was saying goodbye forever. Nigel really needed a couple of days alone in the mountains near the big forest. There he could hide from prying eyes and hone his necromantic skills to perfection. In addition, he recently mastered a technique that allowed him to learn about Eugene's plan to order a murder. Now, hidden in the ravine, Nigel used his ability again, trying to gain better control of the dark matter in silence. He understood that there were more enemies because many factions were unhappy with his suddenly increased power. They created a curse to kill Nigel, but he was able to harness the dark power instead. When the plan failed, they became so angry that they revealed their true intentions, and now Nigel could easily use their mana. After absorbing so much mana, Nigel received a message from the system that his body was overflowing with energy and needed to get rid of the excess. Thanks to those scoundrels, Nigel now had enough mana to revive dozens of fallen warriors at once. Now he could easily create loyal dead warriors even from the corpses of animals, replenishing his army with them. The bones that once formed the body of an animal began to gradually come together to form a new figure. Nigel could only watch as they slowly transformed into a formidable warrior, ready to defend his master to the end. And indeed, a moment later, a bright red fire flared up in the empty eye sockets of the skull, which meant the magic worked perfectly. However, the skeleton was not black, although Nigel wanted to summon a supreme warrior with black bones. He didn't look at all like the mighty warrior Nigel had intended to summon. Instead, a skeleton with a huge hump stood before him. But by the claws on his bony hand, Nigel recognized him as his former enemy. It seemed that Nigel had managed to revive the dead mercenary, and now he was obliged to serve his new master. In addition, the system informed that Nigel must immediately begin carrying out a secret mission and fulfill the wishes of the dead warriors. And to get more out of the dead man, Nigel needed to fulfill the dying wish of this former mercenary. But Nigel didn't want to carry out the system's stupid tasks, but to show this skeleton his true place. This skeleton's last wish in life was to kill Nigel, so he certainly wasn't going to fulfill that wish. Instead of sending the skeleton back to the afterlife, Nigel ordered him to suffer endless pain as punishment for his past sins. He should have thought about his impudence and thanked Nigel for not killing him a second time. Immediately after this, the system gave him a second secret mission, according to the terms of which he again had to fulfill the wishes of these two skeletons. The guy was glad that he could easily obtain the combat skills of any warrior, just by fulfilling his last wish. However, the fighting skills of these two skeletons were of little use, so the boy asked them to return to where they came from. After all, he had already managed to acquire all the combat skills he needed, although he understood that the skeletons were a little upset. But the next moment he collapsed onto the stone floor of the gorge, realizing that his body simply could not withstand such stress. And it was not the first time that he had to experience the feeling when your legs give way from weakness and you are powerless to do anything. But it was at that moment that the black skeleton he had tried to summon in the morning appeared behind him. And now the skeleton watched as the boy tried his best to overcome the weakness of his body, which was too fragile for such abilities. I had to gather all my willpower into a fist and slowly try again. Having filled the blade with his mana, he hoped that the sage skills he had gained in the library would help him. The power of lightning and thunder could also help, because through his blade, as if through an antenna, he received even more energy. Gradually, so much energy accumulated in his blade that there was no point in further accumulating mana. Raising his sword high above his head, he wanted to know what he was now capable of and how much stronger his blow had become. Using a thunder slash, he brought the blade down directly onto the rocks beneath his feet, hoping to see the power of his new ability. However, instead of cutting the stone, he only made a small cut on it and again realized that his strength was not enough. There was too much of a difference between the fighting skills he had, so a balance had to be found. At that moment, the black skeleton suddenly extended a bony hand and touched Nigel. At first, the guy didn't even understand what was happening and looked ahead in horror. Then, turning around, he saw that the skeleton still had his finger on his back. But what was he planning? Immediately after this, the skeleton began to quickly poke sharp, bony fingers into different points on his back, as if doing acupuncture. But it was hardly worth expecting this from the black skeleton, and the guy will have to learn something new for which he was not yet ready. The skeleton continued to look at him, and it seemed as if the fire in his empty eye sockets was growing stronger and stronger. Then he realized that this ancient warrior had been trying to help him all this time, and the boy obediently sat down on the stone floor. He had come a long way, but had completely forgotten that he had not managed to touch some points on his body that required special attention. That's why the black skeleton sat behind him and again began pointing to the point where the guy needed to open the mana circles. It was worth trying to open each point, especially since the guy could stop at any moment if something went wrong. Closing his eyes, he prepared himself to mentally see his body from the outside and understand which places were the weakest. Almost immediately after this, the system reported that the boy had received a new ability as a supreme swordsman and experience that he had never dreamed of. Yes, he managed to rise to a new level again in just a few minutes, as if the system had been preparing him for this all this time. Opening his eyes, Nigel realized that this was exactly why he had come to the gorge, and that it was certainly worth the 2 days of absence from home. The black skeleton turned out to be not only an excellent warrior, but also his main assistant, who knew much more than Nigel himself. That same night, the lights were on in Logan's house, as the man often meditated before going to bed. He sat in complete silence, because it was easier to collect his thoughts and understand what he had achieved to date. Every time he used his powers, it became more painful for him as age began to take its toll. The source of the pain was unknown to him. So, apart from old age, he suspected a curse cast by some scoundrel. But his time to die has not yet come, because Logan has not managed to do many important things in this life. He was soon glad to receive Mateo, who, as usual, was very concerned about the health of his older comrade. But Logan reassured him with a smile, saying that he had simply missed dinner after training and that was why he didn't look well. However, Mateo knew well that after the duel, Logan had gotten too carried away and spent more mana than he could afford. Although Mateo didn't blame him, because in Logan's place he would have done the same thing. However, Nigel had left the house 3 days ago and it was worth thinking about his safety. And if necessary, Logan will have to assemble an expedition led by Mateo to find Nigel. Pouring himself some tea, Mateo replied that Nigel should be back any day now and hoped the boy was okay. However, the main question remained whether Logan had made the decision they had discussed a few days ago. It was a difficult question, and at first the old man could not answer, only silently looking at Mateo. To be honest, Mateo himself doubted Logan's powers, and besides, his recent change in character could be temporary. After all, Logan himself understood that strength was needed to protect his position, and the Red Cloud faction became even stronger. It was true, after all, the Junior Master and the Red Clouds could seize power in the clan if the opportunity arose. He remembered that during the meeting, after the fight with the Black Bear, the sight of Nigel reminded him of a man he could not forget until now. In his bravery, he was very similar to the Lord they still missed, and whose loss they still could not come to terms with. The actions of the Red Cloud faction were all too clear to Mateo, and he had already suggested strengthening their position more than once. At that very moment, the front door opened and the very man they were talking about appeared on the threshold. Turning sharply in his direction, Mateo was taken aback, realizing that Nigel had unexpectedly returned from his hike. He greeted his loyal subjects with a smile and was glad that they were both there. It was hard to understand why the guy was so happy to see them, but most likely he had some news. Of course, they immediately invited him to the table to have a drink, but the guy immediately refused. On the contrary, he urgently needed to lose weight and get into shape before he finally turned into a flabby circle. Matteo thought that the guy had probably spent all his money in a casino or a brothel and was lazing around instead of training. He, of course, kept silent about his guesses, but asked Nigel where he had been all this time. However, the guy quickly replied that he was very busy, but something else was important now. He wanted to know how long these two were going to pretend instead of telling him everything honestly. Yes, he knew much more than they thought, and with this direct question, he caught them off guard. Addressing Logan, Nigel advised him not to use any more mana that could soon cause his death. Even back then, when Logan took Fred's blow, the guy noticed that he used up mana, which he already had almost none of. But Logan assured that his mana would soon be restored, and the young master should not worry about his health. Although the guy knew that by using his power then, Logan was on the verge of death, and yet he needed him alive for many important matters. Realizing that the young man was accusing the elder, Matteo had to sternly warn him that he did not intend to listen to such things about Logan. But the truth could not be hidden, and the guy repeated that the old man was very lucky to survive. And if he hadn't come to check on him now, Logan could have died by morning and wouldn't have had time to finish his business. Such words would have frightened anyone in Logan's place, and the old man thought about it seriously. And the guy leaned over to him, smiled, and said that now Logan could relax and trust him. Soon, Nigel ordered him to sit on the floor, and he sat behind him and prepared to use his power. Within a few minutes, blood began to flow from the old man's mouth, and it became clear that Nigel had managed to use his power to rid him of his illness. Matteo didn't understand what was happening to the elder and asked the young master to stop it before it was too late. But Nigel motioned for him to stay put and not interfere with the magical ritual of healing Logan. There was no shadow of doubt in Nigel's eyes, because he knew for sure that this was the only way he could help the old man. At some point, Matteo also realized how long Logan had been suffering from his illness and how urgently something needed to be done. Sitting on the floor, he did not take his eyes off the magical ritual that the young master was conducting. Nigel continued to keep his palms on Logan's back and mentally utter the words using his power. His face was covered in sweat, and he wondered how Logan had even lived to see this day. If Nigel had arrived a little later, Logan would have already been dead, and his body would have already cooled down. Yes, then Logan spent his last mana just to protect Nigel from his opponent's attack. The old man didn't know that the blow didn't actually threaten the young master, but Nigel was glad to have such brave warriors by his side. Now Nigel only had to hold out for a few minutes to complete the ritual. He wanted to put in some more of his energy to fully restore the circulation of mana in Logan's body and cure his illness. Immediately after this, the old man's face changed, and it became clear that his mana circulation had been completely restored. Matteo also saw the drastic changes in his mentor and did not understand how the young master managed to do such a thing. In fact, Nigel repeated what the black skeleton had done, performing a similar ritual on him when he came to him in the gorge. He simply repeated the same actions, and, fortunately, the ritual went just as successfully as it had a few days ago. Thanks to this, Logan felt like he was reborn and all his old powers returned. Now he was radiating so much energy that it would be enough not only for survival, but also for the destruction of many enemies. Yes, now there was an excess of mana in his body, and he felt the same as he did 30 years ago. In addition, Matteo noticed that his mentor's chakras had suddenly opened, and now Logan could again do what he could only do in his youth. It seemed like the faction leader had instantly reached the highest rank, as if he had been training with Nigel all this time. It was hard to believe, but Matteo could only congratulate his mentor on his miraculous healing. Even the old man's gaze changed, and he no longer looked like the tired man he had been just a few minutes ago. And Nigel was still sitting on the floor with his eyes closed, finishing restoring his mana. Then a slight smile appeared on his face as the boy realized that he himself had reached a high level in healing and removing curses. By absorbing the curse from Logan's body, Nigel opened the fourth circle of mana and gained the ability to heal other people. This young man strongly resembled his late father, who was highly respected by everyone. Logan owed him his life forever, and for the second time swore allegiance to his young master. But he modestly said that it was very easy, and healing had always been just his little hobby. However, it was interesting to find out how the guy managed to do this and what ability he recently discovered in himself. At this point, he confessed that he himself had recently been poisoned and had gained this new ability by being able to stop the poison's effects. More precisely, it was not an ordinary poison, but a curse that one person placed on him. But even if that was the case, Logan didn't understand how the boy could know the name of the person who cast the curse. But the first to find out about this was not Nigel himself, but the one who told him the name of the killer and the person who ordered it. Upon hearing this confession, Mateo immediately asked who Nigel suspected. They were very surprised when the boy suddenly admitted that it was his father who poisoned him. No, it was impossible to believe, and none of them considered the boy's late father a murderer. But it was about something else, because the guy meant that his father was destroyed by the same curse that was placed on him. If Logan knew right now who was behind this, he would immediately go there and meet the bastard in person. But it was strange that none of them had yet guessed about the only person who could have committed such a crime. This was the most important information they had, and Mateo offered to tell all the faction members about it. But instead, he heard a question about which of the faction members Nigel could truly trust, other than the two of them. After all, when his father found out about the curse, it was already too late and the process became irreversible. Of course, he didn't want to ruin the family's reputation and eventually gave in, taking the killer's name with him to the grave. Instead of looking for the culprit, he focused on saving his son and finding the legend that their family had forgotten. And only by a miracle did Nigel's late father manage to find her, and now the boy knew his father's main secret. He then pulled out his blade, charged with destructive power capable of destroying everything in its path. He held in his hands that sacred relic that could have definitely saved his father if he had found it much earlier. Logan even fell to his knees, realizing that the guy was holding that very lost legend in his hands. Even Mateo couldn't hold back his tears, realizing that the heavens could shake from the enormous power that this relic contained. Yes, that was the legend of the 12 Swords of Thunder, and one of them ended up in the hands of Nigel. When Nigel received the 12 Thunder Swords, the first question that arose was why their clan had forgotten such a powerful technique. There were rumors that Father wanted the clan to engage in trading rather than remain the fighting clan it originally was. The fact that this particular guy became a contender for the throne with the support of the heavens guaranteed him perfect mastery of this blade. He had to act after the death of his own father, but he was ready to do anything to finish what he started. And now he was ready to repay in the same coin, cruelly taking revenge for the vile poisoning of his father and for those people who were loyal to him until death. One of those people was Logan, who cried like a child when he remembered this. Mateo also finally lost control of his feelings, because for the first time in a long time, he finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel. Only after the guy's story were they able to fully understand their true path and begin to move towards their goal. It remained unclear what the next step would be for the young gentleman, who had received such serious support. But Nigel himself had long since decided what he would do next, and hoped that these two would go with him to the end. The energy that the boy emitted was comparable to the power of an entire army, and it became clear that he was completely ready to replace his late father and become the leader of the clan. It was an incredible power that could not be confused with anything other than the power of the god of lightning and thunder. Yes, this guy knew how to surprise and quickly learned to use 2 mana at once, combining them together. Mateo finally realized that the young man was the strongest warrior he had ever met. Logan had only seen such strength once in his life, in a warrior who had accompanied them on a mission 30 years ago. The Sword Emperor himself, the current leader of Muram, had such power. Were the powers of these two really equal? True, now Nigel did not want to waste time on long conversations and asked them directly about the most important thing. Looking at these two, he wanted to get an honest answer about whether they were ready to join him right now. Logan responded without hesitation that he was ready to become Nigel's first follower and his faithful ally in everything. Mateo responded in kind without hesitation, and on behalf of his Clear Cloud faction was ready to join him. And then both of them knelt down and swore that under the leadership of the young master they would glorify his name. But the guy asked them to get up immediately because they were allies, not slaves. Besides, there had been a scoundrel sitting on the roof of Logan's house for a long time now, and he needed to be taken out of there. Suddenly, the guy flew up to the ceiling and with one quick blow smashed it to pieces. And right after that, a mercenary sent here to watch Logan fell from above. It seems that this uninvited guest did not think that he would be found so quickly and shown his place. It was only possible to find him with the help of hidden technology, which the mercenary himself used for his business. It became clear that this person was from the Red Clouds group and only one leader could send him here. It was hard to accept that those friends they had known for more than 10 years turned out to be enemies planning dirty deeds. But instead of killing the mercenary, Nigel ordered him to return and tell his superior that Nigel would soon deal with him personally. But the next moment, foam came out of the mouth of this mercenary and it became clear that he was cursed. At the last moment, Matteo rushed to him to quickly help the mercenary, but it was too late. He had poison hidden between his teeth, and having bitten into the ampule, he killed himself right before their eyes. They probably did this on purpose so that he couldn't tell the main secrets of his leader. But all three guys understood that the surveillance was definitely not only on the roof of the house, but also somewhere nearby. Nigel decided it would be better to tell him about it in person and kill the bastard immediately after that. The time for jokes was over, and it was clear from the guy's look that he was not going to play games anymore. Meanwhile, in the center of the village, a vile attack had already taken place, which Ron had carried out with the permission of his boss. He swung his sword at the man who at the last moment tried to stop him and calm the boy down. But he didn't want to listen to anything, and with one quick movement he silenced the poor fellow forever. And he ordered all the other fighters to drop their weapons and surrender. And perhaps he would leave them alive. But none of these guys could understand how Ron dared to draw his sword on common ground, knowing that it was strictly forbidden. However, all the rules had already been broken, and Ron once again suggested that they give in and not force him to do something terrible. It seemed that the entire Red Cloud group had gone mad at once, since they decided to violate the strict prohibition of the Emperor himself in such a terrible way. There was no way to calm these guys down, which meant that a battle was about to begin that would definitely kill a lot of people. After some time, those guys who began to resist were killed, and all the other fighters were taken prisoner. And now the captured soldiers could only hope that their young commander would come to the village in time and stop this horror. Fortunately, by this time a new squad of pure cloud warriors had already arrived at that place, ready to join the battle. A whole group of ready and armed fighters immediately ran out from around the corner, each of whom promised loyalty to his commander. Looking at them, Ron knew that these people could not be persuaded, which meant that murder would be the only way to stop them. Of course, there were quite a lot of them, which meant that there could have been serious losses among Ron's people as well. It was hard to figure out who told this guy to start today's attack, since they had no quarrels with this group. Only someone who had long wanted to seize power and had now begun to do so could start a war between his own. And now all that was left was to watch in horror as groups that had previously been friends fought among themselves, crossing their swords. The leaders of these groups were just nearby, and Ron explained that it was just revenge for Nigel's betrayal. It was hard to believe that Eugene had actually decided to carry out this massacre based on rumors that had no evidence. But Ron had no doubt that this fat man really had plans to seize power and therefore easily carried out his boss's order. But among those people who were fighting right now, there could be innocent people, and each of them was a member of their group. However, Ron said that things could have been much simpler if he had simply ordered his men to lay down their arms. And now, realizing that it was useless to talk to them, he grabbed both guys by the necks and was ready to finish what he started. Lifting them off the ground, he used a force that could have killed them both with his bare hands. Unfortunately, they became victims of a crazy young boss who hired an equally crazy person as his assistant. All the small cloud warriors just silently watched as their leaders were brutally strangled, and none of them deserved Ron's respect. He considered them to be the same pathetic cowards as their leader, and therefore they deserved only death. He challenged them to show that they had at least a little honor if anyone dared to fight him one-on-one. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice nearby and realized that the mercenary had failed to carry out his order. After all, Matteo was still alive and ready to enter this battle at any second. All the fighters who first crossed his path were quickly killed by his hands. None of these guys had a chance to win a fight against Matteo, who was always known for his excellent fighting skills. The boys were happy to realize that now the leader was next to them, and after that, they simply could not lose this battle. Moreover, that young boss, who had long ago demonstrated his true strength, came to their aid. It was a little strange that after sending his strongest warrior, the guy couldn't cope with the task and left Nigel alive. Given everything Nigel had done recently, Ron said he would have to chop the boy's head off now, but Logan immediately cut off his threats, unable to bear the fact that this bastard dared to talk to his boss. Only now did Ron finally realize that Logan had also gone over to the fat man's side and was ready to protect him at the cost of his life. Didn't young Master Rona curse his father and brother, and shouldn't he pay for it with his life? Ron heard Eugene being accused for the first time and could not stand such a brazen lie about his master. But if he goes down into the dungeons beneath the Red Clouds faction's camp, Ron will be able to see for himself if this is true. It turns out that the guy knew everything about the secret underground passages, and Ron didn't understand where he got it from. Anyone who heard this had no idea that the faction had secret hideouts. It was with the help of his Shadow Whisper ability that the boy learned all their secrets and could now tell the fighters about them. Ron knew that if he didn't shut this guy up, he would reveal other secrets of the dungeons. But now these soldiers were protected by their leaders, and with their help, the fighters were ready to repel any attack. As expected, a terrible massacre took place that night and many warriors died. And Ron was ready to personally send to the next world the one who destroyed his master's plan. Moreover, for this purpose, the guy had a special power, with which he had already defeated many enemies. Yes, the Ice Hand looked impressive, but that only fueled interest in the fight, and Nigel wanted to find out how it would end. After all, he had in his hands that sacred blade that he had inherited from his father, which meant that Nigel had an ace up his sleeve. Ron could see that the fat man had reached the limit of his strength, but he wasn't going to give up in the middle of a fight. However, Nigel, as before, moved easily as quickly as his opponent. Ron believed that the boy had fallen into a trap, and his power of Ghost Frost would quickly cool the enemy's ardor. But if Ron had seen this guy's last fight in the Dark Forest, he would have definitely changed his mind quickly. Moreover, that time Nigel fought without a blade, and now his weapon carried the enormous power of the heavens. But even after many attempts, Ron was unable to hurt Nigel and never even touched him. And the guy, smiling, looked at him and said that he expected more from Ron. It was hard to understand where this guy got so much strength from and who taught him techniques he didn't have before. Compared to the power of the dead that Nigel controlled, Ron's power seemed quite weak. But in this fight, only one could lose, and Ron didn't want to be that one. Ron saw an enemy in front of him who deserved to die and gathered all his strength to kill him. Ron used a technique he only used in the toughest battles, even though he was only fighting one opponent. But it seemed Ron was too late, because the guy's speed was already incredible, which he had not yet realized. After all, the very next moment the guy cut off both of Ron's hands with one light swing of a sharp blade. Yes, it will now be much more difficult for this man to live without arms, and he will definitely not be able to use his powers. But the guy didn't feel sorry for him, because Ron himself had just tried to kill him. Ron immediately shouted to his brothers not to be afraid of the dark force and to enter the duel more boldly. He tried to convince them that the battle was not yet lost and they could win. After all, the enemy only had 3 strong mages, so they could win thanks to the fact that there were more of them. Although the end of the battle seemed clear, the fighters continued to fight, not daring to disobey the order of their leader. However, Nigel had enough strength for many more such attacks, and, putting his hand forward, he showed that he was ready for the next fight. One could only guess what trick this guy had prepared now. But Nigel didn't delay, and the brave man who stepped forward would never want to play such a joke on him again. After all, the daredevil saw a large dark spot underneath him, at first mistaking it for a pool of blood, but it was not so. But at that moment, dark creatures were already crawling out from under the ground, which were the main trump card in Nigel's sleeve. One of the creatures with burning eyes looked straight into the face of that daredevil, and he seemed to see death in front of him. The veins on his face bulged with horror, and the boy froze, unable to move from fear. And now the one they thought was just a fat man turned out to be a man who could summon dark creatures from the other world. In addition, each summoned creature was highly skilled with weapons and could cut down any of them with one blow. And so it happened, because the first daredevil, who called everyone to attack, immediately lost his head from a deft blow of the blade. There was no point in considering your opponent weak, especially if he was a master of necromancy. Nigel was exactly such an enemy, and he immediately ordered the death of everyone who dared to interfere with him. Immediately after this, a crowd of dark creatures chased after the surviving soldiers, who had no choice but to flee. This is probably what the elder gentleman was talking about when he told how his father died at the hands of traitors. After all, before his death, his father hired warriors from the Death Gate to protect his only son, and now these dark creatures were carrying out the order. Nigel had warned them that at the most important moment, powerful creatures from the other world would appear nearby. And now Logan remembered this. In return for this help, his father had taught them the art of the 12 Swords of Thunder, so now they were ready to repay him in kind. It became clear that the former leader made a great sacrifice to save his only son, giving the family heirloom to hired killers. The boy understood that the story was fiction, but he couldn't tell them otherwise about the revived skeletons. Using the phantom robe skill he had acquired at the previous level, he was able to cover the skeletons with black cloaks. So the guy had to come up with a story about his father on the fly, and in the end, it turned out pretty convincing. Now everyone saw mysterious dark creatures, under whose guise were hidden skeletons, summoned by Nigel with the help of necromancy. In the end, all the enemies were defeated, and Nigel hoped that this would raise the morale of the warriors of his faction. The boys truly saw a miracle and realized that their young leader was the strongest warrior on the continent. Now they could calmly celebrate their victory, knowing that no warrior from the enemy faction would dare to attack again. All that remained was to deal with those two scoundrels who had carried out this night raid on the settlement. He ordered his soldiers to go forward after the head of the Red Cloud faction leader, who was somewhere nearby. Without wasting any time, they went to where they hoped to meet the conspirators who had carried out the attack. Although the journey turned out to be longer than Nigel had first thought, they were ready to go any distance. After a long journey, Nigel finally saw ahead the goal they had been walking towards for so long. But once he got there and looked around, the guy realized that they were late. It seemed as if everyone had suddenly disappeared, and the place where he found himself reminded Nigel of the Valley of the Bloody Mist. However, it was even better this way, because without prying eyes, he could calmly use necromancy. These guys brought trouble upon themselves and didn't yet know what kind of meeting awaited them very soon. At this point, Dererick was beside himself with rage, and realizing that his plan had failed, he loudly slammed his fist on the table. He couldn't understand what had happened and why he no longer felt the influx of new mana. He couldn't believe that all his fighters were dead, and even the ice hand that one of them could use couldn't save them from death. This man's plan was thought out to the smallest detail, so it was hard to believe that it would turn into a complete failure. He hoped that by sending ancient curses on his enemies, he would quickly achieve his goals. This should have been enough to win, although he may have missed one important detail. After all, the eldest son Nigel became completely different after his rebirth, and from that moment on, everything in Dererick's life went topsy-turvy. It seemed that this young fat man had become a completely different person and was no longer a coward who would run away at the first sign of danger. Now all that was left for Dererick to do was to wipe out anyone who stood in his way. He no longer wanted to hide his real plans because if they failed, he would not survive anyway. For some reason, he was sure that no one on the entire continent would be able to defeat him as long as he had the power of the dark creatures from another world with him. But it was the man who was Dererick's biggest problem who was now slowly descending the stairs. He had long since learned of the enemy faction's secret hideout, and now he merely waved his hand in greeting to the enemies. As soon as he entered, he saw something that could surprise even him. He had suspected before that all these sectarians were psychopaths, but now, looking at the mummies, he was finally convinced of this. But it was unclear what the hell this old man was up to and why he needed to turn all these people into mummies. Dererick already guessed how this meeting could end and immediately offered Nigel a deal. He was ready to make this guy the head of his future clan and raise him to the very top in 3 months. But to do this, Nigel will have to prove his loyalty to the cult with the sword that Dererick threw to him. Nigel didn't yet understand Dererick's plan, but he wanted to know what this madman was really doing here. However, Dererick immediately saw something that made him change his mind about offering a deal. Instead of agreeing, Nigel threw the blade back at Dererick, narrowly missing his head. The guy had been putting up with Dererick's nonsense all this time, and realized that the only way to shut this bastard up was to throw a blade at him. Yes, no one would tolerate such an attitude, and Dererick was beside himself with rage after this prank. But things didn't end there, because the boy had a sacred blade in stock, which he had inherited from his father. Now Dererick understood why this brat had been acting so brazenly, because all this time he had simply been hiding behind the sacred relic. But even having mastered this pitiful art of his ancestor, Nigel could not count on defeating a magician like Dererick. It was just funny, and Dererick was determined to show the upstart his true power in order to finally pacify Nigel. And indeed, this sorcerer possessed a powerful ability, which he immediately used against the young opponent. Looking at this, the guy couldn't understand where this old man got so much strength from. However, he had at his disposal the same skeletons in black robes, ready to enter the battle. Summoning his dead knights, he directed them at the mummies that Dererick had already subdued. Each of these mummies also posed a serious threat, because the old man had managed to fill them with a large amount of mana. Here these creatures would be enough for a long battle, because Dererick managed to subjugate almost all of the former servants. Now they resembled a crowd of angry zombies, blindly following any order of the master. Although in this world the Walking Dead were called differently, the essence remained the same, and it was necessary to solve this problem quickly. Fortunately, all the creatures he summoned from the other world were ready to help the guy. However, Dererick had a huge army of zombies that knew neither fear nor pity. Now they had to fight a small group of skeletons, who in their past lives were the strongest warriors. If Dererick hadn't had the advantage in numbers, all those mummies would have been useless, but there were too many of them today. Even if the skeletons could easily deal with them, they could still lose if Nigel made even one mistake. While the duel was going on, Dererick mentally controlled his mummies from afar, holding them in place. His young opponent also had excellent control over the skeletons, who continued to strike blow after blow. Dererick immediately realized that this young brat had mastered the rare magic of chaos, although now it was completely useless. Even skeletons in black robes could use up all their mana, and then the outcome of the battle would be decided. That's what happened, which means that now the guy will no longer be able to give his warriors new energy. At that very moment, a crowd of zombies pounced on him, restricting all his movements. Then all the rest of Nigel's subjects found themselves in the center of the crowd of the dead, and the situation worsened with every minute. Looking at this, the guy was once again convinced that in order to defeat them, it was worth increasing the size of his army. If the fight continues like this, he will soon risk being left alone against a crowd of evil zombies and their leader. All this suggested that Dererick was just stalling for time, but the guy was ready to stop him. Having woken up, the old man began some kind of ritual and, most likely, was trying to distract Nigel's attention right now. At that moment, Nigel realized how to destroy everyone at once and used the power he had recently received. It was a very unexpected move, but the guy decided to sacrifice his skeletons and blow them up right in the middle of a crowd of zombies. Only now did Dererick understand what the boy's plan was. He was just waiting for the right moment. At that moment, Nigel activated the skeleton explosion, which was supposed to destroy all of Dererick's zombies. Everything the old man had worked on for the past few years turned to ashes right before his eyes. The secret place under the building where they were was illuminated by a bright light, and in a second, something irreparable was about to happen. There was such a powerful explosion that the entire building was shattered into small pieces, and there was no trace left of the zombies. When the smoke cleared a short time later, it turned out that each skeleton had fire protection, and they survived even after such a terrible explosion. Moreover, they covered with their bodies the young gentleman, who was securely hidden in the very center of their formation. It was a very risky move, but it was the only way Nigel could quickly get rid of the crowd of zombies. Although it was dangerous, the force of the explosion was enough to wipe out every zombie that obeyed that damned old man. By the way, I was wondering where that old man went and why the energy of his dark ritual dissipated. His mana reminded Nigel of the energy of the monsters he had destroyed in his past life. But as soon as he thought about the old man, Dererick's voice was heard in the distance, clearly not going to give up. It turned out that Dererick was much more cunning and took care of his safety in advance. Looking at him, Nigel understood that he was not dealing with an ordinary person, but with someone who had long been associated with dark forces. Now towering over him, Dererick was ready to use all the abilities that the dark force had given him. He was sure that he had seen everything that Nigel was capable of, and now he could easily get rid of this brat. Dererick warned that the Demon Lord himself had blessed him for the fight and given him such strong mana that not a single Nigel skeleton could resist. But to his surprise, the guy stood still and didn't even move, showing his readiness to continue the fight. Yes, there was not a shadow of doubt in the guy's eyes, and he looked at this smug old man with a slight smile. Dererick told an interesting story, but Nigel would have had something to say in response, too. Even though this psycho had mastered forgotten magic, his powers were unlikely to be enough to deal with Nigel after everything he had been through. Dererick was sure that the boy was just a pawn in his path, an obstacle that he could easily destroy. Dererick's energy resembled that of a dark mutant, although he didn't look like a monster at all. However, it didn't matter anymore, and Nigel was going to find out the truth right after he knocked all the nonsense out of this old man's head. Usually when Dererick used his full strength, his opponents would run away, but this guy was different. The old man's body didn't seem to change due to the monster's awakening, although Nigel didn't see a parasite in him. All that remained was to find out what other trump cards Dererick had in store and what he was capable of in a real fight. Yes, this boy was the most daring opponent in Dererick's entire life, and the old man closely watched his every move. At some point, Dererick realized that he was seriously afraid for his life, and for the first time, he was truly afraid of an ordinary person. Now Nigel had to learn the power of the Demon Lord's blessing, which he had given to Dererick at the beginning of his dangerous path. This old man could easily dissolve into thin air, disintegrating into small particles and turning into ashes. It was clear that he had possessed this ability for a long time and could use it in battle at any second. It was a very effective move, and Nigel was interested to see how Dererick would behave. Although Nigel understood that this was just a trick, and Dererick saved the main thing for later. And Nigel was not mistaken. The very next second he felt with the back of his head that Dererick was somewhere nearby. He immediately used the Bone Wall ability, which was supposed to quickly reveal where his opponent was hiding. Sharp bone wedges immediately grew out of the ground, with red blood spurting from their tips. It turned out that all this time Dererick, who had dissolved into thin air, was behind Nigel, and these wedges pierced his body right through. Immediately after this, Dererick became visible and could no longer use his invisibility advantage. For the first time in his life, Dererick saw his body being pierced through by several sharp wedges. Dererick was able to use his ability again without difficulty and began to quickly dissolve into the air, turning into ash. Dererick could use this ability as many times as he wanted, but Nigel was already prepared for a counter-move. Looking around, Nigel tried to figure out where Dererick was now. Nigel tried to determine Dererick's location from the barely audible rustling sound so he could use the bone wall again. Finally realizing that Dererick was on the left, Nigel prepared to use his ability again, which quickly showed where the old man was. Without even turning to face Dererick, Nigel once again caused the bone wall to rise from the ground. The old man's body was again pierced by dozens of sharp wedges, which this time pierced his arm. At this rate, Dererick would never be able to get close to Nigel, but instead would be hit with sharp wedges every time. With a smile, Nigel realized that his bone wall ability was much better than simply disappearing into thin air. If Dererick had been a little to the left, Nigel would have been able to gouge out his eye, after which he would hardly have been able to move so deftly. The old man could not understand how this young man managed to use such abilities, because Dererick's entire body was already covered with wounds from punctures by sharp wedges. Nigel explained that Dererick's movements could be easily detected by the mana fluctuations that left traces of his presence. Nigel just concentrated a little on it, and that's why he was able to easily pinpoint the location where Dererick was. Nigel spoke of it so easily, as if he had possessed this ability all his life, although Dererick knew that it was a very rare gift. But Dererick would never forgive Nigel for this humiliation and was ready to continue the fight. At some point, Dererick managed to not only disappear, but also split his body into tiny molecules. Millions of these molecules rushed towards Nigel to deliver a fatal blow. However, having chosen the right point, Dererick launched hundreds of red sharp projectiles at Nigel. Dererick hoped and was sure that Nigel would not be able to reflect all these projectiles, through which the vampire would be able to suck out all his blood. According to his plan, the shells were supposed to penetrate Nigel's body, after which the vampire could easily drink all his blood. And indeed, this whole hail of sharp red shells had already flown right up to Nigel, but he continued to stand still. Nigel knew full well that his barrier of dead souls, which instantly rose from the ground, would easily cope with this attack. Now all those blades of blood that Dererick had shot at him were completely useless. Since Dererick couldn't even hurt Nigel, he decided to drink the blood of his servants to deprive the guy of support. Opposite him, Dererick saw a squad of skeletons in black robes and chose them as his main target. Dererick tried to repeat the same trick and released his blades of blood at the skeletons. A hail of sharp red blades of blood rushed towards the skeletons, but they did not even move from their place, just like their master. In the end, all the blades hit the target right on target, because the skeletons did not have a barrier of dead souls like Nigel did. The blades dug deep into the skeletons' bodies, but not one of these fallen warriors even moved. Dererick was confident that by sucking all the energy out of them, he would be able to quickly restore his strength and heal the wounds. But Dererick was yet to learn that his blades had no effect on the skeletons under Nigel's command. They had no effect, but on the contrary, only increased the desire of every skeleton to cut off Dererick's head. Dererick could have fired his red blades at these warriors until the morning, but it would have brought nothing but disappointment. You can't suck blood from creatures that have long since lost it, because Nigel was in charge of people who had died hundreds of years ago. Only now did Dererick realize that none of his abilities would work in combat against this young faction leader. But Nigel's loyal subjects were ready to respond without waiting for their master's command. The very next second, one of the skeletons was the first to rush into attack, directing a stream of destructive energy at Dererick. Dererick realized that he couldn't just escape and decided to move to a place where the skeletons couldn't get him. At the last second, Dererick managed to move, and where he had just stood, only a trace of a shot of destructive energy remained. But the skeleton immediately chased after him, not wanting to leave this scoundrel unpunished. It was surprising, but Dererick really turned out to be a great fighter since he was able to move so deftly. He was able to guess the skeleton's flight path and change it as quickly as an experienced magician could. Although in the end, it still didn't help him, and soon the skeleton managed to deliver several precise and decisive blows. Nigel had known before that necromancy was the best ability of all, and now he was convinced of it once again. After all, without the help of his faithful servants, he himself would not have been able to defeat the experienced old sorcerer so easily. Perhaps it was just a temporary transition to another form, and the body lying on the ground was just a clone. However, looking down at the old man, Nigel realized that he was not as dexterous as he had first seemed. It was worth admitting that he fought poorly, and teleportation was his only worthwhile ability. Leaning towards the old man, Nigel warned that he could not be defeated with the simple mummies he had created. Now Dererick himself understood this perfectly well, although he realized it too late. Before his death, Dererick was ready to tell Nigel the truth about what fog teleportation really was. Nigel immediately recognized the old man's abilities because he had seen such blood spikes on one creature a long time ago. Now Nigel wanted to know how this scoundrel was able to use the power of the Vampire Lord and his main ability to create blood spikes. The Vampire Lord was a monster that could increase his strength and create servants by drinking the blood of his victims. This creature was a real monster and was always considered one of the most cruel and powerful monsters. But for Nigel himself, he was just a minor nuisance from his past life when he was a simple hunter. So Nigel immediately realized that Dererick was using the vampire powers he had seen before. In his past life, no ordinary person could use the powers of monsters, which means Dererick was not who he seemed. Rage and destruction were the main consequences for the people who became dangerous mutants. But it was ordinary people who suffered the most when someone tried to take away their life force. Even in his distant childhood, Nigel experienced horror when all his familiar brothers and sisters turned into a crowd of mutants. It was the most terrible memory from his childhood, one that Nigel never wanted to experience again. Usually monsters only used corruption mana, so it was strange that Dererick still somehow retained his sanity. It seems that Dererick entered a world beyond human understanding, and was only able to obtain the power of the Demon Lord in this way. Even before his death, Dererick confirmed Nigel's guess, saying that from the very beginning he served the demon for his sake. After 1,000 years of waiting, the demon finally chose Dererick as the one who could bring him back to life. Now Nigel understood what sect Dererick belonged to, remembering the group of demon worshippers that gathered at the highest mountain. But the thousands of years of waiting that Dererick spoke of could be in vain, because as long as Nigel is alive, he will not allow this to happen. And now, even from Dererick's body cut in half, Nigel was determined to extract all the valuable information. Grabbing Dererick by the neck and lifting him off the ground, Nigel demanded that he tell him everything he knew. But looking closely at his face, Nigel suddenly realized that he was not seeing a real old man, but some kind of creature with a mask instead of a face. He realized this from the piece of peeling fake skin that had been hiding the monster's true appearance all this time. And then, abruptly tearing the mask from his face, Nigel saw the true face of his main enemy. It was at this moment that Nigel became suspicious, realizing that everything that was happening around him was a lie. Looking into the face of the monster, Nigel realized that there was clearly some secret hidden here. Besides, Nigel had a strange feeling that Dererick had been leading him on all this time. And Nigel's instincts did not fail him, because a few seconds later he realized that the old man had turned him into a mummy, wrapping him in rags. Nigel clutched his head and dropped the old man's body, realizing that he had managed to deceive him. Then he felt very dizzy and lost track of what reality he was in. Most likely, all this time Nigel saw only fragments of the memory of the guy who was the previous owner of this body. But the real events had already happened in another place a long time ago, and there Dererick managed to achieve his goal. Dererick greeted Nigel with a smile, whom he had always considered a nobody and did not expect that he would gain such power after his return. Although it didn't matter now, because Nigel couldn't move, wrapped in rags from head to toe. The old man rang the bell loudly and announced that Nigel would now become the foundation of their future sect. At this point, Nigel began to come to his senses again, realizing that Dererick had used the ability of the illusionary room. It was as if he saw a picture of the future, the events of which had not yet happened. There were several ways these events could have played out, and in one of them, Nigel never inhabited this guy's body. Abruptly returning to the real world, Nigel wanted to know everything that this weak old man had hidden from him. The monster couldn't believe that Nigel was able to resist even this ability and return to the real world. Yes, someone had set a trap for his mind, which meant that this young faction leader was almost invincible. At that moment, the guy realized that he needed to quickly stop the destruction that Dererick had started a few seconds ago. When the guy let go of Dererick's body, it fell to the ground again, but the guy didn't want him to die so easily. He immediately put his hand on Dererick's head and tried to revive him with his power, but it was too late. It turned out that in this world there was someone stronger than him, who knew how to control his slaves, one of whom was once Dererick. And now the guy could only sit next to the dead body of this old man. There was no doubt that Dererick was a monster in human form. But what were the creatures of the bloody sect planning? Meanwhile, the fog began to clear and Logan ordered his men to find Nigel immediately. Luckily, they immediately found him next to Dererick's body, which was already lifeless. Everyone ran towards him at once with loud shouts, greeting their young leader. Today, their future leader has been through a lot, and Nigel has gained valuable experience that will help him in the future. The guys shouted loudly that the battle was over, and now they could safely celebrate their victory. This common victory united everyone even more for their long-standing goal, which was getting closer every day. No one doubted anymore that this guy was worthy of being the head of their faction, and everyone trusted him. Soon, in another world, a monthly meeting was being prepared, which was attended by many heavenly souls. Many of these souls were already very tired of the meetings, but no one could refuse to participate. Although the leader of the meetings was also very tired of this, he, as a soul, was obliged to follow what was happening on Earth. One of the souls immediately stated that the recent incident with Nigel was arranged by the Demon Lord himself and he needed to be punished. But the soul that had supported him for a long time asked others to watch their words and not insult the Demon Lord. As usual, a dispute began in the heavenly temple and the souls quarreled among themselves, just like people on Earth. However, there was an entity here that called for everyone to remain calm, reminding them that the meeting was taking place in the Demon Lord's domain. It was unclear why there were only 6 souls in the hall. Had the others forgotten about the meeting? However, it was time to begin, and the main theme was that things were going very badly for many people on Earth. Souls needed to intervene and maintain balance between the dark and light forces. Suddenly, one of the souls announced that she had a small problem. It was strange to hear about problems from a heavenly soul, but everyone became interested in what was going on. The problem was that the clan that this soul was responsible for had recently undergone a coup. The investigation revealed that the scouts were destroyed by a thunder bomb, and it was unclear which person had such power. Now it was necessary to find out as quickly as possible what harm this could cause to the souls themselves. A shaman participated in this conspiracy together with a detachment of warriors who entered into an alliance with him. But it became known that among them there was a guy who got his hands on a rare magic blade. It was this guy, Nigel, who stopped the coup that could have changed the future of all the factions. This unknown boy was able to defeat a real sorcerer, although that old man had long ago enlisted the support of the Dark Lord. However, it looked more like an accident that happened because of someone's mistake, and one of the souls was sure that the commander would soon fix everything. But she asked to take this seriously so that the affairs of the sect would remain a secret forever. Many agreed with her, believing that people should not have access to higher knowledge. At this point, it was time to end their monthly meeting, especially since the main issue had already been resolved. And now the soul set against this guy was just waiting for the right moment for its revenge. In fact, all this time she was a demon and did not want to maintain balance in the human world at all. But one of the souls had long suspected these changes and was ready to join the battle for humanity when the time came. A few days later, in all the bars of the settlement, the only thing they were talking about was the victory they had achieved over Dererick. The young men discussed how one of the clan's main houses had exploded, and the youngest son and his entire faction had gone missing. Many considered this to be a simple coup within the clan, as this often happens in a bloody struggle for power. It all started when 3 of the 4 clan faction leaders chose Nigel as the new leader. But Eugene did not agree with this. They set up an ambush where many warriors died, including the leader of the Small Clouds, but one person defeated all the rebels. It was the eldest heir of the Nigel clan who unexpectedly revealed his fighting talent and called upon the energy of the storm to help. In the end, Dererick was destroyed by a thunder bomb hidden right in the Red Cloud's mansion. However, to the guy, All these stories seemed like fiction, because such a decrepit martial art was not capable of such destruction. His friend laughed in response, saying that he himself did not believe these fabrications and considered them rumors spread by people from the faction. But at that moment, two strong guys appeared behind him who could no longer tolerate insults directed at their leader. Turning around, the guy couldn't understand why these two had approached him and what they didn't like about his words. They hardly wanted to continue the conversation here, so they asked the guy to go outside. The conversation with this guy had to be short, because this scoundrel had allowed himself too much. The boys quickly threw him to the ground, although they did not want to seriously injure him or disgrace the name of their leader. He immediately understood why they were treating him like that, and with tears in his eyes began to ask them to forgive him for all the stupid things they had said. No one is allowed to insult the young master, and if the guy continues to talk nonsense, he can say goodbye to his life. Then they simply let him go, realizing that this was enough for him to learn the main thing. It was known that the Eugene clan was spreading bad rumors about their faction, and it seemed to be true. It turns out that Nigel's name was on everyone's lips, and the warring clans were ready to attack at any moment. But these guys didn't care what others thought, because their faith in their leader was stronger than ever. At this time, Jacob was just leaving the chambers of his young master, which were guarded around the clock by two guards. The skeletons, dressed in black robes, did not move a step away from the door behind which Nigel had been standing for a long time. Finally, the clan leader was safe, and Jacob believed that the long-awaited peace had come to the settlement. Jacob was not wrong. Nigel continued to improve his skills and also worked hard to train his body. He no longer looked like the fat man he had been a couple of months ago, and his appearance had noticeably changed. However, Nigel did not forget about magic, because the Bloodsect spies were everywhere and it was impossible to relax. Immediately after defeating Dererick, the previous owner of Nigel's body replaced the memories of the surviving guys from the Red Clouds. Despite the huge expenditure of mana, he had to use a new skill for manipulating memories to prevent these people from revealing the existence of the Blood Sect. It was clear that this sect was a very cruel group, and its people would kill anyone who spoke out. In any case, Nigel has gained time, and now the cultists will only target him, not the entire clan. In addition, thanks to the ability of Shadow Whisper, he could, as before, eavesdrop on the conversations of enemies. Thanks to this invisible dark force, the guy penetrated into the most secluded corners, hidden from prying eyes. Without this ability, he would not be able to learn about changes in the warring factions so quickly. Moreover, he could not just eavesdrop in one place, but cast this spell on 200 clan members at once. All this was possible thanks to the Vampire Lord's Stone, which contained a huge amount of mana. It was hard to understand why Dererick dropped the Monster Stone, but it was this relic that helped Nigel establish surveillance so quickly. Since the Blood Sect was such a secretive group, they wouldn't attack openly, which meant the guy still had time to prepare. He needed to become much stronger, so he couldn't stop training even for a day. Carefully opening the door, he quietly ordered the guards not to let anyone into his chambers until he gave permission. He then quickly opened a pocket dimension to take out several valuable magical items from there. The system responded quickly, and a dark, magical vortex appeared in front of the guy, from the center of which he needed to get several relics. Of course, this ability also took a lot of energy, and Nigel had to constantly monitor himself so as not to lose consciousness. But after a few more minutes, the void between dimensions he had created was ready for use and obeyed the guy. Then he saw the handle of the object that had first appeared from that void between dimensions and was now available to Nigel. This magical scythe was a mysterious artifact used in battle by ancient warriors. It was the first time Nigel had held this ancient weapon in his hands, but it felt like he had been fighting with it for hundreds of years. Now it was necessary to find out what element controlled this weapon and what ability was hidden inside the scythe. He had the idea to try to pour his mana, the Eastern Sage's mana, and divine lightning into the scythe at the same time. Nigel had used multiple types of mana at once more than once, and it usually produced excellent results. But what he saw amazed even this guy who had already seen a lot in life. He seemed to sense the weapon's feelings and realized that this mysterious scythe was angry. It became clear that this was a very powerful weapon with its own character. It could even be called alive. The natural power stored within the scythe increased many of Nigel's abilities tenfold. Although Nigel received this weapon, it did not obey him immediately, and he needed to think about how to restore the spent energy. However, he decided to do this later because he hadn't even learned how to use a sword properly. He had learned so many skills lately that he needed to take care to conserve his energy. And now you could just start increasing your combat power, since it usually took less mana. Finally, he will be able to call upon his faithful servants from the interdimensional void, who have already helped him out more than once. Looking into the darkness at the center of the vortex, Nigel knew that the skeletons were his main support. He then commanded the dead warriors to appear in this world and swear to serve him forever. The dead warriors did not keep him waiting, and a moment later, the guy saw their figures appearing from the void. Now nothing prevented him from practicing necromancy, because the doors were reliably guarded by the same skeletons. If Nigel could raise the level of each of his skeletons to the very limit, then he could engage in battle with the leader of the blood sect even today. He now had more than 20 mid-level skeletons at his disposal, and their power could be compared to that of a large army. In the chief of these dead warriors, he immediately recognized the man whom he had recently defeated in battle. Now all these people who recently tried to kill him have joined his immortal army of skeletons. However, if he is seen using magic, then everyone he meets will want to kill him, and they will be right. Simply turning fallen enemies into new skeletons would be a waste of time. Something else had to be thought of. He continued to sit next to the interdimensional portal, but nothing else came to his mind, because he had already used all his skills. Sprawled comfortably on the bed, Nigel wanted nothing more than to just fall asleep, although he knew there was no time for that. Rest could wait, but for now, it was time to put a pillow under my head for meditation. Yes, it was time for the most important thing, because the guy still didn't know the details of Eugene's connection with the Dark Sect. In order to learn as much as possible about the Blood Sect, he needed to restore the memories of the previous owner of this body as soon as possible. These memories immediately brought to mind the image of Dererick, who wanted to make the young leader of the group his obedient doll. By separating a part of his soul, he could enter the projection of his mental world and finally see what had previously been hidden. When he used this ability, his appearance immediately changed, and some new power or personality appeared inside the guy. And then he suddenly felt that he could easily leave his body, and his soul began to slowly rise from his physical shell. Within a second, Nigel was hovering above his own body, looking down at his room. He had a creepy feeling that he had crossed a forbidden line, but it was too late to retreat. It seemed to him that he might end up back in a place from which he could not escape, but there was no other way to find out the truth. After all, if he gives in to fear right now, then fear will instantly consume him, and the guy will no longer be able to repeat this attempt. So, plucking up his courage, he quickly rushed into his own body to find himself at the center of the mental projection. The next second, he opened his eyes abruptly, feeling as if he had split into two and was two people at the same time. After all, that Nigel, who had been lying on the bed all this time, also remained conscious, although this body also had difficulty obeying him. But his soul sank to the very bottom of memories, and now he has access to the information that the previous owner of the body learned. His physical body was still functioning, but Nigel's head was splitting as if from a severe headache, and his soul remained in the place where the guy was about to meet himself. The place looked like an empty, cold land, and there was not a soul around. Looking down at his feet, he suddenly realized that the reflection below did not at all resemble the face of the person he now was. It became clear that he had entered a time-space that related to the time before his death in the real world. And below him, looking back at him, was the reflection of that guy, that Nigel he had been before his rebirth. Then the reflection began to blur, and he could hardly see the features of his face. Since childhood, he moved from one orphanage to another because Nigel's parents died in a monster attack. One day, he was finally taken into a family by kind people, and his adoptive father was even able to replace his biological father. For some time, everything went well, and the boy even managed to forget that trouble and the loss of his parents. But one day the monsters attacked again, and the boy had to flee, leaving his father to be eaten by the monsters. Since then, he swore to take revenge on these creatures and protect peaceful people to the last. At that time, he entered into an agreement with an organization where there were many hunters and with whose help he could achieve his goal faster. This businessman perfectly understood the feelings of the guy, who was ready to destroy the monsters that attack the earth even for free. It was strange why Nigel saw these memories of the last seconds of his past life right here and now. At that moment, he suddenly heard a familiar voice, which belonged to Nigel himself. Turning around abruptly, he saw the man who was the owner of his new body and seemed glad to see them. In fact, this guy's name was Thomas, and before Nigel appeared in his body, it was Thomas who was the real young master and his father's heir. Everything was so confused that even in Nigel's thoughts there was someone else who could easily read his thoughts. Most likely, Thomas had been quietly hiding in Nigel's head all this time, and now he decided to return his body. However, the guy mentally said that he was not going to cause harm, but only came to help. He didn't want anything in return. He just wanted to finish what he started. It seemed that he did not want any harm, and the guy clearly felt the true feelings of the previous owner of the body. At first, Thomas wanted to give Nigel what he was looking for and was going to do it right now. And then suddenly a deep crack appeared between them, dividing the place into two parts. It turned out that in this world of thoughts, the laws of the ordinary world did not apply, and Thomas could control everything around him. And right now they stepped forward and found themselves at the very bottom of this place in thoughts, where Nigel was supposed to find out the truth. First of all, it was necessary to start from the very day when he first woke up in this body after his death in the previous world. In the mirror in front of him, he saw the appearance of that young guy, as he was in the first second when he woke up. Then, as if looking at pictures, he began to remember his whole life and the battles in which he had taken part. His faithful servant Jacob actually cried with grief when he saw with his own eyes the body of his young master. The same could not be said for Eugene, who only smiled as he looked at the body of his slain enemy. There was now no doubt that it was Eugene who was connected with the murder of Thomas and his father. On the day of Thomas's funeral, something split the world into two timelines, one of which Nigel still finds himself in. These were two different versions of the same world, which had a common history but different futures. Nigel had long understood that the reason for this was the object that he held right in his hands, and it was the solution to all the mysteries. Thomas didn't expect to see a red stone in the guy's hands and realized that Nigel had achieved a lot in a short time. The future he saw was just a memory of what the previous owner of this body, Thomas, had experienced. But now the guy clearly understood what he needed to do, and, without wasting time, stepped straight into the portal between the worlds. However, Thomas finally warned that Nigel would later regret this decision and he should stop before it was too late. After all, fear could take hold of him, and Nigel would have to live in torment and suffer from insomnia for the rest of his life. However, it was clear from the guy's appearance that he was not afraid of his fear and was ready to look it straight in the eyes. In his memories, Nigel saw that Dererick considered Thomas a talentless piece of trash that he wanted to give a new life to. Of course, Nigel couldn't control this guy's body, but he could see his whole life from the first to the last minute. At that moment, he was about to transform into the creature that would become the main weapon in the hands of the blood sect. It was Dererick who brought Thomas back from the dead to force him to serve him. He looked completely different. His entire body was wrapped in the same bandages that were on the bodies of dried mummies. It was like raising a dead man, and Thomas could even think for himself, but he felt completely different. And then Dererick ordered his doll to fall asleep, and the boy's eyes began to slowly close. After a few seconds, he no longer understood where he was and was completely at the mercy of this sorcerer. When he woke up, he realized that he was standing in front of a soldier from his own group after he had killed all of his former men. Thomas didn't want to do these terrible things, but Dererick whispered a spell and ordered him to kill everyone left. Yes, the guy would have liked to cut his own throat at that moment, but instead he carried out this terrible order, and all these innocent people died at his hand, and Thomas became the one who carried out this terrible massacre. This guy was then nicknamed the White-Eyed Demon, from whose empty eye sockets red blood always oozed. About 2 years passed after that day, and the previous ruling clan lost power and was replaced by another. One day, the head of the new ruling group received the very same guy who was the main instrument for the murders. It was hard to believe that the best killer was someone who had never even known how to hold a sword. And even if this guy was now a servant of their sect, his eyes were still full of pride, just like before. Looking at him, the man asked Dererick again if he could completely control his mind. He immediately replied that there was no reason to worry, and that Thomas had been completely obedient to him for a long time. This was good news, but there was also something that slightly spoiled their joy of victory. After all, among the other groups there were still several leaders who continued to resist and fight. At that moment, still in Thomas's memories, Nigel realized that this guy was completely broken. He had long since seen all the horrors that Thomas had caused in the village and understood how hard it was for him to bear. No one in his place would have survived such a test and would not have been able to live with the memories that he himself always tried to forget. For example, once he even had to kill a man who was his only assistant. This assistant was Lucas, who protected him until the last second, but died at the hands of Thomas himself. Of course, Thomas didn't mean to harm him, but his mind was completely controlled by Dererick. From the outside, it seemed that he was full of rage, although in reality, he only wished death on himself. However, he carried out this order as well, because the last leader of the faction, who still continued to fight, died by his sword. Every time he killed someone, he gained new powers and became even stronger. He took the soul from the body of every person he killed, and these souls gave him new strength. At one point, it seemed like he couldn't handle the amount of mana that was collected in his body. If only he could regain control of his mind, he could easily take revenge on Dererick and all his minions. This power resembled the secret energy of a man who had received the abilities of a god. Yes, the guy had already achieved a lot, but he continued to serve the sorcerer, who did not want peace for the settlement at all. Although deep down, Thomas knew that he could free himself if he found a way to control his body. Until then, he had to shed blood and kill innocent people. He knew that after death, he would have to answer for every murder and every sin he committed, but he simply had no other fate. However, he swore to avenge everyone who died by his sword while acting under Dererick's curse. And now, after several years, the guy managed to free himself and regain control over his body. However, the Blood Sect had already achieved its goal by that time, using Thomas for this purpose. All the people in the settlement, even the unarmed ones, were killed by the sect's soldiers. And now the surviving settlers only watched as the main building, where the leaders of their faction used to be, burned to the ground. That same evening, 8 sect commanders gathered in the square to welcome the demon god. This ritual was conducted by a man in a terrible demonic mask called the Red Priest. It seemed to him that all his dreams had come true, and the destruction of the settlement was a wonderful sight. None of his commanders doubted the overall success, and each one, bending his knee, was ready to carry out any order. And the priest continued to say that the world would be saved as soon as all people were destroyed. And the main murder weapon was still considered to be Thomas, who was no longer an obedient puppet. The boy gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, ready to do what he had been preparing for the past few years. Breaking free from the crowd, he rushed straight towards the degenerate who controlled his mind. It was hard to believe that the guy suddenly stopped obeying the priest's magic and was ready to take revenge for every nightmarish day. Surely he somehow managed to get rid of the curse, and now all his power was directed against them. None of the 8 commanders could do anything anymore, and the final word remained with the high priest. It was he who had to take the blow from the guy with the sword, whose eyes were full of fury. But the leader of the sect calmly remained in place and looked from under his mask at Thomas walking towards him. There was no longer any doubt that the guy controlled his body. But how did he manage it? Although it didn't matter now, because in a second they would meet face to face. Swinging his sword wide, the boy hoped to finish off the sect leader with one blow. At the edge of the hellish cliff where they stood, a bright white flash suddenly appeared after a huge amount of mana was released. But even this did not help Thomas, and the priest, with a slight movement, grabbed his sword by the blade with his bare hand. Then he easily broke the sword, as if it were not a formidable weapon, but fragile crystal. Thomas immediately realized that this was not an ordinary person in front of him, but a creature that received power directly from the demon god. However, the guy was not going to give up, and pushing off the ground hard, prepared for a new attack. Now nothing could stop him, and he was ready to unleash all the rage that had accumulated within him on the priest. But the next second, the priest cut off both of Thomas's hands with one movement, destroying his hopes of saving the world. The priest could have strangled the brat with one hand, but he wanted to do one more thing before enjoying his death. The Red Priest was curious to know exactly how Thomas managed to free himself from his control. He found it amusing to watch the suffering of this guy, who in his eyes remained the same arrogant bastard he had been before. But no matter how hard the worms try, they will forever remain miserable creatures, because that was their fate. Nigel continued to watch these memories, and it was painful for him to see his predecessor suffering. Moreover, the priest did not stop there and wanted to sacrifice Thomas to his demon god. Having said these words, the priest pierced Thomas's body with one movement, ending his earthly life. At the same time, Thomas's soul was still there, watching the last minutes of his earthly life. At that moment, he saw a bright light from the portal between the worlds in the distance and realized that Nigel was returning. The guy had already found out everything he wanted, and now he didn't have a single question left. It was a difficult test for Nigel, because not everyone can see the horrors of the past with their own eyes. It was Thomas who experienced everything that Nigel saw. For the first few seconds, the guy just lay on the ground, coming to his senses. But then he suddenly raised his head and vowed to take revenge on these crazy sectarians at any cost and fix everything. In fact, The fanatics of the Blood Sect wanted to destroy the world in order to supposedly cleanse it. Their red-masked high priest was Nigel's main enemy and his #1 target. It was he who dealt so cruelly with Thomas when he woke up and removed the binding curse from himself. But even after death, Thomas's soul remained as fearful as it had been in life. Nigel was irritated that the guy was afraid even after death, because it was time for him to pull himself together and become braver. These words made the boy think, although Thomas was still worried about his revived body. Nigel always knew that only weaklings give up when the going gets tough, and he wasn't one of them. And if this was just Thomas's childish fear, then the boy should have known that only cowards are afraid like that. And even though Nigel wasn't as strong as he used to be, 5 years would be enough for him to become stronger than the leader of the sectarians. As Thomas expected, Nigel was very different from him and was much braver than Thomas himself had been in life. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Nigel was ready to deliver those all-important words of encouragement that Thomas needed to hear. Now his heart, which had once stopped, began to beat again, and Thomas placed all his hopes on Nigel. Nigel couldn't understand what Thomas's soul was saying and why it had suddenly changed so much. And then he noticed how Thomas's soul began to slowly melt into the air and realized that their meeting was ending. It turned out that Thomas was not just leaving this world, but turning himself into pure energy. And now he was going to give Nigel the rest of his soul so that he could complete their common work. The guilt over the people killed by his sword did not allow Thomas to act differently. Knowing this, Nigel was ready to accept Thomas's entire soul and merge it with his new body. Then he suddenly opened his eyes and realized that only a few minutes had passed, although it seemed to him as if he had been meditating for more than 2 years. His face was wet with sweat, but the boy understood that the meditation had not been in vain. He had never seen anything like it, and only Thomas's memories helped him understand everything. In addition, the system gave him several new abilities that will be useful in battles. However, this was only the beginning, because the leader of the sect probably already guessed about the changes in Nigel's life. The Red Priest could have turned all of Nigel's loyal men into his puppets, but Nigel had to stop him. The leaders of this sect usually slowly penetrated everywhere and spread their influence among all groups. The sect had 8 commanders in total, and they could now control every group in the settlement. Nigel quickly managed to find out the identity of one of the commanders, who was the guy in the mask. This man's name was Richard. He was one of the 8 commanders of the sect and was popularly known as the Tyrant of the Black Heavens. It was Richard who was Nigel's main target, because this scoundrel controlled all the other commanders. If necessary, Nigel could remove it right now, but for now he was in no hurry. Until the leaders of the friendly groups regained their former strength, it was better not to risk and not to oppose Richard. Meanwhile, that same night, somewhere far away in the mountains, Nigel's squad, together with the commander, was walking through a dark forest. Already on the way, the soldiers suspected something was wrong, although they did not yet know who they would have to face. The squad leader was with them, and many of the fighters were preparing for the fact that they would have to fight that night. Commander Zack knew they would reach the location in about 6 hours and was looking forward to it. After the bloody massacre carried out by the Red Cloud faction, the Zack clan had no work at all. At this point, his thoughts were interrupted by his assistant, who suggested that Zack make a stop here and continue on his way in the morning. The assistant was right, and Zack immediately ordered the men to set up camp right there. The little girl who was walking with them to the settlement immediately offered Zack something to eat and gain strength. However, Zack replied that he was fine and that the others needed to be fed first. The head chef immediately noted that this sweet girl was their best assistant, worth a whole group of students. She was always so cheerful and kind that everyone loved her very much and had long since gotten used to her. Since there weren't enough people, we had to ask even girls for help. Otherwise, the journey would have been much more difficult. But then the commander heard a rustling sound in the bushes and looked back to where it was coming from. He immediately decided that there was an intruder nearby and that he needed to take people to a safe place as quickly as possible. Quickly putting out the lights, Zack was ready to face the intruder who was threatening his people. Gathering his best warriors behind him, he shouted loudly in the direction where there was still only dark emptiness. But then, from the shadows, a man he had known well for a long time slowly emerged. This guy named Roderick was the deputy leader of the enemy clan and his main heir. Zack was not happy to meet a man from his former clan, to whom he had not obeyed for a long time. Roderick's assistant immediately said loudly that they were here for the same reasons as Zack and his men. In that case, Roderick suggested that they move on, saying that he saw many places for a camp along the way. Looking at each other, Roderick's assistant and Roderick himself realized that Zack was even more naive than they said. Roderick would never pass up the opportunity to take advantage of the camp that Zack's faction had set up here long ago. It seemed that they wanted not only to spend the night in their tents, but also to eat all their food supplies. Roderick repeated once again that he wanted to set up camp right here, and it would be better not to interfere with Zack. If it had been anyone else in Roderick's place, Zack would have cut his throat long ago, but he couldn't do it. After all, this unpleasant guy really had a lot of influence and had long received the support of the faction leader. Roderick continued to insist on his own, and it became clear to everyone that he would not back down. However, Zack understood that this was complete stupidity, because two warring factions could not settle in the same camp. Roderick's assistant warned Zack not to dare speak so disrespectfully to the deputy leader of the clan and to hold his tongue. But wasn't it stupid to demand respect when the lives of his people depended on Zack? At that moment, Roderick suddenly remembered that he had recently seen this guy, Zack's assistant, somewhere. And he was not mistaken, because Zack himself had recently heard about a clan that wanted to take away their missions, and Roderick was probably involved in this. With a wide grin, Roderick stated that their horses were very tired and asked Zack to show a little respect to his colleagues. Yes, this sly fellow suddenly changed his tone, and instead of making demands, he politely asked Zack for a favor. With a trembling voice, Zack's subordinate replied that two clans could not set up camp in the same place because it was against the rules. After these words, Roderick boiled with rage, declaring that he didn't care about all these stupid rules. All his anger, together with a stream of destructive force, fell upon the unfortunate man who dared to object to him. This power would be enough to kill him if Roderick himself really wanted it. The man also understood this perfectly well and only hoped that this fate would pass him by. Of course, he also had magical power, but it was useless to use it against Roderick, so he had to just endure this blow, hoping that Roderick would come to his senses at the last moment. It's good that Zack was nearby and stood next to his man, not leaving him alone. Now, it seemed, no one would dare to drive Roderick out of this place, and he would finally be able to rest a little. There were still 6 hours left to the meeting point, so Zack didn't want to risk the lives of his people. Now that Roderick had permission to stay, he decided to take some coal from Zack's camp. And Zack himself, looking after them, realized that this guy was up to something. Turning to his young disciple, he ordered him to take the fastest horse and rush immediately to the clan building. The apprentice was supposed to inform the leader that a battle with Roderick's clan was possible soon and ask for urgent reinforcements. Yes, it seemed that the fight was inevitable, and now a lot depended on this young guy. He ran as fast as he could into the depths of the forest, hoping that there would be at least one horse capable of galloping home. If his father and other clan members arrived here, together they would be able to cope with even a sudden attack. However, within a few hours, it became clear that Zack's group's problems had only just begun. The kind girl who had been diligently helping the cooks now stood before Roderick with her head bowed. This scoundrel even put the blade of his sword to her shoulder, confident that this girl was a thief. And since her owner was Zack, Roderick wanted to immediately find out where the girl had put the ice jade she had stolen from him. But she said with tears in her eyes that she had not taken any ice jade and did not understand what they were talking about. However, the blue ice jade recently disappeared from Roderick's carriage, just as this girl was climbing out of the bushes nearby. For Roderick, everything was clear, and he was sure that under the cover of night she stole his ice jade from the cart. But everyone knew that she was a good girl who would never touch other people's things. If so, Roderick should have let the child go and put away his blade, because Zack's patience was running out. Roderick's assistant insisted that they should take this girl with them and interrogate her in the presence of the elders. There were still 2 hours left before help arrived, and Zack had to make a difficult decision. They could have simply paid them for the stolen jade, and then the girl would have been released immediately. Otherwise, blood would be shed here, and Roderick was the one who would carry out this massacre. But at that moment, a stone suddenly flew out of the darkness of the forest and very quickly hit his hand. Not understanding what had happened, Roderick suddenly grabbed his hand where the sharp stone had hit. The boys turned sharply towards the bushes, from where a stone was thrown at Roderick, hitting the target right on target. Although the girl was still afraid, she already understood that salvation was very close. And indeed, a man appeared from the darkness, slowly walking into the light with his horse. It was Nigel. He heard loud voices from afar and wanted to stop this conflict. The clan leader was here much faster than Zack thought, which meant that all the problems would be solved now. The only thing that remained unclear was how Nigel managed to get into this forest so quickly. After all, he appeared 2 hours earlier than Zack expected, and for an ordinary person, such speed was simply incredible. Besides, Nigel's horse looked strange. Its eyes glowed with a red, ominous light, as if it were dead. As he passed by, Nigel asked them to stop staring at him and asking unnecessary questions. Moreover, now it was necessary to calm the girl who was still trembling with fear. It was this scoundrel, Roderick, who was guilty of everything that happened and deserved only one fate. Now Zack stood next to his leader, ready to protect the child at any cost. Nigel knew they had scared the girl to death and asked how she was feeling. But from her look, everything was clear without words, and she was happy to see Nigel in front of her. Now she could fear nothing, because next to the clan leader, nothing threatened her. That's why he came here, hearing loud children's screams from afar. Looking at how much Nigel had changed, Roderick couldn't understand how he had managed to lose weight so quickly. Roderick's assistant, who noticed the violation, found it difficult to contain his anger. After all, the person who threw the stone attacked the leader of their faction and could pay for it with his life. In response to these words, Nigel threw a stone at Roderick's feet, and it was difficult to understand what he had in mind. Of course, Roderick knew that Nigel was very influential in the village, but he could not silently tolerate this insolence. In addition, many have heard about this ice jade, which Roderick accused the girl of stealing. Although Roderick and his assistant thought this was complete nonsense, because Nigel could not know about their family heirloom. This relic could only be obtained from the shells of underwater creatures that lived in the darkest depths. And if Nigel was trying to bring down the price with his lies, Roderick immediately suggested that he abandon these attempts. Suddenly, Nigel asked one of Roderick's men if he had an extra flask with him. And indeed, the man had a flask hanging from his belt, which he quickly took off and gave to Nigel. Even those who live by the sea did not know the special property of jade that Nigel knew. After all, if you add alcohol to it, jade will give an unusual reaction that Roderick had never heard of. Traces of jade turn purple from alcohol, and this color lasts for a whole day. To prove whether the girl had touched the ice jade, all that was needed was to pour alcohol on her hands. After this, the girl put her palms forward and everyone saw that her hands were completely clean. But this evidence did not convince Roderick that the girl was not guilty of the theft. However, this was the absolute truth, and since the girl was not guilty, it would be possible to pour alcohol on the hands of Roderick's people. For example, Nigel noticed one of Roderick's servants in the distance and offered to pour alcohol on his hands. Everyone, as one, loudly demanded that this be done immediately, to make sure that Nigel was right. The servant looked scared, and apparently he had something to hide. But without even waiting for the check, Roderick suddenly swung his sword at the servant, ready to kill him on the spot. Most likely, Roderick saw through Nigel's plan and did not allow him to gain the upper hand in front of everyone. It was hard to believe that Roderick was so cruel that he was ready to kill his own people. Then, turning to Nigel and Zack, Roderick said that there was a misunderstanding between them and suggested that they resolve everything peacefully. However, Roderick had not yet paid for the disrespect he had shown Nigel a few minutes ago, and Nigel wanted to get that payment right now without delay. No one even noticed how quickly Nigel appeared next to Roderick and swung his blade just once. With this swing, Nigel punished Roderick for false accusations against the girl, and in an instant he lost his hand. Yes, it was a terrible sight, although everyone understood that Roderick had long deserved it. Nigel forgot to mention that he takes payment in advance, and Roderick recently became his debtor. Of course, he apologized for his impatience, but now he didn't have time to wait long. Besides, if this scoundrel himself stole the jewel in order to then blame it all on the girl, then a severed hand was the fairest punishment. When Roderick found himself in the infirmary on his clan's territory, his father immediately came to him, dropping all his business. The treatment was already finished, and he asked all the servants to leave the chambers, leaving him alone with his son. His son screwed up again, doing something Scott didn't even tell him to do and losing his arm for it. The entire settlement is already talking about the ice jade, which means the boy has revealed their main family secret. After all, another clan was also looking for this treasure, and if it weren't for Roderick, they wouldn't have had to hide the jade in another place now. Then he looked menacingly at his general, who knew from the start that everything would go down the drain. The man bowed his head, saying that he was the only one to blame for everything that happened. However, now this was no longer important, and Scott urgently needed to regain the sect's trust. This will not be easy to do either, and if their closest allies do not believe them, they will be left without support. But Scott responded by getting angry again, ordering them to simply do what he said. However, the general reminded that the clan's reputation had been rapidly declining for a long time, so they needed to act more carefully. Their reputation meant nothing to Scott, because this world only remembers the winners. And if, with the help of their allies, they regain their former influence, then their reputation will immediately improve. At the same time, Nigel called an emergency meeting to which the leaders of all factions were summoned. The guy named the destruction of Scott's clan as the main goal of the next 6 months, and everyone was ready to carry out this order without any arguments. The best warriors were to be temporarily released from service and given separate quarters so that they could rest. And now Nigel wanted to turn to the Cossack, who recently dared to stand up for the girl in the forest. The Cossack understood that he had told Roderick too much and had certainly revealed his true attitude towards his clan. Moreover, he set up his camp where their enemies were supposed to pass, and Nigel advised him not to do that again. The boy apologized to his young master because he had not thought it through properly before stopping. Nigel asked directly why the Cossack had done this and set up camp in the forest right on the way. The guy didn't know what to answer to this question, although at that moment he thought that it was the right decision. However, from that moment on, it was Nigel who took full responsibility for the actions of the clan members, so it was not worth anyone else taking on too much. And yet it was good that Kazakh trusted him until the very end and protected this unfortunate girl until the last minute. After these words, the Cossack knelt down in front of his leader, realizing that he was the main savior of the child. From that moment on, he was ready to obey Nigel in everything, who was ready to protect each of the faction members even at the cost of his life. For the first time in his life, Matteo saw the guy so inspired and was glad that he was ready to serve under Nigel. Yet it was unclear to the advisor how this young man knew about the precious ice jade. In fact, Nigel knew this from Thomas's memories, in which he had been for a long time. Moreover, with the help of his ability, he managed to eavesdrop on the conversation of representatives of the enemy clan and find out everything in advance. But now it was impossible to attract unnecessary attention to themselves, so the faction leaders should simply carry out his instructions. The advisor merely reminded them that their money was quickly running out, since there had been no new orders from the emperor for a long time. Each of the faction leaders knew this very well, and no one wanted to believe the worst. After all, no matter how loyal these subordinates are, they will not work where they are not paid. Yet the situation was not as bad as they thought, and there was something Nigel wanted to tell them. After these words, everyone looked at the guy at once, trying to hear his next words. And he suddenly said that if they did everything right, they would not be threatened with ruin, but on the contrary, they would replenish the treasury. Yes, it was unexpected, because right now the empire was in a deep crisis, and was it possible to get rich at such a time? Even the advisor, who was good at managing money, didn't know of any such method. The next day, a member of the reconnaissance group was on a mission in the attic of an inconspicuous shop. His telescope was only slightly visible from the window, and through it he carefully examined his target. It was a young girl who had been in this place for a long time but could not really see anything. Having folded up her telescope, she was ready to return to base and complete the mission. And yet this girl named Victoria had long suspected that something important was being hidden from her, and even her superiors were already aware of all the affairs. At that moment, she heard some noise nearby and turned around sharply. It turned out that all this time there was a young man next to her, who had quietly crept up very close. The girl had already asked him more than once to warn her before entering so as not to frighten her. Smiling, Leslie apologized, explaining that he had not meant to scare his partner. Right now, it was especially important to adhere to the internal regulations and act according to the rules taught in the intelligence school. The guy wasn't going to argue, but he had one small request for her. He suggested that we interrupt the service for a while and go have a bite to eat somewhere cozy. The guy thought that the main problem was that people forgot to eat on time because they themselves had not eaten anything in the morning. At this rate, one could die of hunger, especially since the guy's stomach was already growling loudly throughout the attic. The girl had to agree, and Leslie cheerfully suggested not to waste a minute. Soon they found themselves in a square where there was an inconspicuous place. To avoid being identified, the young men wore masks made of human skin when they went out into the open. However, the girl constantly thought that all the recent disappearances of people were somehow connected and led to one place. Since their squad was not tasked with finding the truth, she decided to find out everything herself. After all, if the criminal manages to hide the kidnapping, then all the other residents will suffer. Suddenly, she thought that among the suspects was Nigel, who had changed dramatically after waking up. This guy, previously cowardly and inconspicuous, unexpectedly won a duel against a strong opponent. Victoria believed that Thomas's strange death and all subsequent disappearances were somehow connected with Nigel. Suddenly, she offered to hire him as a guard for Nigel, which Leslie did not expect at all. He tried in every way to dissuade her, reminding her that women were never taken into the guards. Besides, she definitely wouldn't be able to disguise herself as a man, so the guy didn't like the idea right away. Moreover, her shoulders were broader than many men's, so if you think about it, it was worth a try. But he shouldn't have said that, because such words would have offended any girl. If he continues to joke like this, he risks getting a strong slap in the face, although the girl can choose a place to hit that is much more painful. This is not the first time that Leslie said something without thinking, especially in the presence of his partner. Then he suddenly fell to his knees and pointed his finger towards where the guard recruitment point was. Turning around, she actually saw a whole crowd of people gathered around the sign. All these people wanted to get into Nigel's service, knowing that it promised rapid career advancement. There were a lot of people who wanted to get the job, and not everyone could count on getting it. But it was Victoria who had all the skills needed for this difficult and dangerous job. Zach loudly announced that only those willing to join the guard should remain in the left row. Those wishing to join the Black Cloud Guard had to stand in the left row, while the Straight Cloud Guards had to remain in the right row. The interviews took place in tents in groups of 4 people, and the famous 5 Dogs gang just happened to be there. The bald big guy was paid well in advance to start a little brawl here. They needed to stop Nigel from recruiting and hiring good guards. Looking at the line of candidates, the big guy was amused, watching the weaklings try to become warriors. Then he noticed a familiar girl nearby who had also come to the recruitment. It was strange to see an old man who also wanted to become a guard, even though he could barely move his legs. It seemed to the big guy that among all those gathered, there was no one equal to him in strength. Noticing Victoria and Leslie nearby, the big guy approached them and made another dirty joke. Turning around abruptly, the girl told him to keep his mouth shut and not to push his luck. However, none of the bandits were afraid of this girl or the guy next to her. They just didn't know that in front of them stood one of the best warriors, hiding under a mask made of human skin. Realizing that a fight was inevitable, Leslie suddenly began to beg the big guy to leave them alone. He even threw himself at the big guy's feet, apologizing for his behavior and assuring him that they didn't need any trouble. In the end, he asked for forgiveness from all the bandits, hoping to evoke pity from at least one. But instead of forgiveness, he received a strong kick and flew back several meters. This big guy had no intention of killing them at all, but just decided to have some fun by kicking Leslie. Apparently, Leslie didn't get his joke and, smiling, again asked for forgiveness for his stupid behavior. And then the bald big guy seemed to have been replaced, and his facial expression changed dramatically. Strangely enough, all the bandits suddenly clutched their stomachs, and their faces became covered in sweat, as if from a serious illness. It seemed that they now realized that they had made a big mistake, and the whole crowd rushed away. Victoria couldn't understand what Leslie had done this time and how he had managed to get rid of those guys. This secret trick was passed down from generation to generation and left a terrible curse that caused the boys to suddenly suffer from excruciating diarrhea. At the same time, the competition for the right to get a place in Nigel's squad's personal guard had already been going on for several hours. All the contestants except one girl were eliminated, and Nigel asked them to leave. But this girl didn't even have control over her weapon. And did Nigel really think she was so much better than all of them? This exam seemed like a real mockery to the guy, and he decided that he had wasted his time by coming here. But Nigel was not going to tolerate loud shouts, and it was useless to argue with his decision. Moreover, he had to conduct the selection all day, and this required a lot of energy. Nigel had seen enough of this guy's useless skills, so he once again demanded that he leave. Finally, the guy was promised that Nigel would regret his decision and crawl back to them on his knees. And he told the girl to take her uniform and come to Straight Cloud's house on the appointed day. With tears in her eyes, the girl thanked the clan leader and vowed to give her life for him if necessary. It was at this moment that the next group of 2 people entered, and Victoria and her partner were ready for the competition. At the table, she immediately recognized the man who was one of the main suspects on her long list. Of course, he had lost a lot of weight during this time, but his energy was clearly not like that of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Nigel asked her why Victoria had come to this place. The girl replied that she wanted to take the chance and fulfill her dream of becoming a real guard. Yes, that was an interesting answer. Although it was unlikely that Nigel could be so easily fooled, Victoria always remained calm in any situation. But this case was special. In that case, Logan asked her to tell him about her weapon skills. He was very surprised when he learned that the girl was an excellent fencing expert and that this was a great success for her age. At first, she wanted to say that she was only a first rank, but now she realized that she needed to aim higher. However, if she was so good with weapons, she could easily find a job elsewhere. Immediately after that, he asked Leslie the same question, and the guy immediately replied that he only had first rank. In that case, Leslie was ideal for the role of guard, and Nigel asked everyone else to leave the tent. But Leslie understood that he would not agree to work as a guard alone, since he was always used to acting in a team with a girl. Victoria had been his partner for many years, and besides, she was much more talented than him. Nigel couldn't believe that the guy was willing to pass up such an opportunity, even if his partner didn't make the cut. But that was not the point, and Leslie asked to listen to him calmly. In that case, Nigel made a small concession and agreed to leave Victoria in reserve. Yes, for the first time in her life, the girl was given only the role of a reserve guard, and her partner, whom she considered untalented, was accepted into the main team. But holding back her emotions, she bowed sharply to Nigel, saying that it was a great honor for her. Immediately after this, Leslie hurried to take her out of the tent, realizing how difficult it was for her to say these words. Still, the question remained in Nigel's mind as to why Victoria had tried to get a job with him. That same evening, at the best restaurant in the settlement, Nigel was so eager to have fun that he rented an entire guest house. Nigel ordered a delivery for himself, but when the courier arrived, he saw only a closed door in front of him. A young girl came out to meet him and told the courier that the entire house had been rented by the clan leader for the entire night. It was hard to believe that Nigel could afford to rent the most expensive guest house in the settlement. Although everyone knew that Nigel was a great fighter and certainly had to be disciplined and lead by example. However, this cunning girl deliberately spread rumors that Nigel was secretly spending the clan's money. Although she was right about one thing, and Nigel really did have fun that night in the company of beautiful girls, without worrying about anything. He told them loudly how he had managed to defeat Roderick in the dark forest by cutting off his hand. Then he began to show how Roderick fell to the ground and got so carried away that the girls became worried. After all, Nigel actually fell right on the floor to amuse the young girls who only enjoyed it. They thought that Nigel's old habits were a thing of the past, but now they realized that they were looking at the same old party animal. Soon they all headed for the exit, realizing that the clan leader was already drunk to the point of unconsciousness. Moreover, his permanent guards in black robes would not allow them to secretly steal anything valuable, and it would be better to simply leave. Moreover, guards were everywhere, and the girls knew how cruel they could be when defending their master. Yes, these guards were not to be trifled with, so soon there was no one left in the house except Nigel and his guards. Finally, Nigel was able to open his eyes and quickly recover from his drunkenness with the help of a simple ability. A few seconds later, he came to his senses and no longer felt drunk or hungover after a long drinking session. All this time, he had only distracted the girls in order to make the right impression on them, and now he was ready to create his foggy double. Using his power, a whirlwind of energy swirled around the guy, which immediately created his double right in the air. This double was the spitting image of Nigel, and in the event of an attack, he would instantly disappear into thin air as quickly as he appeared. As he left, Nigel ordered the double to lie down on the floor and pretend that he had simply fallen asleep after drinking too much alcohol. Immediately after that, he opened a portal to quickly get his disguise from there. In his hands was the very same mantle with which he had been covering the skeletons of his guards all this time. Well, all the preparations were made, and now the guy had a long journey ahead of him. This time, he decided to immediately hide his face behind a mask because no one would recognize him in this form. And then he disappeared through the same portal, leaving his double in his place. A short time later, he found himself next to a butcher's shop, which in fact hid a terrible secret. After all, it was in the basement of this shop that Nigel's goal was hidden and nothing could stop the guy from fulfilling it. At the very bottom of the shop, there was a secret prison where unfortunate girls sat behind iron bars. Each of them was ready to do anything, just so that they would be released and not killed like the others. But in response, the guard only hit the bars with his fist with all his might and ordered the girls to shut up immediately. The unfortunate girl just leaned her face against the iron bars, and after the blow, blood immediately started pouring out of her mouth. Many girls were poisoned by a poison that only this bald guy had a cure for. Approaching one of the cells, the guard slowly chose a new victim among the unfortunate girls. He liked one of them more than the others, and it was she who was unlucky today. The girls begged to be given medicine, especially since they had not been fed for a long time and were not even given plain water. It seems that this time the drug had a stronger effect, and the bald guy realized that he had to continue torturing the girls, leaving them in the same state. Suddenly, he heard some noise not far from him and realized that in this secret prison he was not the only one who was free. Turning sharply and looking towards the end of the corridor, the bald guy loudly ordered the one who was hiding in the distance to come out into the light. He was ready to kill anyone who snuck into this secret butcher shop without permission, so it was best not to anger him. His order was quickly carried out because the stranger did not just come out of the shadows, but with one movement cut off the bald guy's head. It seems that now this big guy will not be able to shout his dirty curses, because doing this without a head is much more difficult. And right in the middle of the corridor stood a man who came here with only one purpose. Right at the entrance, he used the Wave of Silence ability, and every guard immediately lost their hearing. After that, he easily dealt with all the bandits who were doing their dirty work here. Approaching the unfortunate girls, he stretched out his hand and took the dark energy from them. First, they had to be freed from the curse that had been imposed with the help of a dangerous rare poison. Finally, he asked them to be patient, promising to return soon and free them from their shackles. At this time, near the cameras, the rest of the bandits were already waiting for the guard with a new victim. Realizing that their partner was delayed, one of the bandits decided to check what was going on. At that moment, he noticed someone at the entrance to the room, but did not have time to warn the leader. At the last second, he shouted loudly to the leader, but Nigel was already preparing to attack. Unsuspecting, the leader turned around at the shout and asked what was going on. The answer was not long in coming, and sharp magical wedges immediately pierced his chest. Joseph, as the leader was called, immediately ordered his men to prepare for a protracted battle. He had one very powerful ability, but he didn't want to use it yet and saved it for last. First, he wanted to assess the enemy's strength before using his trump card. Soon, Nigel appeared at the door of the room, and it became clear that the bandits were in serious trouble. Joseph felt no outside force except that which came from Nigel at the door. He decided that this daredevil had come for easy money, but Joseph was ready to stop him. If this guy came here alone, then he's definitely crazy and doesn't know what awaits him. But Nigel walked silently into the room, ready to do what he had come all the way to this place to do. He decided to personally kill everyone here who participated in the brutal torture of defenseless girls. The guy was determined to see things through to the end and not spare those who had always been cruel bastards themselves. Immediately after this, he released a hail of sharp magical spears from the portal towards the gang. The bandits immediately drew their blades, ready to defend their leader even at the cost of their lives. Yes, these opponents were much stronger than anyone Nigel had fought before, but he had no intention of retreating. Looking at Nigel, the butcher declared that his sword would definitely not help in this fight. However, in Nigel's hands was not a simple blade, but a sacred artifact capable of killing everyone here. And even the three guys opposite were only a small obstacle on the way to the main goal. Every bandit will soon find out the hard way, although they probably won't like it. After all, with every swing of the sword, their bodies were cut as easily as a hot knife cuts warm butter. The guy had no trouble dealing with three butchers at once, who mistakenly stood in his way. And now, looking at it from the outside, Joseph realized that the evening would definitely not be boring. He walked around the room so confidently, as if he didn't even notice the squad of killers standing nearby. Step by step, the boy approached the leader who deserved punishment the most. It seemed that no one could stop this man, and anyone who entered into battle with him would immediately fall dead. As Nigel walked through the ranks of these guys, he realized that each of them was a high-ranking fighter, but it didn't bother him one bit. They probably wanted to fight him one by one to gradually wear down Nigel's powers, but he knew about this plan in advance. However, they did not take into account that his mana would be enough to fight all night without rest. And with one simple movement, he unleashed enough destructive force to take down any of these guys. Nigel used techniques using the energy he gained from absorbing the fighting spirit of these butchers. He quickly managed not only to break their will, but also to take for himself the energy that was hidden inside each of them. Joseph realized that he was dealing not just with an excellent fighter, but also with a high-level magician who knew how to control someone else's mana. Now Joseph was looking straight at him, and from under the enemy's mask, eyes full of rage were visible. Nigel was ready to quickly put an end to these scum, capable only of kidnapping defenseless women. However, none of them were ready for a battle with a real enemy, and after activating their abilities, the guys' appearance changed dramatically. They seemed to no longer resemble the fierce fighters Nigel had seen as soon as he entered the room. And the guy himself became stronger with each passing minute, absorbing the energy of these cowardly fighters who were looking at him from the side. And if any of them still hoped to catch him, then after the next trick, this desire should disappear without a trace. After all, a blue flame suddenly lit up on the blade of Nigel's sword, and they had never seen such a trick before in their lives. The magical flame made the sword even hotter, and no one wanted to be the one against whom this weapon was used. Their opponent today had such a powerful aura, and the worst part was that all that magic was directed at them. Moreover, the sword in his hands could only be obtained by reaching an excellent level of mastery, which meant that this was exactly the level that the stranger possessed. Joseph shouted loudly that it was just an illusion and ordered his soldiers not to fall for the enemy's trick. It was no longer possible to line up in a row, and it was necessary to simply finish off this uninvited guest by any means necessary. Still, several fighters managed to activate the defense and replenish some of the energy that Nigel had so quickly taken for himself. Soon, several opponents gathered around the guy, ready to continue the fight. But since they wanted to attack so much, the guy was not against accepting this challenge. One of the fighters, who was the first to notice this stranger, rushed at Nigel with a sword in his hands. Nigel turned sharply towards him, preparing to use one of his most powerful abilities. With one sweeping movement, he struck down the fighters who were running behind him with the thunder wind. The blow hit each of the 3 fighters nearby in the chest, and that was the last thing they saw. Looking down, the fighter realized that he was standing on his feet for the last time, because the lower part of his body had already collapsed to the ground. Then the upper half of the body, separated from the legs, collapsed down from another stinging blow from Nigel. Very quickly, all 3 were cut in half, and now nothing prevented Nigel from dealing with their leader. Joseph couldn't believe his eyes because his best warriors were killed in just a few seconds. It seemed that the ability he had been reluctant to use until the last moment was his only chance for salvation. Joseph's eyes changed color, and now in his sockets, Nigel saw a sign inherent in loyal slaves of demons. Nigel immediately recognized the aura he felt in the battle with Dererick, and realized that this guy was also connected to the demon. More than anything in the world, Joseph hated it when his master's name was tarnished, and now he was ready to show Nigel everything he was capable of. Nigel was the main enemy of their bloody sect, so Joseph was ready to destroy him here and now. Yeah, that guy was using dirty mana, not the same internal energy that Joseph had. This meant that he had access to the power of a monster, which would certainly turn him into another mutant. And Nigel was not mistaken, because before his eyes, Joseph began to change his usual appearance, turning into a green reptile. Nigel saw that instead of hands, Joseph now had green-clawed paws, and in this form he was much stronger than an ordinary person. Then he saw before him a huge lizard, which Joseph could have become earlier if he had taken this threat seriously. Moreover, the deadly energy that was coming from all directions from this reptile meant that it was being fed directly by the demon god. Immediately after this, the lizard rushed to attack, hoping to deal with this guy in a few seconds. But Nigel hardly agreed with this and launched a counterattack on his opponent. This lizard was really strong, and if Nigel hadn't trained, it could have ended badly for him. He immediately understood where his opponent's weak spot was and decided to try to get to it. The guys blocking his path seemed like an easy warm-up since their leader was much stronger. Ilya watched her opponent's every move with red eyes, ready to tear him to pieces. I wonder if Joseph could still think for himself, or if the monster had completely taken over his mind. Nigel's guesses turned out to be correct, and this guy really was a loyal servant of his worst enemy. It seemed that the huge lizard's powers were growing with every second, and he had already completely lost his human part. It was necessary to deal with him quickly, and the guy hastened to do it with one sharp blow of the blade. But after this blow, he suddenly realized that his sword had broken in half, and his opponent was much stronger than he thought. The reptile continued to look at him with red eyes, waiting for his opponent's next move. However, it was difficult to make the next move when only a fragment of a blade remained in the hand. And the monster still had many abilities that he had not yet had time to show in a real fight. One of these abilities was acid, which the monster released towards Nigel. The guy managed to dodge and jump to the side, avoiding this blow in time. Immediately after that, he hit the lizard in the head with all his might, and it flew back several meters. Scaly armor and poisonous acid were the main advantages of this opponent, because his saliva could burn through even a stone wall. This was undoubtedly one of the most powerful mutants Nigel had encountered since his second rebirth. The warrior could do nothing without a sword, so the lizard suggested that Nigel simply surrender and die with dignity. But there was no need to rush, because the guy still had several excellent abilities in reserve. The new artifact, which was a magic scythe, came in very handy at that moment. This weapon appeared as if out of thin air, and the lizard did not understand where the guy got such an ability from. Although now it didn't matter to the lizard, and he was still going to kill the guy by any means necessary. Rushing towards Nigel, the lizard was ready to tear him to pieces, leaving him no chance. But the huge scythe was already ready for battle, and the guy swung it, meeting his opponent. The lizard extended his clawed paw forward, intending to end this fight with one precise movement. But Nigel watched the reptile's every move closely and waited for the right moment to strike back. And at that moment, when the lizard was already very close, the guy abruptly lowered his scythe and almost cut off his green paw. The guy's attack power was equal to the mutant's own strength, and the lizard understood that his own speed would not be enough for this fight. And the guy continued to stand in place and held the scythe as if it were the most powerful weapon. But the stupid lizard hoped to wear out his opponent and, without wasting time, rushed into a new attack. The scythe was still raised above Nigel's head, and he was ready to repeat his previous blow. The opponents were once again so close to each other that any wrong move could be fatal for either of them. The energy that was spreading in all directions was so strong that neither of them could continue this fight for long. However, it was Nigel who managed to repel any, even the most powerful attack of the reptile, as if the guy had mastered magic to perfection. Nigel had long been interested in combat magic, so the first thing he did was go to the library and find books and manuscripts of ancient warriors there. The lizard had to get rid of the man who was the main enemy of his leader at any cost. But it wasn't as easy to do as it seemed, because the guy was increasing his speed with every minute. And where Nigel had been a second ago, now lay only the soldier he had defeated a few minutes ago. Joseph had boasted so arrogantly about his abilities, and now, having become a reptile, he was unable to carry out a single serious attack. Joseph had to admit, he had never met such an opponent before, although he had no intention of giving up. First of all, the lizard needed to destroy Nigel's main weapon, and the reptile released several poisonous spits from its mouth at once. Lumps of green liquid flew straight at the guy, and it seemed that this was the main ability of the huge lizard. All that was left for Nigel to do was use the energy he had gained from merging his soul with the soul of Thomas, the previous owner of this body. The scythe was a magical object filled with natural energy, and with its help, the boy hoped to win. And even this poisonous saliva, which had almost touched his body, could be reflected with the help of his sacred artifact. The guy somehow managed to stop these poisonous lumps right in the air, although all the poison should have been controlled only by the reptile. The lizard couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that this guy still had many more aces up his sleeve against him. It was strange to see the elements that had previously only been subject to the lizard, but now Nigel was able to tame them to his will. Besides, the lizard simply had no other abilities, so he should think carefully before continuing this duel. Recently, Nigel has managed to learn to control all poison within a radius of several meters. Finally, this idiot realized that the only way to save his life was to run away. But just as the lizard was about to run, he suddenly realized that his body no longer obeyed him, and the very ability that Nigel had used at the entrance to the dungeon was now used against Joseph. Now Joseph wanted to understand what this guy wanted from him and why he came to his lair. But Nigel pointed his scythe at him, wanting to suck out all the poisonous energy from the lizard's body so that he would stop fighting forever. The lizard understood that, having lost this killing power, he would become easy prey not only for this guy, but for any other fighter. However, this process could not be stopped, and soon almost all the dark mana was sucked out of his body. Yes, such a quick result really pleased the guy who tried this ability for the first time. At the last second, Joseph, in his lizard form, began to beg for mercy, but it was too late for such words. And instead of mercy, the tip of the scythe plunged straight into his toothy mouth, and this was the last thing Joseph saw in his life. With a wide sweeping movement of the magical scythe, the boy ended his life forever, sending him to where Joseph had long deserved to go. Now, instead of a giant lizard, Nigel saw a green mutant lying on the floor in front of him, showing no signs of life. After this fight, Nigel still had a lot to do and a lot to think about, because he had not encountered such strong resistance for a long time. Yes, now was not the time to rejoice, because he still had one more important unfinished business. Right now, Nigel had to save the poisoned women who needed his help. It seems that the portal had to be somewhere in the wall, because this is how bandits usually hid their secret rooms. And indeed, He easily found the right brick, and as soon as he pressed on it, he heard the sound of an opening door. Immediately after this, a bright yellow light shot out from the passage, and Nigel realized that he was right in front of his target. The place that opened up before him immediately began to shine with gold, and Nigel realized that he had accomplished what he had come here for. This was good news, but it was only one of 9 secret rooms that he urgently needed to open. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in the main palace of the Dark Clan, where the latest events in the settlement were discussed. All the heads of the groups reporting to the leader lowered their heads, not knowing what to say. Richard had not heard such bad news from his men for a long time and did not understand how his plan could fail. Looking menacingly at his advisors, he ordered them to repeat again what they had just told him. And now Magnus, who had served Richard for a long time, had to try hard to come up with an excuse. Richard's advisor told him again that the 3rd prison had been attacked last night and they had lost their most trusted man. The worst part was that all the drugs they fed their victims were burned and their most valuable property disappeared. Richard could not come to terms with this and believed that his people had made such a mistake. It turned out that each of them was a complete idiot who could not be trusted with any task. The wave of rage that poured out from Richard affected every one of his advisors sitting at the table. None of them dared to use defensive magic, and everyone had to silently endure these painful blows. After all, if any of them dared to use their power, it would be the last thing they would do in their lives. Having calmed down a little, Richard said that the most important thing now was to find the culprit of the attack. However, Magnus only managed to find traces of the battle and noticed that the attacker had used divine energy. Moreover, not a single body was found at the scene, and it is possible that the poison simply burned them to nothing. One way or another, an investigation had to be started immediately, because perhaps some third force was involved in this old conflict. Having understood the order, all the advisors vowed to do everything possible to quickly find the culprit. This incident was very different from the disgrace that the representatives of Richard's clan had experienced on the day of the duel in the square. And Richard had to bribe the new governor to hide this disgrace from the enemy clans. It was clear that the criminal was not acting alone, and it was simply impossible to pull off such a thing alone. Moreover, the mountains of gold stored in one of the rooms were taken out in just one night, and this would have required at least several carts. This news meant that everything had to be put aside, and all that was left to do was to search for gold. Meanwhile, the man who had caused all this commotion was calmly riding in his cart to his destination. On the way, Yakov asked his young master why they had stopped at a brothel, although they were going on urgent business. But the gentleman replied that he simply wanted to unwind a little, as he had been through a lot lately. Yes, this answer suited Jacob quite well, although he was not accustomed to such behavior from his master. It even seemed to him that Nigel began to behave worse than before his return from death. Remembering the girls from the brothel, the guy promised to repay them with the same kindness someday. He could have accompanied them to the end of the journey, but he decided it was safer to split up and let them go on their own. Realizing that they were now safe, Nigel decided not to waste the wealth that had previously belonged to the Blood Sect. He promised himself that he would soon destroy all members of this sect, who were sowing only enmity and disorder in the settlement. Soon, they finally arrived at the place, and Nigel did not expect to see this huge wasteland here. There really wasn't a soul around. Although the guy had hoped to see at least some buildings on the border here, Jacob immediately objected to his master's decision to buy this wasteland and throw money away. However, the seller stated that his leader had a keen eye, unlike the simpleton Yakov. But Jacob knew that the man spoke this way only because he wanted to get rid of this place as soon as possible. Finally, Nigel asked the man to answer honestly whether this deal was beneficial for him. Of course, the seller began to praise these lands, claiming that this was the most fertile place in the empire. But could one really call a dry wasteland a fertile place that cost such a huge amount of money? Nevertheless, Nigel decided to buy this land, and at the same time all the plots they passed by. Without wasting any time, the seller immediately took out the documents and asked to sign the papers to complete the transaction. Still, Jacob was unhappy that his master had fallen for this simple trick and had bought the worst lands in the area. Nigel only assured Jacob that he had a great plan and that he should just wait a little. While driving past one of the villages, he noticed the houses of local residents in the distance and wanted to meet them. Entering the house, he politely greeted the owners and apologized for his unexpected arrival. It turned out that an old man lived in this house who was not expecting any guests at all. But Nigel offered to buy the blacksmith a sword, which he believed he forged every day. But did it really look like they were selling swords here, since there was nothing here except tools for working the land? Still, Nigel wanted to please the blacksmith, realizing that this hard worker probably needed money. But instead of welcoming the buyer, the old man suddenly simply turned away. Jacob asked the old man to be more polite with his master, who had recently bought all these lands. Hearing the noise, the girl quickly ran out of the room and asked the dear guests for forgiveness. Her grandfather had always been unbearable, so she asked him to ignore him and talk only to her. It is not surprising that Yakov immediately changed his tone when he saw a pretty girl in front of him. The girl, in turn, asked again what kind of goods they needed besides combat swords. She added that all the farming tools here are of excellent quality and young people could buy some of them. Taking the excellent hoe in his hands, Nigel immediately noticed the old blacksmith's talent and told his granddaughter about it. He was ready to buy all these tools for cultivating the land and pay in gold right now. There had never been such a generous buyer in this forge, so the girl simply looked at Nigel in silence for a while. Now that business was finished, Nigel had to move on so as not to delay or embarrass the old man. But the old man remained angry and said that he hoped that this meeting would be the last. However, Nigel replied that if fate so decided, he was ready to meet the old man again and give him a special order. Not understanding what he was talking about, the girl asked again what kind of order he meant. However, instead of answering, Nigel thanked them again and hurried out of the hot forge. Soon after his departure, the owners of the forge had to decide what to do. In fact, behind the mask of a pretty girl was hidden someone whom all the local warriors knew. From the very beginning, it seemed to the old man that this guy knew much more than he let on. However, he did not know that this girl named Lana was the founder of the Union of Merchants and Blacksmiths and earned respect for her skills. Among martial arts masters, this girl was known as the Iron Monster because in addition to excellent weapons, she also had a strong character. If it weren't for her talent and the financial power of her allies, Lana would have likely been captured and forced to work in the forge as a slave. And now it seemed to her that she had no obligations to Nigel's faction, so there was no point in thinking about this boy. She was so tired of living on the run that she wanted to rest for at least a little while and not think about anything. But apart from the old man, everyone who knew her former appearance either died of old age or was killed. All 10 of the tools that Nigel pointed out were forged by her herself, although she did it just for fun. And yet the old man understood that the girl was a little worried whether Nigel had guessed who she really was. Moving back to the window, Lana still doubted what she should do this time. After all, Nigel left her no choice, and since he so desired her attention, he would get it in full. She told the old man to send people to watch this guy's every move. Lana considered him just a pathetic heir to a rich family. But recently her opinion has changed. It seems like this guy was an extraordinary person, and he had some kind of plan that he followed every day. Meanwhile, Nigel continued on his way, hoping that meeting with Lana would be useful for him. The people were not lying, and the girl known as the Iron Beast had excellent skills. The natural energy that bubbled up from this young girl indicated that she was that very living legend. If he had given any indication that he had revealed her identity, a battle to the death would have broken out that very moment. That's why the guy bought up all this empty land, but soon he will reap the benefits of his great idea. His faithful servant had long since fallen asleep, having become sick in the carriage. Once again, Nigel was convinced that his servant had no taste in women at all, since he even liked Lana. Looking at the servant, Nigel could not believe that yesterday's event had actually happened and was reality. Although this was only the first point in the plan to destroy the Blood Sect, Nigel still had a lot to do to complete the plan. He needed to reach the highest level of necromancy as soon as possible, one that would surpass his level in his past life. Now was the time to visit one of the highest mountains in the Empire, but he didn't want to go there alone. The next day, a large meeting was held again in the Blue Cloud Clan Hall with the faction leaders participating. As usual, the most important people arrived on time and were ready to listen to their leader. Today's address was very important for them, because recently Nigel began to pursue a different policy. Although the advisor doubted whether Nigel was spending the clan's money wisely by squandering the treasury's resources in a brothel, he remembered how, not long ago, Nigel had turned to him for help, asking him to give him a large sum of money at once. At that moment, the advisor did not have time to discuss it, and Nigel only asked to trust him. But there was already not enough money in the treasury, and they even had to delay the salaries of the best fighters. However, the advisor was in no position to argue with the gentleman and was forced to give in. It was at this moment that his thoughts were interrupted by Nigel, who walked quickly into the conference room. Logan was the first to notice Nigel at the door and immediately greeted his young leader. Everyone else joined in the greeting and bowed their heads in respect. But Nigel asked them to calm down and get down to business, for which they had all gathered. Logan immediately reported that the White Cloud faction was trying its best to carry out the young leader's order. It was today that Nigel appointed the clan's chief advisor as treasurer, thereby promoting him to a higher position. Although it was clear from the appearance of the new treasurer that he was not at all happy with such a promotion. Then everyone moved on to discussing the training of the new recruits, and here things were not going well. The person in charge of training honestly admitted that the training was going so badly that the fighters had to be trained from the very basics of martial arts. The thing is, most of the martial arts books were destroyed in the explosion at the Red Cloud building. The treasurer realized that now they would probably ask for money for books as well, which would completely empty the treasury. This problem could only be solved if Nigel's clan mastered the best martial art available to them. To the surprise of many, Nigel decided to deal with the problem himself a little later. However, this will take time, and until then we will have to make do with what we have. The new treasurer secretly doubted that Nigel would be able to solve this problem without the necessary experience. It was hard to believe that the guy would try to create his own martial art in the midst of a clan conflict. Although this was only possible if the guy was a natural genius and could do much more than others. Logan knew that their young leader could really handle this, especially if Logan helped him. Now it remained to understand what the clan with which they had long been at enmity was doing. Logan reported that the warring clan had sent all of its troops, which were stationed near a high mountain, and Roderick had become a disciple of this sect. It was a pity that they had not given the enemy a reason to act first, because Nigel was already running out of patience and wanted to move on to the attack as soon as possible. But first, it was necessary to sort out the matters that had been put on the back burner and had not been resolved for 10 years. Nigel held in his hands a huge pile of documents that required his attention and decision on all these issues. However, one of these documents seemed the most interesting to the guy, and he had already made a decision. And then, showing it to all his advisors, Nigel declared that they would take on this task right away. Logan immediately asked him to reconsider his decision, since this task was impossible for them. But he believed that everything was already ready for success, and there was no reason to refuse the task. Besides, he believed that this task would definitely save their clan, and they were obliged to complete it. Although many doubted the correctness of this decision, Mateo was all for it from the very beginning. Gradually, Logan began to guess why Nigel had chosen this particular task. At the same time, intensive training of their new recruits was underway on the training ground. The boys had to complete difficult tasks and hold a cup of water without touching it with their hands. Each fighter also had a cup filled with water on his outstretched hand, and it was impossible to drop even one. It was much more difficult to do this in the blazing sun. But this was the only way the boys could strengthen their spirit. Their internal energy is useless if each of these fighters is physically weak. And although the task was very difficult, the place where the training took place was calm and quiet. Victoria chose just the right moment to talk to her partner about their main concern. She sternly warned that if he called her by her real name again, she would cut out his tongue. Seriously, you have to be careful, because they have been so good at hiding their true faces. It seemed like messing with this girl was a bad idea, and Leslie remembered her advice. Although it was strange that Nigel did not teach his recruits martial arts, but spent time only on general training. It was also strange that they themselves weren't participating in group training, as if Nigel suspected something. It was also unclear why he had hired guards into the Straight Cloud Squad in the first place, and what the main reason for this was. At that moment, an old man with his eyes blindfolded appeared behind them, dissatisfied with their idle conversation. Alfred, of course, apologized for interrupting their conversation so rudely, but noted that they should be thinking about training. Although the young people deserved to drink some delicious tea, which Louise had recently prepared. It was this girl that Nigel took into his squad, asking 3 guys who were in the same group with her to leave. However, all of Louise's skills were limited to making delicious tea, while the others were training until they were sweating. But she was not afraid to take on hard work when her help was really needed. At that moment, they were distracted by loud shouts from the training ground, where 2 recruits were fighting. Marek tried to deliver a precise blow, but again he missed and his fist flew past. His young opponent moved so dexterously that the big guy didn't have a single chance. Nigel also decided to see with his own eyes how the training was going and went outside. However, he soon wanted to gather together all the fighters who had distinguished themselves. He immediately apologized for not being here for a long time, explaining that he had urgent matters to attend to. Billy immediately replied that there was no problem, because everyone knew how busy Nigel was. Yes, this guy was very cunning and knew how to insert the right word at the most opportune moment. However, the main thing now was something else, and it was necessary to move on to the matter for which they had gathered. Everyone was waiting for the opening speech, which Nigel was sure to give. But the guys suddenly immediately announced that they had their first task, which they all had to complete together. But they haven't even had a single training session. Are they really ready to carry out the tasks? However, Nigel believed that the skills of these new recruits were quite sufficient. Then it was necessary to find out what their first task was and where they were to go. It turned out that this task was a direct order from the largest bank in the empire, and it would be the beginning of their work in Nigel's squad. Victoria also knew this bank very well and surprised Nigel a little by saying that she had even been there once. She couldn't believe that this task was connected with the event that shocked everyone 5 years ago. And this time she was right too, because Nigel's client was the former owner of the bank. The former head of the bank once lost his investment, but a few years later he managed to make a fortune. But he was known for his uncontrollable temper and habit of spending money on whatever he wanted. All the martial artists were amazed by the task this man left behind after his death. For completing this task, a reward of 10% of his bank's annual income was promised. Of course, many took on this task, blinded by the promised huge reward. But each of these guys eventually faced a tough fight from the bandits operating near that mountain. And for some reason, Nigel decided to go there, putting the lives of his recruits at risk. It became clear that in this way, he wanted to improve the difficult financial situation of his clan by completing this dangerous task. However, Nigel believed that they should not be afraid of any bandits, because he would go there with everyone else. And if any of them didn't trust him or were afraid, he could refuse right now. If there is even one dissenter, he must go out the door and leave the room. For Victoria, this was a great opportunity to refuse and not die as ingloriously as perhaps the others were destined to do. But none of those present wanted to get up and leave, as if they did not understand the full danger of the task. Nigel waited patiently for at least someone to raise their hand and refuse. But suddenly Marek broke the silence, declaring that he had loved to wander through the mountains all his life. Old man Alfred was also not afraid to go on a mission, believing that he would soon die anyway. Zach was ready to follow his young master's orders, as always. In that case, Billy was also in on it because he wouldn't refuse when everyone else agreed. The word was left only to Victoria, and she unexpectedly also agreed to go on the mission. However, she wanted to know how exactly they were going to storm the peak of the mountain where the gang of robbers was operating. Unexpectedly, Nigel replied that they would not go to the top of the mountain because there was no need. It turned out that Nigel had an unknown path that would help them climb the mountain faster than others. But in the forest on the mountain, there lived many terrible creatures and monsters that they would still have to face. Perhaps this was all part of the test for new members of the faction, and that was the only reason Nigel decided to take on this task. However, not everyone will be able to participate in this mission, and only the best recruits will go there. Everything had to be finished very quickly and with a small force, so Nigel was prepared to take only the most capable fighters. Only now did Victoria realize that the fighters for the faction were selected specifically for this mission. Hearing this, Leslie lowered his head, realizing that he would definitely not be taken on for this task. Victoria said loudly that she was very sorry not to participate in her first task. But looking at the others, she hoped that their abilities would be enough to overcome all difficulties. However, there was also an important task for those remaining at the base, so they would not have time to idle. Soon, Nigel planned to prepare carts for all the remaining fighters who would need to go to a certain address. The recruit immediately picked up the letter, which contained the exact address. It seemed that Victoria began to suspect that she would be among those who would go to the mountain after all. But it was too early to be surprised, and it was worth first understanding the idea that had long matured in Nigel's head. That same night, they found themselves near a place where a gang of dangerous robbers was operating. The bandits who have been operating in these places for a long time have long since become accustomed to the local monsters and other dangers. They were not at all afraid to walk here in small groups and had long since become accustomed to encounters with rare monsters. The only thing that worried the young robber was how much longer they would have to wander through these thickets. After all, no sane person would venture onto this road where even experts in these places have wandered. And if they wander even further, they will find themselves in such a dangerous situation from which they themselves will never get out. But that is what their leader ordered, and that means they must carry out his orders. After all, the gang was soon supposed to come across people who were their main target. And if this young brat Nigel was to blame for everything, Then each of the robbers was ready to cut him down with their own hands for everything he had done. However, one of the guys had recently joined the bandits, and it wouldn't hurt for him to get to know the local trails better. Suddenly, turning his head, he saw in the distance the very mountain that every local resident knew about. It was so high that its top seemed to reach straight into the night sky. Suddenly, another robber approached him and, grabbing him by the neck, squeezed him tightly in his arms. Then he laughed loudly and said that there was a steep cliff right behind the bushes. Therefore, he must go with the whole group, otherwise he will die earlier than he would like. This guy was already barely holding back, and after such an incident, he definitely wouldn't have left the group for a single step. Noticing anything, the gang moved on and did not feel anyone's presence nearby. Only at the last moment, one of the guys looked to the side, and it seemed to him that he heard some kind of sound somewhere nearby. Deciding that he had simply imagined it, he tried to keep up with the group before something bad happened again. In fact, he wasn't imagining it, because Nigel's team was climbing the mountain right below them. The guy was glad that the simpleton didn't pay any attention to it and didn't share his suspicions with the others. It seems we can breathe a sigh of relief because the bandits have already gone far away and they can continue what they started. It was obvious how difficult this task was for the old man, although he kept up with the others. Marek descended the mountain much easier, although he was more worried than anyone about his leader. Of course, it was much easier for him because he was tied with a rope to Nigel, who was dragging 2 people behind him. It was good that Nigel's power could be used like this, and he could easily handle it even without complex magic. When the target was already very close, Marek looked down, and for the first time in a long time, he was truly scared. After all, right below them there was a secret passage into the gorge, which was a secret bypass route. This is exactly what Nigel was talking about at the very beginning, because they finally got to the main goal. This place really did exist, although Victoria had only heard rumors about it before. It was hard not to believe her eyes, because right in front of her there was a deep gorge. The only thing she didn't understand was how the guy was able to find this gorge here. Although Nigel thought that this girl knew everything and wondered why she was asking such questions, understanding his hint, she immediately apologized for her unnecessary curiosity and promised to remain silent. However, the guy found out what this place was really for only recently and regretted that he didn't know it earlier. After all, at the entrance to the gorge, everyone immediately noticed a stone with some strange inscription written in huge letters. The stone was inscribed with a warning that anyone who entered here without the necessary determination would die immediately. It became clear that they were already on the right path, and now they needed to gather up their courage and step forward. 200 years ago, the best master of traps lived here, and this place kept his secrets. It was necessary to light a torch, because in complete darkness they would not be able to take a single step in the cave. As the bright light of the torch dispelled the darkness, Leslie saw how huge the cave was. He couldn't believe his eyes, because it seemed that this cave had no end, but only a beginning and complete emptiness ahead. He immediately realized that entering this cave was very dangerous, and only a madman would dare to do such a thing. It was said that the owner of the cave single-handedly dealt with an entire sect because of a small quarrel. But Nigel immediately warned that he had taken only the most capable newcomers with him, which meant they had nothing to fear. But what Leslie saw the next second made him doubt these words. He pointed his finger at what Nigel had brought them all here to this cave for. And indeed, they stood at the entrance to the first hall of this huge cave, and at the end of the tunnel, a light was visible. Smiling, Nigel realized it was time to move on to the main part of the task. Marek had never been to such places, and he had to learn a lot that day. It was always a little chilly in these caves, but this cold seemed strange to Victoria. Besides, judging by the inscription above the entrance to the gorge, their first test has already begun. And indeed, right in front of them, they saw a huge reservoir inside the cave. Apart from this pond, there was nothing else there, and I became interested in whether there were any underwater creatures living there. Most likely, the cave was flooded over time due to natural disasters that often happened here. Yes, this was the very test Nigel had spoken of, so it was necessary to look carefully around. Victoria noticed a rock in the distance and realized that one person could fit on it. The stone was in the middle of a pond, and 2 boys had to swim there and climb onto it. The main problem was that there were predatory fish swimming in the water, and it was best to avoid encounters with them. Moreover, these were not just fish, but ghost fish, of which there were a lot here. Leslie knew from his friends that these creepy creatures with tough scales were deadly to anyone who encountered them. It was strange how Leslie's friends could have found out about this. Could it be that someone had seen them in real life? However, it didn't matter anymore because Leslie grabbed Nigel's leg and begged him to come to his senses. Only those who swam well could pass this test, which was impossible for Victoria. Marek was the best swimmer, and that's why Nigel chose this guy for this task. And while Nigel was in command, Victoria realized again that he had taken with him those he did not mind losing. But she was very surprised when she realized that Nigel himself wanted to carry out this task. Nigel immediately helped Marek sit up properly and asked him to just hold still for a bit. With his hands on his back, Nigel applied a force that would greatly aid Marek in this ordeal. The energy coming from these two was so pure that even Leslie's mana improved, even though he was sitting far away from them. It was hard to believe that Nigel had long since become such a skilled craftsman that others could only dream of. Using his ability, he was willing to share his powers with the rest of his team. So Nigel easily gave his energy to Marek, who patiently waited for the end of this process. Nigel used the best way to transfer his energy to another, even though it caused pain. But Marek was a strong guy, and Nigel hoped that he could endure the pain. Marek patiently waited for the end of the energy transfer and was indeed almost ready for the task. Thanks to his abilities, Nigel was able to easily understand Marek's main skills, which he mastered better than others. In fact, Nigel only chose those whose skills he could use best right now. For example, he had known Victoria's ability well for a long time, although he hid it from the girl so as not to expose his abilities ahead of time. And Marek, whose body tolerated the cold well, should have easily completed this task. Soon, Marek's eyes lit up with a bright white light and it became clear that he was completely ready. He immediately felt a surge of strength that instantly spread throughout his entire body. Marek swore to be loyal to his leader until death and to carry out any order his young master gave him. Moreover, today he had to carry out the task together with Nigel, who was also ready for it. True, Victoria was able to discern something that immediately seemed very strange to her. However, Nigel warned that he was simply taking off his clothes so that he and Marek could swim to the rocks. For the first time, Victoria saw a leader willing to risk his own life for the sake of a mission. And now, these two stood right in front of a pond in which hungry predatory fish swam. They seemed to be afraid of nothing, although meeting these fish was mortally dangerous. This method of energy transfer was rare, and if something went wrong, Marek would lose all his strength right in the water. But it seemed that Nigel had no doubt in his abilities and was ready for anything. Nigel had seemed very strange to Leslie from the very beginning, and now he no longer understood him at all. After all, predatory fish were already splashing in the pond into which the guys now had to jump. It was unclear how they were going to swim across the entire body of water, which was teeming with these mutated fish. Placing his hand on Marek's shoulder, Nigel confidently told the boy that no fish would attack him. On the count of 3, they just had to jump down boldly without worrying about anything. All these words seemed frivolous to Victoria, because Nigel was now taking a great risk and could die. Everyone watched tensely as Nigel counted down the time it took for them to jump down. And although Alfred had seen a lot in his long life, it was also difficult for him to look at it. But what happened the next second shocked even him because no one expected this from Nigel. Taking out a knife, Nigel cut his hand for some reason, and dark blood gushed from the fresh wound. Now Marek could only watch as his leader jumped straight into the blue depths. Marek realized that Nigel did this to attract predatory fish to him and protect him. And to complete the task, Marek needed to do the same and jump after Nigel. Without wasting any time, Marek jumped after his leader to complete the task. Once in the water, he immediately felt that it was icy and quickly gripped his body. The cold was so intense that it felt like the blood in his body was turning to ice. But he should never give up, because that would be letting his leader down. Nigel never gave up, and Marek had to do the same if he wanted to earn this guy's respect. Thinking about this, he gathered his strength and swam straight to the stone in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that the energy Nigel had given him had immediately warmed his frozen body. Yes, this strange energy also protected from the cold, preventing the guy from freezing underwater. Thanks to this, he was soon already close to the stone, which he slowly climbed. Quickly coughing up the water that had gotten into his mouth, he tried to find his leader. For a moment, it seemed to him that Nigel was still underwater, and he wondered if he had been attacked by dangerous fish. It was hard to believe that these creatures could kill a man who possessed such powers. But Nigel had indeed been underwater for too long, and everyone on the shore was already getting very worried. If necessary, Marek was ready to dive underwater again and save Nigel even if he died himself. But at that time, the guy was swimming very quickly towards the stone, trying to escape the pursuit of huge, dangerous fish. And although he felt a strong cold, Nigel behaved as confidently as if he had been used to it since childhood. It seemed as if he had swum to the very bottom of this reservoir on purpose to attract all these sea creatures to himself. Among his permanent abilities was protection from the 5 forces of nature that he now wanted to find. Protection from these 5 forces helped to cope with the cold, and the power of fire absorbed it. As a result, the forces of fire and water united, and thanks to this, the guy was not afraid of these sea predators. He was glad to receive such pure and strong energy for free, which would be useful to him in the future. However, the newcomers who were still waiting for him on the shore did not even suspect this. At some point, Victoria stepped forward, realizing that she couldn't just watch silently. Her partner could not believe that the girl had decided to do this and wanted to dive into this icy depth herself. She understood perfectly well that this was dangerous and could be the last thing she did in her life. But she didn't have time to reach the edge of the shore because the next second everyone saw a strong explosion under the water. It became clear that Nigel was still alive and had been deliberately staying in the depths all this time. It was difficult to understand what this young leader was planning, but all his past actions had always led to success. And then everyone suddenly saw how parts of those underwater creatures that were chasing Nigel were thrown out of the water. It seems the guy has found a way to defeat all the sea predators at once and win this battle. Indeed, the predatory fish lay on the shore and no longer showed any signs of life. Meanwhile, the guy began to slowly climb the rock, which he finally reached. Marek couldn't even hold back his tears, realizing that the greatest happiness for him was the opportunity to see Nigel alive again. This guy was very cold, but he was well prepared for such a swim underwater. Now all they had to do was put their hands on the stone at the same time and press with all their might on the point in its center. Immediately after this, a loud roar echoed throughout the gorge, and Victoria could not understand what had happened. And then they saw a water vortex right in front of them, which appeared immediately after the guys pressed on the center of the stone. Soon all the water went down, and instead of a reservoir, there was only a huge hole left. Now the girl realized that the creator of this place, who lived hundreds of years ago, specially invented this barrier. But it was difficult to understand how Nigel had guessed this and found out the way to remove the obstacle from the path. He did this to open the way for his entire team to finally reach the top of the mountain. Now they had to climb up the stone stairs that led straight to their destination. It is unlikely that any of the guys now doubted the powers of their leader, having seen with their own eyes a real miracle. But then Leslie noticed that the cave suddenly became very wide, as if it was expanding to the sides with every step they took. It turned out that they had reached the second hall, where a new test was probably waiting for them. The exit was already visible ahead, but this passage was very dark and seemed even more dangerous than the first. The light at the end of the passage pointed to the next task and, turning to the old man, Nigel asked him for help. Yes, now it was Alfred's turn, and the old man asked Marek to bring him closer to the aisle. The old man adjusted his bandages to make them more comfortable and prepared to do his job. He asked Marek to give him a cane, from which he was going to make an excellent bow, because he had no equal in shooting. Then he slowly wrapped the base of the bow with the same bandage that he had recently removed from his leg. He looked carefully at every detail, although his eyes were covered with cloth and it seemed as if he could see through it. And then, pulling the bowstring, he took careful aim, peered into the distance, and chose the most open place. Only now did Leslie realize that the old man was holding not an ordinary bow, but that very famous weapon known to every archer. True, in his youth, Alfred often fired from it and was known as the best shot in the whole area. But enough talk, and Nigel asked him to act immediately, making one precise shot. Taking aim, Alfred released the bowstring and his arrow immediately flew to the distant point he had chosen as a target. As they thought, it was not a simple arrow because it was charged with destructive energy. She glowed like a torch and immediately illuminated the entire path that she flew over in a few seconds. Now it was necessary to pull hard on the rope tied to this arrow. Realizing that the old man couldn't do it himself, Nigel quickly grabbed the rope and pulled for him. Then in Nigel's hand was the very arrow that the old man had just shot from his bow. But what was on the arrowhead surprised everyone, and a new surprise awaited them. It turned out that the old man had accurately hit the inhabitant of the local gorge, who had been hiding in complete darkness all this time. Suddenly looking at Victoria, the guy said that the girl knew very well what kind of bug he had in his hands. Of course, she understood perfectly well what he was talking about, but it was strange that the guy asked her in particular. The family Victoria grew up in dealt with every kind of poison that could be found in the Empire. But the guy spoke as if he knew her real story and what she was hiding, who she really was. Throwing the beetle onto the stone floor, He stepped on it with all his might and crushed it into a flat cake. He then warned that the darkness behind him was deceptive and full of poisonous insects. Now Nigel wanted to ask Victoria the name of this poisonous insect, which, most likely, only she knew. The girl immediately replied that it was the sand spirit of the Black Death, realizing that it was useless to hide anything from Nigel. The most terrible thing about this beetle was that its poison could poison everything around it, even the air in the gorge. Then the guy turned sharply to Alfred and asked him to sit here in the lotus position. It seemed he was about to transfer his energy again, but this time only to old man Alfred. Touching his body, Nigel immediately noticed that the 70-year-old man's wounds were quite deep. His sensitivity to the Earth's energy was rather weak, because this man had suffered too much pain recently. Now Nigel had only one way to help, although he knew that Alfred would be in a little pain. Nigel used his ability, and everyone immediately saw blood pouring out of the old man's mouth. Everyone immediately felt a strong energy emanating from the place where the guy was performing his ritual. Nigel had exactly the same energy as the stone left by the shaman many years ago. It seems they were very wrong about this guy, and he was not just an ordinary magician. Suddenly, the system informed Nigel that he had completed another task and received a new skill for healing people. It looks like the women under the influence of drugs that the guy was able to cure in a few hours also counted. But at the same time, he managed to discover a medicine unknown to the world, which could only be used with the help of his mana. Because he restored Alfred's natural energy, he gained the ability to heal, even though the system did not normally grant such an ability to necromancers. Now everything was ready, and the guy wanted to make sure that the old man was okay. All the details could be discussed later, but now it was necessary to move on to the most important thing. He knew for sure that in this darkness, besides the poisonous beetles, there were other hidden dangers. And it was the old man who had to cover his young leader when he entered the very depths of the gorge. Alfred was ready to carry out the order because he had already placed an arrow in the bow and pulled the bowstring tightly. Nigel was not mistaken, because inside this gorge there really were plenty of poisonous insects. He was prepared for them all to pounce on him, but he was not at all afraid of their deadly bites. Of course, having smelled the blood, the insects immediately rushed towards him, but he continued to stand in place. Nigel just watched as all these evil creatures almost got to him. But what did he have in mind this time? Even after the insect bit his neck, he did not move and remained in place. Within seconds, the poisonous creatures had covered his entire body and only his head remained outside. Now he just had to be patient a little because he would easily heal the bite marks later anyway. But thanks to his poison absorption skill, his resistance to it had long since reached the highest level, so the insects could bite him as much as they wanted. However, it was now time to stop this, and the guy hoped that Alfred would not let him down. Fortunately, this is what happened, because the arrow fired by Alfred was already very close. This surprised the guy a little, because Alfred could see even at such a distance, as if his eyes were not blindfolded. It was no coincidence that Nigel chose him for this task, knowing of Alfred's talent as an archer even at his age. Alfred could see everything perfectly even in the dark, and could sense his target by the energy emanating from it. He didn't even need normal vision to have an inner sense of the structure of what was ahead. If someone saw the world through his eyes, they would only see the outlines of people and objects. But for the archer, this was enough. At some point, he sensed another target, and without even turning towards it, was ready to fire the final shot. To help his young leader, he needed to destroy the mechanism that controlled this gorge. Holding his breath, he released the bowstring, and the arrow instantly flew toward the target. Only Alfred could do it, so Nigel trusted him from the very beginning. Now all this guy's suffering was not in vain, because Alfred did not let him down at the right moment. Yes, the blind old archer was able to cover the young leader of his clan, and they worked well together. Although Victoria had trained all her life, even she could not imagine such skill in archery. Alfred stood with his bow and drawn string, ready to shoot again at any moment if necessary. But at that moment, Nigel heard a sound nearby and realized that the gates had already begun to open. The wall really did begin to slowly move apart, and a bright yellow light struck from within, illuminating the darkness. The guy still held the lever in the wall, although the poisonous insects did not retreat and continued to suck his blood. But soon it was over and the door opened completely, illuminating Nigel from head to toe. This light instantly hit the insects and proved to be a deadly weapon against these poisonous creatures. Together with Nigel's energy, this light was the main weapon against poisonous insects. The guy didn't even have to do anything, because the creatures sitting on his body slowly dissolved into thin air. Turning to his team, he loudly told them to go to the next gate and not waste time. Soon they were already climbing the stairs, each of them thinking about their own things. For example, Victoria could not understand how this old man, who had recently been carried in arms, was now walking on his own. Of course, she had more questions for Nigel, but she wanted to ask about that next time. She remembered the child to whom she had once promised not to give false hope. Although she remembered this more and more often and tried to drive these stupid thoughts out of her head. Besides, they had already arrived, and it was time to think about what awaited them next. Right now, in front of them was another empty hall of the gorge, and it was difficult to understand why they were here. Marek kept looking around, trying to understand where the leader had led them. For a long time, they simply stared into space, although Nigel knew perfectly well why they were there. As Marek said, the place looked completely empty, but that was only the first impression. Turning to Leslie, Nigel asked if it was a disguise. Nigel actually felt someone's presence and immediately suspected that this was another trap. It was just strange that the leader addressed them again as if they knew all about the disguise. Leslie had almost no doubt that Nigel knew perfectly well who they really were. This means that he sees in front of him those two young people who were hiding behind masks made of human skin. He looked at them as if he had been deliberately hiding the fact that he knew the truth all this time. Even his men had just the abilities needed for this mission. In this situation, Leslie decided to simply do what he was asked to do and told about the trap that was hidden here. It remains to be seen if Leslie can uncover this disguise before they are trapped. Leslie immediately agreed to help, because Victoria did not have time to stop him at the last moment. She knew that this was how he was revealing their true identities, but it was too late to say anything. Feeling the energy of the gorge, Leslie realized that the camouflage was done with the help of local natural objects. One such object could be a stone that only needed to be turned over. Indeed, turning over the stone, he found a flower underneath it and quickly tore it off the stone floor to move it to another place. After that, he flew up to the stone ceiling and with a deft movement of his hand knocked down a stalactite. Nigel looked at all this with a smile, realizing that no one but a master of disguise could have done this. Leslie was known for always doing the opposite, even when there was no need to. He was the only talentless son in a clan that trained excellent strategists and warriors. Within the clan, this guy was always considered a kid who only knew how to make mistakes all the time. And then one day, he became the only survivor when his entire family was destroyed by an enemy clan. And now this man was standing right in front of Nigel, and his actions showed that he was very familiar with this camouflage technique. The rock at the end of the gorge was the key to the whole camouflage, and all that was needed was to break it. It was a great job, and Nigel patted his talented new recruit on the shoulder. This guy hadn't heard praise for a long time, so he was pleased to hear such words. But now the last step had to be taken, and Nigel was ready to strike with all his might and smash this huge stone. The force of his blow was more than enough to shatter the stone into tiny pieces, leaving not even dust. Nigel stared into the void for a moment, trying to figure out what this huge boulder was hiding. Eventually, something became visible in the clouds of dust, and it seemed that Leslie was absolutely right. After all, behind this boulder there were hidden huge gates that served as a passage through the gorge hall. Marek praised Leslie again, although he modestly replied that he was simply lucky. But above the gates, he immediately noticed an inscription left by the owner of the gorge, although it was difficult to make out the meaning of this message. The inscription said that only one person would pass through the gate. But what did that mean? However, there was also a continuation about the fact that only those who were ready to die defending their friends could pass. Unexpectedly, it was Victoria who volunteered to take the risk and enter the gate first, as if there was no one else to do it. The girl considered herself the only one who had not yet helped in the dungeon and wanted to fix this. She thought that going there was the right decision for her, because otherwise she would never be able to prove herself. Of course, Nigel took her here for the experience, but he didn't want to pay such a price for it. Therefore, he asked her not to be stupid and to take care of herself, leaving this matter to the strongest of all. Nigel volunteered to go through the gates and take on the fight that might await him in the next room of the gorge. Then Victoria asked to fulfill at least one of her requests before the guy steps through the gates. Not understanding what was being said, Nigel asked again what kind of request could there be at such an important moment. Unexpectedly, she handed him an artifact soaked in a powerful, paralyzing poison that could be useful on the way. Nigel could use it as a weapon or as a means to ease the pain of serious injuries. It seems that this was her family's secret weapon, which was used only in case of mortal danger. However, he accepted the gift from her hands, especially since the girl gave it with all her heart. Soon it was all going to be over, and Nigel was ready to step into the unknown. Finding himself alone in this room of the gorge, leaving the group behind, he was prepared for the worst. And although it seemed that nothing could surprise Nigel anymore, there was still something that made him nervous. Right in front of him, Nigel saw the creature that lived in this huge hall. This was the main monster that Nigel now had to fight one-on-one, without the help of his team. It was difficult to understand what kind of creature it was, which seemed to consist of several mutants at once. His head and tongue resembled those of a snake, and his wings were like those of large flying insects. Nigel had never seen such mutants before and realized that they were found only in this gorge. However, Nigel was not against their meeting because he knew the outcome of the upcoming fight in advance. He couldn't wait to start the fight so he could subdue this monster and add it to his servants. By killing a rare mutant, he could revive it with the help of necromancy and replenish his army of the dead. This is exactly what Nigel wanted, so he quickly used his combat ability. Placing his hands on the stone floor, he instantly created a magic circle from which his warriors would emerge. And so it happened. And soon Nigel was surrounded on all sides by the dead who had served him for a long time. It seems that the mutant did not expect that instead of one person, a whole crowd of skeletons would come out against him. Well, it was bad news for the rare monster, but it was the only way Nigel could win. And the whole crowd of skeletons with swords in their hands rushed at the enemy, who had to be dealt with immediately. A rare monster possessed strong poison, but could poison affect dry skeletons? All he could do was use his size, as he was much larger than any of Nigel's warriors. In addition, he could swing his huge tail, preventing the dead warriors from getting close. But at some point, even the monster realized that there were too many of these risen dead. Wherever the mutant looked, he saw only skeletons advancing from all sides, and then they got so close that the outcome of the battle became clear and the monster could only accept its fate. Nigel's dead warriors would not rest until they had carried out their master's orders. And the main leader of the skeletons was the one who volunteered to serve young Master Nigel. The black skeleton wielded powerful destructive energy, which he instantly filled his blade with. Even if the monster could handle simple skeletons, this ancient warrior was no match for him. He had to quickly fly up to the ceiling so that the skeletons couldn't reach him, and the black skeleton continued to watch every movement of the enemy, waiting for the right moment. And although the winged monster was alone, it wielded destructive magic that was easy to control from above. All his enemies below were easy targets, and the monster used his main advantage. By directing beams of destructive energy downwards, the mutant hoped to blow the skeletons to pieces. Nigel understood the same thing well, and only at the last second ordered the fighters to step aside. Unfortunately, few skeletons managed to dodge this shot and found themselves directly under the blow of the flying mutant. The guy needed someone who could fly to take away this monster's greatest strength. One such fighter could be the huge lizard that Nigel defeated in his last battle. Of course, he could have asked the vampire for help, but he decided to use two of his servants at once. After all, if you set both of them on the monster, the chances of success would double, and it would be stupid not to take advantage of this. And now, in addition to the skeletons, he called for help the leader of the vampires and the reptile, who were already ready for battle. It was high time to start the second round of this fight, which promised to be more interesting than the first. All killed monsters were easily resurrected with the help of necromancy and retained the same skills as in life. Nigel had never thought he would use resurrection on such creatures before, because these two were monsters much stronger than all his previous enemies. Looking at them, the guy suddenly realized that something had changed in these resurrected mutants, and they seemed to have a new aura. The system immediately reported that the level of each of these creatures had increased, which meant that new abilities had become available to them. It turned out that they now easily surpassed the strength of an ordinary monster and became even stronger than they were in life. The flying monster was in no hurry to attack first, remaining under the ceiling and watching every movement of the enemies. But it was time to end the wait, and the guy ordered the resurrected fighters to attack. The first to carry out the order was the lizard, who rushed at full speed towards the flying monster. This winged snake managed to turn on a protective barrier, which it often used in the most difficult battles. But the reptile immediately intensified its attack, so this protective barrier could be useless for the monster. All that was left was to wait and see how this fight would end and whose strength would be greater. The worst thing for the monster was that he would now have to fight two flying creatures at once. After all, the leader of the vampires also had wings like a bat and could easily appear next to the enemy. Moreover, The blood blades with which the vampire had recently attacked Nigel were now ready to strike the flying monster. And the very next second, the vampire unleashed a whole barrage of sharp, bloody blades on him, which were not supposed to leave the enemy a single chance. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was for this creature to fight against two powerful mutants equal to him in strength. After the attack with blood blades, the flying monster fell to the stone floor of the gorge and had minutes left to live. Moreover, at that moment a second mutant appeared nearby, ready to complete the deadly attack of the vampire leader. With its sharp fangs sunk into the monster's neck, the lizard was ready to finish it off before it could take off again. The entire gorge heard the wild death cry of the monster, who already understood that he would not emerge from this fight alive. Now the monster was no longer dangerous for Nigel, because loyal subjects were ready to do all the work for their leader. Moreover, the remaining skeletons also began to achieve their goal, helping the huge reptile. Now they all attacked the mutant, who just a few minutes ago had been hitting them from above with destructive beams. It was a terrible moment for the monster, although at the beginning of the fight he should have understood that he was not facing a simple guy, but a real magician. With the help of necromancy, Nigel managed to resurrect those who now easily destroyed this dangerous enemy. However, something suddenly went wrong, because instead of dying, the monster suddenly became completely covered in flames. All the skeletons scattered, realizing that the mutant was not dying, but was only gaining his true strength. It was as if he had changed again, and even his appearance had become much angrier than it had been a few minutes ago. Although it was still the same mixture of several mutants, his new abilities would make anyone doubt their victory over such a monster. However, the very next second, Nigel himself was there to finish off the enemy before he could use force. With his magical blade, he pierced the creature's snake head, realizing that his resurrected servants were no match for him. From there, beams of energy shot out in all directions, so strong that it was better not to approach. Nigel attacked at the very moment when the mutant, surrounded by countless skeletons, did not expect an attack by another enemy. But this last blow to the head with a blade should have made him stop resisting forever. Divine Storm was Nigel's ability that could silence any monster forever. It's good that he did it before the entire gorge burned to the ground, because the mutant's flame could burn even stone. His magical scythe had absorbed a lot of energy and had reached a level where the boy could feel completely safe. If this winged serpent had fought at full strength from the start, it would have been much more difficult to catch him at his weakest moment. But now it didn't matter, because it was necessary to quickly move on to why Nigel came here. It was impossible to simply leave the corpse of this mutant, and it was necessary to do as he was accustomed to do with defeated enemies. Resurrection from the dead was a rare ability that Nigel had used to revive his enemies many times before. This monster was no exception, so the guy decided to make it his faithful servant. His ability to revive the dead always worked the same way, and after a few seconds the monster began to piece together its usual appearance again. The mutant's eyes once again lit up with the same light he had seen at the very beginning of their meeting. His weakened, dead body began to fill up again with the life force that the young necromancer had given him. Then he completely regained his former appearance, but now he was no longer an enemy, but a faithful servant of Nigel. This fire-breathing serpent was added to the list of monsters that could be summoned, and the guy was glad that his army was replenished with another creature. He was perhaps the most powerful mutant of all the monsters that could be summoned. Of course, it was hard for him to go through this, but now it was all behind him, and the guy gently touched his snakehead with his hand. He felt the energy that came from this new creature and realized that it was now completely safe for him. But now it was time to leave this gorge, especially since his friends had been waiting for him for a long time. However, the Bloodsex report stated that the barrier would disappear and the doors would open immediately once the monster was defeated. But looking around, Nigel realized that this had not happened yet, and he could not understand the reason for the delay. Judging by the fact that everything was not going according to plan, there must have been some other secret hidden in this place that he had not yet revealed. Touching the stone wall of the gorge, he hoped to quickly find that last task that was not in the description of this difficult mission. Walking a little deeper into the gorge, he hoped to find another secret room. Fortunately, with the help of magic, he managed to quickly find this place, instantly scanning the space of the gorge. Then the guy quickly broke the stone wall of the gorge into small pieces and looked into the space that opened up behind it. All that was left was to go deeper into this tunnel and see with my own eyes what it hid in the darkness. Suddenly, the guy saw not a new space, but exactly the same room that was in the first gorge. Opposite, there was again a dead end, although everything indicated that here his final test awaited him. However, he was not mistaken, and the very next second he felt the presence of some new creature nearby. Turning around abruptly, he saw the spirit of Black Mountain standing in front of him, who immediately realized that Nigel was a man from another world. And although Nigel looked normal, the spirit could not help but notice his true origin and the fact that the guy was reborn after death. Now this spirit, who had been guarding the mountain from strangers all these years, was carefully examining the man who had managed to get here. Looking at this soul, Nigel realized that there was no hostile energy coming from it, which meant that the old man was unlikely to curse him. At one point, it even seemed to him that the spirit of Black Mountain was looking at him with eyes full of pity. This meeting should have happened much earlier, although even now, Nigel did not know why he needed to see this mountain spirit. The spirit admitted that he was not at all pleased with Nigel's power, with which he allegedly mocked the dead, resurrecting them from the other world. However, since there was no other way to defeat evil, he was ready to help the guy and join him in his great struggle. It was strange to hear such a thing from a creature that had died hundreds of years ago, who, like any other spirits, would not want to serve a young guy. But the old man acted of his own free will and understood that only he could give the boy the necessary strength. He was a spirit that could only appear once every 10,000 years, and it was impossible for an ordinary person to understand his teachings completely. So all that was left was to share this knowledge in half with Nigel, but first the boy had to learn all the important lessons of this world. Although the spirit warned that the guy would have to return the book with secret notes about all the traps in the gorge. Having completed his task, the spirit finally asked the boy to save innocent people for the rest of his life. And then he disappeared into thin air as quickly as he appeared in front of Nigel, giving him knowledge that was previously unavailable to the boy. But immediately after that, there was an explosion that threw the guy several meters away. It was at that moment that his entire team ran into the gorge in full force, and Marek was happy to see his leader again. Yes, Nigel did not regret at all that his squad now had such brave people, ready to follow their leader to the end. The top of this mountain had two features that allowed one to fully enjoy the power of nature. Anyone who has ever been here will never forget the view from the top of this mountain. The pond next to the century-old oak tree, which was older than any resident of the nearby village, was especially beautiful. It was in the center of this oak tree that the interdimensional gates opened today, from which Nigel's entire team was about to emerge. This magical oak tree was the passage that led from the depths of the dark gorges into the light. After all, since they ended up here, it means they managed to fulfill all the conditions of the mission, which no one before them could fulfill. True, Leslie immediately advised everyone to hurry so that they would not be noticed by the local bandits and would not have to fight immediately after leaving. However, what they saw made the whole group freeze, and Nigel looked carefully into the distance. Before him stretched a vast field, strewn with tombstones bearing the names of those who rested beneath them. For any necromancer, this was a real treasure, because Nigel saw a whole army of dead warriors in front of him. None of his group knew what Nigel was thinking or how strong this army could become. However, now Nigel had to hide here the very box that he had taken from the dark dungeon. Leslie immediately smiled, said that the leader had acted wisely, and suggested that they bury it quickly and leave. In fact, the guy was very afraid of meeting local bandits, about whom he had heard many scary stories for a long time. But all his worst fears were confirmed when he saw a whole crowd ahead, rushing straight towards them. There was so much dust rising around this army that it was difficult to see exactly how many fighters there were, armed to the teeth. The leader of this group ran ahead of everyone, ready to meet face to face with those who found themselves on the top of the mountain for the first time in many years. It was at this moment that the interdimensional gate that was in the very center of the old oak disappeared, cutting off the path of retreat. Only Nigel was looking forward to this meeting and was ready to talk to the commander himself. In front of him, the commander saw a man known to all the leaders of the local clans, but he could not understand how Nigel ended up on the top of the mountain. It seemed to him that these people had come to seize power here, but he was not going to give it up under any circumstances. Raising his sword high above his head, he ordered his men to draw their weapons and prepare for battle. But to the commander's surprise, the guy continued to stand still and had no intention of drawing his weapon or accepting the challenge. Moreover, behind the army, Nigel saw a man who could give orders not only to ordinary soldiers, but also to the commander himself. It was meeting this man that was Nigel's main goal, which is why he waited for it for so long. A man named Ralph, popularly known as the Tiger of Windstorm, was always considered one of the most dangerous warriors on the entire continent. But now he saw only a handful of people in front of him and did not understand who had persuaded them to come here. He could not believe that these people, who were clearly shaking with fear, seriously expected to defeat him in battle. Only their leader looked at him with such confidence, as if he had no doubt in his victory. It had to be admitted that the aura emanating from this guy was stronger than the energy of any person his age. This energy was comparable in strength even to Ralph's own strength and easily passed through his fiery flames, which spread in all directions. Yes, it seemed that this brat had decided to measure his strength with him, but Ralph had already met many such upstarts. The energy of this young leader did not clash with his aura, but on the contrary, seemed to be reflected from it, like light from a mirror. If Ralph wanted, he could unleash his full destructive power on them, although he knew that Nigel's barrier would protect his people. Victoria's loud voice came from behind Nigel, warning that they didn't stand a chance against a fighter like Ralph. Of course, she could also join the fight, but then she would have to reveal herself, showing her true abilities. Although her honor was not so important compared to the lives of all these people, to whom she had already become accustomed. However, Nigel shouted loudly that he wanted to speak only with the leader of this huge group. In response, Ralph gestured for the boy to throw him the box he had been holding in his hands all this time. The guy immediately fulfilled his request, although he did not understand why Ralph was so interested in this box. The man easily caught the cube, which was very valuable to him and whose aura he immediately felt nearby. Victoria knew that only warriors of the highest rank could pull off such a clever trick as Ralph. It seemed to Ralph that these people had dared to desecrate their sacred land with their presence, and now each of them would pay for it with their lives. But Nigel immediately objected that Ralph had misunderstood him and that none of his companions wanted to desecrate this place. Having received the artifact in his hands, Ralph was ready to listen to Nigel, who had something to say. This was his only chance, and Nigel quickly explained that he had come here on assignment from the owner of a large bank. Besides, since their meeting had already taken place, Nigel had something to tell Ralph. But during his long life, Ralph had already heard enough of such nonsense and did not believe that the guy had valuable information for him. And it would have been better if Nigel had simply drawn his sword and accepted death as a warrior rather than as a coward trying to delay his inevitable death. It seems the guy had no choice, and to prove his strength he had to take out his sword. Only after the battle could Ralph see him as an equal and listen to what Nigel wanted to tell him. But first it was necessary to fight Ralph, who was rightfully considered one of the most dangerous warriors. With his very first attack, he showed his true strength, and from the outside it seemed as if he had dealt several dozen blows in a second. Even Nigel, who had only recently encountered a dangerous monster, was not prepared for such an onslaught from Ralph. Ralph really did have all the techniques that had brought him victory in the toughest fights more than once. However, his young opponent was also not one to give up at the first sign of danger and continued to fight. It seemed as if fire and wind were clashing, because it was from the thunderstorm that the boy drew the destructive energy that gave him a chance to survive. Ralph noticed this too, and realized that heaven itself was giving this brat strength and considered the guy completely unworthy of this gift. Nigel continued to resist as if he had no fear of death, and Ralph knew from experience that such strength could not be possessed by a mere man. Any other warrior in his place would have died long ago under Ralph's sword, but Nigel held on as if they were fighting on equal terms. Of course, none of Ralph's new recruits came close to possessing the destructive power of this young leader. Even Ralph's commander realized that this guy was worthy of respect, although Ralph himself, for some reason, did not use his strength at full capacity. This guy's punches were very strong, but he didn't understand why Ralph hit his opponent much weaker than he could have. However, to win, he needed to hit at least twice as hard, because this guy was superior to all his previous opponents. Ralph's strength had to be acknowledged as well, as he was one of the best fighters the boy had ever fought. Without his new skills, this battle would have been the hardest in his life, so the guy was lucky to get stronger in time. However, his strength was also running out and he could not fight forever. The energy the boy received after killing the monsters felt like cold throughout his entire body, as if he had dived into an icy lake. Nigel's strength immediately increased, but he could not relax for a second until the end of the fight. He risked losing with one missed blow, because one attack from Ralph would be enough to kill him in front of the whole team. The guy couldn't allow this to happen and gathered the last bits of mana that still remained in his body. True, Ralph also used his reserve of strength, and a fireball full of powerful energy appeared in his hands. With this technique, he wanted to immediately end the fight or at least seriously injure his opponent. Looking at the ball, the guy realized that he would not be able to reflect such a blow, having spent almost all his energy in the fight. The fireball was flying straight at him, and putting up a protective dome was useless because he wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact anyway. The fiery projectile hit the guy in the chest, and he was thrown several meters away from the impact site. He fell to the ground with all his might and hit the back of his head on a hard, centuries-old oak tree. Finally, Nigel couldn't take it anymore and loudly asked Ralph to stop the fight, otherwise the next blow could be fatal for him. Leslie saw his young leader beg for mercy for the first time and couldn't believe his ears. In fact, the guy just didn't want to summon skeletons and other monsters, so as not to further inflame the enmity. He stated that before he died, he wanted to tell Ralph something very important, and that he needed to hear it from him personally. Stopping Ralph in the middle of a battle was difficult, but this young guy seemed to have succeeded. As a leader, he was ready to answer for his mistakes and promised to give Ralph all 4 of his men. However, what surprised Ralph most was that the guy was willing to sacrifice his life if Ralph would then let his people go. Yes, it was a worthy act of a leader, and Ralph was ready to speak with such a fighter as an equal. Realizing that this was his chance, the guy immediately ordered his men to lower their weapons. Victoria protested loudest of all, realizing that by doing so, they were signing their own death warrant. But the next second, the guy flared up, realizing that at such a moment he couldn't make a mistake. This worked much better, and his entire group immediately threw their weapons on the ground. Ralph also kept his word and ordered his commander to deliver these people alive to their camp. The commander did not expect his leader to remain here alone, but judging by Ralph's appearance, he was not at all afraid of the young enemy, and these 4 had to be taken to a place where they would no longer be dangerous and would not be able to use their abilities. It was difficult to understand the intentions of their young leader, but none of the group would dare to disobey his order. Now they stood opposite each other, and only Nigel knew that he had used only half of his strength in the fight. The boy said that these 4 were his most loyal comrades in arms, and he hoped that Ralph would keep his word and leave them alive. Of course, Ralph didn't want to show weakness in front of this brat, but Nigel also behaved like a real man. Besides, Nigel was ready to continue the conversation from where they left off at the very beginning. Ralph warned that if the guy deceived him this time, he would experience all his strength. Besides, the box turned out to be empty, and Ralph knew it perfectly well from the very beginning. This meant that the bank's founder, who entrusted Nigel with this task, simply led the guy around by the nose. This idiot just wanted to make fun of the world, and even after his death, he made people risk their lives in vain. And Nigel needed to take his men and get off the mountaintop, because only then would Ralph agree to leave them alive. However, the guy, even holding the empty box in his hands, answered with a smile that he couldn't do it. But if this kid is so greedy for money, then instead of a reward, death awaits him. The guy immediately felt enormous pressure from the enemy and realized that he urgently needed to tell him everything. Nigel suddenly interrupted Ralph's outburst of rage by telling him that many years ago, the eldest son of a noble family had passed a palace examination. This son had a sweetheart from a simple family whom he decided to marry. But one day his family found out about this and, threatening the girl with terrible reprisals, drove her out of the settlement. Since then, this son, like a man possessed, rushed to earn money and, having accumulated a fortune, still could not find his missing beloved. Eventually, having lost hope of finding her, he finally went mad and his heart was filled with a dark emptiness. And only when death was already on the threshold, he suddenly learned that on the day of his expulsion from the settlement, his beloved was already carrying his child under her heart. Soon after giving birth, the girl died, and he could only hope to meet his beloved and their child in the next world. After hearing this story, Ralph could hardly hold back his tears, realizing that this was one of the saddest fates he had ever heard about. However, the guy needed to prove his words if everything he said was true. But if he fails to convince Ralph, the guy will have to say goodbye to life, and then nothing will stop the leader of the clan. In response, the boy threw his blade towards Ralph, showing that he was now unarmed. However, Ralph wanted to know what the boy would do if he couldn't convince him that he was telling the truth. The boy lowered his head and admitted that there was only one way out if he couldn't convince Ralph. And after that, he will be ready to die, because now he doesn't even have a sword to defend himself from Ralph. Soon after, a group of fighters, on the orders of the leader, brought prisoners from the top of the mountain to the camp. It was hard to believe that these people were able to climb to the top of that mountain, the path to which went through dark gorges. And the worst thing was that their leader was still with that guy, and they were talking about something for a long time all this time. One could only guess what these two could talk about for so long and why Ralph still hadn't finished off this brat. They would all have been executed for sure if Nigel had failed to carry out his plan. Nigel knew what he was getting into from the start, but this bold plan was the only way to gain the support of a strong ally. Ralph had no respect for those weaker than him, so Nigel had to pass a test before he could convince him. The story Nigel told on the mountaintop was incomplete, and now he needed to provide evidence. Ralph knew from experience that everyone who found shelter in these mountains kept secrets, the disclosure of which would put their lives in great danger. However, Ralph was not like that because he had lived here since birth and was the legal successor of his ancestors. The main thing is that Nigel's story was really about Ralph's mother, who gave birth to him on a mountaintop and died immediately after giving birth. And the one who was his biological father left his mother alone with the child. But that was where the information about him ended. Every time he thought about his mother, Ralph had a hard time holding back his tears, because he knew very well how much this unfortunate woman had to endure. So Ralph wanted to ask Nigel one last time if the story was true. Nigel immediately replied that everything from the first to the last word was the pure truth, and he was ready to prove it. As Nigel said, it was the true story of the bandit leader and Ralph's mother. But if so, then there could only be one leader of the bandits in this story, and Ralph already understood with horror who his real father was. There was no point in hiding it any longer, and Nigel honestly admitted that Ralph's biological father was the founder of the largest bank in the empire. It was a terrible truth, but everything matched, and the guy's words sounded too convincing now. Ralph had cursed this man for so many years and only now learned the hard truth. But suddenly Ralph pulled himself together and, putting on a serious face, declared that the guy was talking nonsense. After all, to say something like that, you needed compelling evidence, otherwise this whole story could be forgotten. But it was with the help of this little box which Ralph held in his hand that Nigel could easily obtain the evidence he needed. Looking at the empty box, Ralph still couldn't understand what the guy was talking about and what he was hinting at. But Ralph had already told Nigel that the box was empty, so why the hell was he offering it as evidence? Yes, there really was nothing in the box, but it had its own main purpose. And holding out his hand, Nigel asked Ralph to throw the box back to him, to show him what the purpose of this was. Ralph immediately threw the box to the guy he still considered an impudent boy. Since Nigel needed the box so much, it was easy for Ralph to throw it back, and he began to watch carefully how the boy would use it. Immediately after this, Nigel made another request that he would need a brush and ink. Ralph was unclear as to why Nigel needed these things, although he promised to explain everything a little later. Nigel now had a brush and ink in his hands, which he had for some reason asked Ralph for in order to present evidence. Ralph had to wait a long time while Nigel drew on the empty box what was supposed to be proof of his words. At some point, Ralph even got bored because half an hour had already passed since the guy started drawing with ink. If Nigel was simply biding his time to postpone his death, it was no use. But Nigel looked like he was in no mood to stop and was already putting the finishing touches on the box with ink. Then Ralph noticed that there were suddenly writings visible on the box that he had not noticed before. Ralph stood up from his seat and carefully examined the box, the lid of which turned out to be covered with secret signs. It was hard to believe that the box contained an engraving that became the main proof of the veracity of Nigel's story. The text on the lid would be easier to read if printed on paper, and the same applied to all the other boxes. Indeed, Ralph had many of the same boxes through which his father wanted to convey a secret message to his son. Now all that remained was to give Nigel the remaining boxes, which seemed to be waiting for their moment to reveal the secret message on their lids. Soon behind Nigel there was a whole mountain of boxes, on the lids of which was hidden a secret engraving. With simple ink and a brush, he cleverly brought to life the message that the bank owner had left for his son many years ago. The guy's move was very impressive, and Ralph no longer doubted Nigel's rightness. Without looking up from the boxes, the boy continued to develop the engraving in order to later compose from it a complete message from father to son. He then placed a cloth on the boxes, on which the ink-stained engraving was imprinted. Soon, Nigel found himself in possession of the very message that the bank owner had left many years ago. It was hard to believe, but his father never forgot about his son, and now Ralph had no doubt that everything Nigel said was true. It was the face of his beloved woman that the owner of the largest bank in the empire carved onto these empty boxes. Ralph reached out with trembling hands to the portrait of his mother, whom he loved more than anyone on earth. She was exactly the same as they remembered her alive, and it was difficult to imagine what was going on in the soul of this leader. At some point, he completely forgot her image, because in his memory, his mother's face bore only the imprint of grief. Now, looking at the portrait, He clearly remembered the features of her face, and the memories suddenly flooded him. These memories brought tears to his eyes, because his mother's sweet smile remained in his heart forever. It seems to have worked, and now Ralph won't raise his hand against Nigel and all the newbies he took with him to the top of the mountain. Nigel's goal was not the wealth of the late bank owner, because in the cave he found something much more valuable. Friendship with Ralph was the main goal for which the guy took on this dangerous task. After all, the Blood Sect had gone too far in its plan to overthrow the current candidate for the position of leader. This sect was fomenting hostility between the band of robbers on the mountain and the bank of the very man who was Ralph's father. Eventually, a long war broke out between them, at the end of which Ralph managed to defeat the bank's army. Now Ralph learned that all this time he had been fighting against his own father and had destroyed the only legacy he had left for him. His heart was filled to the brim with guilt, and it seemed that only death would free Ralph from this suffering. But all this was only a possible version of his fate, and now he could avoid such a fate if he listened to Nigel. Nigel only needed Ralph to stop the terrible events that were about to happen. Approaching the guy, Ralph quietly asked if Nigel needed any help from him. But could the guy ask for a reward for a task that was entrusted to him by fate itself? All this time, the guy, sparing no effort, climbed to the top of the mountain, and then he had to fight with one of the strongest fighters. So right now, he just wanted to quench his thirst and asked Ralph for just a glass of good wine. Ralph felt a little strange hearing such a request, and asked again if this was really all Nigel wanted. The guy answered without hesitation that he didn't want more, although he wouldn't refuse 2 glasses. Finally, this brought a smile to the face of the stern man, who had not heard anything like this for a long time. And then he laughed so loudly that even his soldiers outside heard the loud laughter of their leader for the first time. No one could understand what was going on there, but everyone knew that entering the house without permission was prohibited. Everyone understood that this was not just a meeting, although it was difficult to imagine what could have made Ralph so happy. And then they saw their leader in front of them, who had important news. He ordered that all alcohol from the reserves be immediately taken out and preparations made for the biggest feast in recent years. Today was the day he let go of his deepest regrets and found a younger brother in spirit. That same evening, everyone celebrated this event over glasses of beer because Ralph had finally cheered up and stopped being so gloomy. At the table, they talked about all sorts of things, and the guys had already forgotten their previous argument. Of course, the strongest guys immediately began to measure their strength, and Maruk immediately defeated the local strongman, who was the champion. Here, the strength of the local strongman was useless, although he believed that he was simply unlucky and demanded a second fight. He had heard before that this guy had extraordinary physical strength, and now he was convinced of it himself. At the other end of the room, the guys were reminiscing about how they had walked through a whole army of poisonous beetles today. Many of them never ceased to be amazed at how Nigel and his team managed to reach the top of the mountain. Leslie, well drunk and smiling, told everyone that their leader had shared his knowledge with them, and his partner kept her eyes on the man whom she had long suspected of having secret ties to the Blood Sect. Today, that guy showed skills that a person his age shouldn't have, which means he was hiding something from others. She watched closely as Nigel and Ralph, who had been fighting to the death that day, talked. Indeed, it was hard to believe that a few hours later they would be sitting at the same table and pouring drinks for each other. It was difficult to understand who Nigel really was, but the girl would soon find out. Now she had to be more careful, because she was still on a reconnaissance mission and no one had canceled it. But even from a distance, Nigel realized that she was piercing him with her gaze and quietly asked her not to look at him so closely. It seemed like he could drink everything to the bottom and not even get drunk after so many liters of alcohol. Ralph lived in these parts for decades, and during this time drank a whole sea of alcohol. But this alcohol was so pleasant only today because he shared this feast with his new brother. That was how he felt about Nigel now, for the boy had explained what had tormented Ralph all his life. However, he noticed that some of Nigel's men were hiding their true faces behind masks. For example, the 2 at the table were wearing masks made of real human skin, and Ralph thought that Nigel should have noticed this long ago. Now Ralph was a little worried about his young brother and would not allow anyone to deceive him or create unnecessary problems for him for anything in the world. Nigel had known about this for a long time, but now he was worried about something completely different, and he was just about to ask about it. However, Ralph interrupted him and asked him to call him brother, so that a close relationship could be established between them immediately. Ralph even promised that if Nigel didn't agree, he wouldn't tell him anything at all and would end their friendly get-together right then. Of course, Nigel didn't argue and asked his older brother if he wanted to go to the bank with him. After all, Nigel had to have visited at least once the bank that his father had created and bequeathed to Ralph. Moreover, it became clear from the letter that the river that flowed among the mountains was very important to Ralph. However, first Ralph himself wanted to ask Nigel a question that had been brewing in his mind for a long time. Won't Nigel look like a bad heir if he continues to behave like this? But Nigel, without even looking at Ralph, replied that they had already talked about this a couple of hours ago. And his answer hasn't changed since then, because the guy didn't care about such trifles as other people's opinions. Moreover, having made friends with the forest robbers, Nigel was able to ensure peace for his settlement, which was now not threatened by anything. Ralph himself should have been more concerned about himself and how his loyal subjects would treat him. But Ralph's opinion did not change, and he once again warmly thanked Nigel. Realizing that Ralph's loud words might attract unnecessary attention, Nigel tried to stop him. Nigel felt that he did not deserve such respect from Ralph, because he was rightly considered one of the best warriors. And then Ralph suddenly stood up and a magic circle appeared under him, which could only mean one thing. It was hard to understand why it was necessary to stand up for this, but it all looked like a solemn oath. Everyone turned at once to where the two were standing, not understanding what Ralph was trying to achieve this time. None of his bandit subjects expected that Ralph would be so deeply moved by Nigel that he would be ready to give him his oath. Then Ralph said loudly that Nigel had refused the reward and was even ready to take the shame upon himself to save their honor. And if they don't repay him in kind, they will remain the pathetic bandits that everyone considers them to be. That is why he wanted to announce to all his brothers the truth that they must learn from him personally right now. Now Nigel was one of them and could come to this place freely without any restrictions. In fact, it was such a great honor that no one except Nigel had ever been awarded it before. Of course, the bandits immediately agreed with their leader and swore to protect Nigel in this territory. For Victoria and Leslie, this also meant a lot, and Victoria immediately guessed that her watch in this area was cancelled. This reconciliation promised great benefits in the future for the bank that Ralph's father had bequeathed to him. Previously, huge amounts of money were spent on fighting robbers, but now this problem has been solved immediately. Nigel can now expand his clan's borders beyond his home province and establish bases in other areas. Finally, Ralph asked Nigel not to turn away from such a scoundrel as his older brother and to remember that he was ready to lend him a shoulder at any moment. But Nigel thought differently of Ralph, for the reward he received from him was the best. In response, Nigel also thanked Ralph for the honor and promised to also come to the rescue if needed. After this, Ralph laughed loudly and said that he definitely wouldn't need Nigel's help. Instead, Ralph suggested that everyone raise their glasses and drink again to their new strong union. Today, his younger brother Nigel shared his joy with him, and it meant that from this moment their lives would change forever. Ralph loudly wished everyone to live a good life and finally stop being robbers. Then he drank all the alcohol from his jug and everyone else followed his example. That night, no one slept, and until dawn, the guys celebrated the union of the two leaders. At the same time, Logan was in his office and realized that things were getting worse every day. On his desk lay a whole stack of denunciations of Nigel's clan, which began to be written after the leader spent too much money from the treasury. Rumors began to spread among the new recruits that Nigel was squandering money instead of giving them a pay raise. If left unchecked, these rumors would spread throughout the settlement and soon reach Nigel himself. But most of all, Logan was worried about the safe return of Nigel, who had long since gone up the mountain. Logan prayed only for Nigel to return safe and sound, because everything else could be sorted out. If necessary, Logan was ready to go to this mountain himself, taking his best soldiers with him. Now, more than ever, Logan had to support his young leader Nigel, because the life of the entire settlement depended on him. After all, Nigel had recently saved his life, risking himself and giving up a huge part of his mana. Suddenly, there was some noise from the street and Logan turned sharply towards the front door. Logan heard loud shouts from guards outside. Was the enemy clan attacking again? Quickly running out into the street, Logan saw that two of his guys were seriously injured and urgently needed his help. Logan was not mistaken, because representatives of the Dark Clan were already on his territory and clearly did not come for a friendly conversation. Roderick himself arrived at the faction's main building today and entered into battle with the guards who would not let him in. Mateo and Zach immediately arrived on scene and stood next to their commander, Logan. Roderick just smiled widely when he saw how serious these guys were. Roderick came here to meet Nigel in person and loudly called for the leader to come outside. Roderick seriously decided that Nigel should kneel before him and beg for forgiveness for that incident in the forest. Roderick wanted to kill only Nigel and leave all the rest of his people alive. But Logan was ready to give even his own life to protect his young leader. And before he can fight Nigel, Roderick will have to step over Logan's corpse. Matteo was of the same opinion and loudly ordered his soldiers to draw their blades. All the fighters immediately carried out his order and prepared for a long fight. Looking at them, Roderick did not understand why he saw only 3 faction commanders in front of him, and not Nigel. After all, instead of Logan, the main culprit, Nigel, who was the reason Roderick lost his arm, should have stood in front of him. However, Roderick did not come here alone, and in the distance, Logan noticed another famous fighter. The fighter shouted from afar that no one dared raise a sword against his best student, Roderick, because he was ready to fight any offender personally. Then he began to slowly enter the faction's territory, and Logan realized that this enemy was much more dangerous than Roderick. Even Logan, who was ready to fight any fighter, understood how dangerous it was to meet such a strong warrior. This man's name was Edmund. He was the leader of the Black Mountain faction and had fought local bandits single-handedly on more than one occasion. Looking at Logan, Matteo, and Zach, Edmund advised them to put down their swords immediately if they did not want to go to the afterlife. But Edmund and Roderick themselves had illegally invaded their territory, so Logan was in no hurry to carry out the order. And if these self-confident idiots persist, they themselves will have to go there too. Edmund's younger companion, Roderick, also came closer and with a smile advised Logan and his men not to argue, but to listen to the elder. And if Logan thought that Elder Edmund would ignore the loss of Roderick's hand, he was very much mistaken. Logan found it strange that the elder would do this just because that idiot Roderick had lost his arm in battle. Most likely that cunning old man Edmund was well paid to simply destroy the clan's leadership. But the invaders had gone too far and the start of the battle would have meant a battle to the death. Moreover, the elder had no reason to accuse Nigel of a crime because he was simply defending his people. But words were no longer needed, and Elder Edmund pointed his magic blade at Logan. Logan did the same and was ready to fight this strong opponent alone, leaving his guys behind. At that moment, he realized that he was a little late in his attack, as the tip of the enemy's weapon was already almost touching his face. Gripping the hilt of his sword tightly, he was ready to use all the abilities that Nigel had recently helped him strengthen. He was able to block the first blow, but he was lucky to react so quickly. Matteo knew that their deputy leader was taking a huge risk by accepting a challenge to a fair fight from such a strong opponent. Besides, Logan hadn't participated in duels for a long time, and the elder went on difficult missions almost every week. However, refusing this duel would mean that their young leader had broken the law, which could not be allowed. From afar, the elder's assistants warned that if the boys took even a step, they would be mercilessly killed. Logan knew it too and ordered his guys to back off and trust his experience. At this time, the elder to his right, ready for a second attack, with a wide sweeping movement pointed his sword straight at Logan. If the boys had intervened in the fight now, they would most likely have been killed and would have been unable to do anything against the elder's power. And if someone had to die today, Logan wanted it to be him, thereby saving the rest. This old man moved as quickly as if he were no more than 20 years old, although his vast experience was entirely in keeping with his age. Surely if Nigel had been here, the duel would have gone very differently. But he was still on Black Mountain. The Union's goal of destroying the demon had not yet been accomplished, which was why Eugene had hired this warrior now. The elder demanded that the young leader be brought here immediately if Logan did not want to say goodbye to life. But Nigel was now busy with other important matters, and he did not have time to go out to the square. And the elder would do well to immediately stop this farce and leave the territory of their clan before it's too late. But the elder considered the battle a good lesson for those who act without thinking and do not know their place. And today, he wanted to teach his opponent good manners and forever wean him off taking on too much. Then, using the Moonsword's Thunder ability, he attacked Logan so hard that he missed a whole series of blows. Clouds were still floating in the sky above, but at that moment a fierce battle was taking place on the ground. After such a series of blows, Logan fell to his knees, realizing that his strength was not enough for this fight. Placing the blade of his sword on Logan's shoulder, the elder wanted to warn this idiot one last time. If Logan wanted to live, he had to bring the leader here immediately, or he would never see him again. But Logan insisted on his own and was ready to accept death, as he had sworn to Nigel from the very beginning. All the talk was useless, and since Logan was so stubborn, the elder did not mind finishing him off. But at that moment, Logan suddenly opened his eyes and realized that help had arrived just in time. After all, instead of a blade before his eyes, he saw the very young leader that the Elder wanted to see so much. But judging by the Elder's appearance, he was no longer happy and was not as confident in himself as he had been a few minutes ago. After all, Nigel really was that strong, and all the rumors about his abilities turned out to be true. And right now, the Elder had to be convinced of this and think about how not to die himself. It was unclear how Nigel had managed to approach so unnoticed, since his normal abilities did not allow this. Without wasting any time, Nigel attacked, and with one simple movement, he threw the Elder far away from him. Nigel had no doubt in his abilities, and knew that his strength would be enough to deal with several of these fighters at once. Yes, it was Nigel, their leader, whose skills they had never doubted. He returned just when his help was needed and once again made his old enemies nervous. Seeing the uninvited guest before him, Nigel knew that he would soon leave his territory, even if he had to carry him out feet first. But the main thing was Logan's well-being, and Nigel asked if he needed help. The Elder should have taken care of himself and not entered into a fight he could not win. Nigel then asked Logan to remain still, and placing his hand on his shoulder, used his recovery ability. Nigel was ready to immediately heal the wounds that the Elder had managed to inflict with a series of deadly blows. His ability accelerated the natural healing of wounds, and Logan soon felt a surge of strength. This was enough for first aid, and Logan felt much better after using this ability. And now it's time to deal with whoever dared to illegally invade their territory. Yes, it was about the Elder whose limbs Nigel promised to rip off. Never in his life had the Elder heard such bold statements and threats against him, especially from a young brat. The Elder's assistant immediately thrust his blade forward and shouted loudly that Nigel would have to answer for his words. But Roderick knew for sure that Nigel didn't like to joke and didn't throw words to the wind. After all, Roderick had recently lost his hand to Nigel's sword and knew that he was ready to accept the challenge at any moment. But by going against the Elder, he made enemies of the leaders of those groups where this man was an important person. The old man had heard of Nigel and knew that this guy only seemed kind, but in fact was as evil as all the robbers. To insult him would mean to condemn oneself to death, so the guy would soon regret it. Having accepted the challenge, the Elder promised to kill the scoundrel as soon as he got close to him in a couple of seconds. Then he kept his promise and, pushing off the ground, rushed towards his opponent. It became clear that in the fight with Logan, he had not used even half of his strength, but now he was ready to show everything he was capable of. Even those guys who knew the strength of their young leader understood the complexity of this fight. Even Logan regretted that he had quarreled with the Elder, and now Nigel would have to fight him one-on-one. And he was already very close to the guy, and it seemed as if dozens of magic swords flew into the air at once in his hand. Using the ability of the 12 Thunderblades, he directed them towards where Nigel was standing calmly. The Elder was sure that the boy would not be able to dodge the blows and was ready to kill him immediately. But to his surprise, none of the Thunder Swords hit their target. Instead, the swords flew past Nigel as the boy deftly dodged each blow. He moved so easily, as if he knew every step of the enemy in advance and was ready for it. A slight smile was still on his face, and he just watched this idiot carefully. It wasn't that it was too easy, but after many battles he had a lot of experience in real fighting. The Elder was wasting his mana senselessly and soon risked being left completely without strength and defenseless. It was hard to believe, but the guy really didn't attack, but simply stood in place and dodged every blow. But then he realized that the old man had become an easy target and it was time to attack. The blade in his hands flashed with a bright, blinding light, and the force of destruction passed along the entire blade, from the hilt to the tip. One such blow would be enough to kill anyone, and the Elder knew this very well. However, it would hardly help him, because they were standing so close that he would not have enough speed to repeat Nigel's trick. The guy's blade was so close to his face that it was clear to everyone how this fight would end. But instead of one blow, the guy, like his opponent before, delivered a whole series of fatal blows. Never before had the Elder's young assistant seen him attacked so easily by an ordinary guy. Roderick realized that today he would not be able to take revenge on Nigel for the lost hand, as he wanted. Everyone in Nigel's clan knew about his abilities, but after returning from the mountain, he became even faster. Blood was already flowing from the fresh wounds of the Elder, who had missed all the enemy's blows. Now he no longer looked like the terrible warrior who had entered the clan's land without permission. This sucker he always thought Nigel was turned out to be one of the best fighters on the entire continent and the most dangerous opponent. Looking at him from afar, Nigel said that the Elder looked terrible and asked him to remind him of the threats of this idiot. But instead of threatening the old man, it would be better to apologize to the guy if he still wants to stay alive. Although in reality, they should leave here right now while the guy is in a good mood. The elder, of course, wanted to leave here alive, but he was not used to such insults. And even if he had to turn to the dark force, he was ready to do it. The next second, a dark aura enveloped his body, and the old man was ready to continue the fight that had started so unsuccessfully for him. He promised to cut off the boy's head and remind him of all Nigel's words. Then the guy had only one thing left to do, and putting his sword forward, he showed his readiness for a new fight. And if he had to kill this idiot, Nigel was ready to do it in order to protect his people from the threat forever. As before, the guy first carefully watched the enemy's movements and was in no hurry to use his destructive power. But when they were already very close to each other, the elder suddenly noticed some movement above his head. It turned out that an arrow was flying straight at them, fired by someone from outside the clan's lands. The arrow hit the exact spot between the two opponents, where their swords would clash in an instant. But the arrow got ahead of them, and now on either side of it stood two worst enemies, not understanding what had happened. Nigel had previously warned his men not to engage in fair combat and was surprised to see the arrow. The elder was no less surprised, because in front of him, he saw the arrow of the indomitable thunder. Yes, it was not a simple arrow from the bows of the fortress archers, but a magical charge that could belong to only one person. Then the magic around the arrow disappeared, and all that was left was to figure out who had fired it. It was known that such an arrow was shot as a sign of the end of a war. But did anyone really decide to make peace after so many years of hostility? It was clear that by law it was impossible to continue the fight if this arrow was between the opponents. The elder was surprised to realize that a man from that famous family who could start and stop fights had come here. Right in front of him, he saw several people, and among them was a girl with an arrow in her hands. But from her face, he did not recognize the people from that famous family who could use such magic arrows. If this had not happened, Nigel would have definitely killed this gloomy old man, and only a miracle saved his miserable life. Now all the straight cloud guards were on the clan's land, and they all obeyed only Nigel. Even the girl with the arrow was completely dependent on this young man, whom for some reason she decided to trust. But it was not worth expecting the elder to believe this deception, so he abruptly thrust his blade forward to continue the fight. He demanded that the girl, whom the old man saw for the first time, but who tried to pass herself off as a member of a famous family, immediately identify herself. His young assistant loudly advised him to calm down, because the arrow of indomitable thunder obeyed only members of the main faction. However, the elder still had doubts and wanted to know who this girl really was. Realizing that there was no other way, Victoria pushed her partner and signaled that they would have to show who they really were. Understanding her, the guy followed her and raised his hand to his face to remove the leather mask. Then everyone watched in amazement as the faces of the young people changed right before their eyes, as if they had used some kind of magic. But there was no magic here, and the secret was in the mask made of real human skin that these two wore. From the outside, it looked very impressive, and anyone in their place would want the same mask. But the main thing was something else, because the girl really was from that noble family that the whole empire knew. When she took off her mask, everyone saw Victoria's true face, and the elder's doubts immediately disappeared. Although Nigel had guessed that the girl was hiding behind a mask, he did not expect that such a famous person would join him. He felt like he shouldn't reveal himself right now because now other factions would find out about it. The elder couldn't understand why Victoria and Leslie were here and why they had infiltrated Nigel's clan. Unexpectedly, the two politely apologized to everyone for abruptly stopping the battle by firing an arrow. However, they carried out their mission and acted according to the rules of their faction. If the elder agrees to help them in the investigation, Victoria will be very grateful and will ask the emperor himself to reward him. The blade was still in the old man's hands, but now he could not use it to continue the fight. Besides, everyone knew that there had been feuding between the clans for 7 generations already, and it was not Victoria's place to decide whether it should end right now. Now the old man faced a difficult choice: to break the ancient tradition of enmity or to stop the fight and lower the sword. Finally, he said through clenched teeth that Victoria should not turn a blind eye to the problem, because a devilish sect had appeared in her own province. He stated that Nigel was the leader of this clan of demons, and Victoria for some reason began to protect him. The elder thought that Nigel's powers were replenished by creatures from the underworld, and that was the only reason he won time after time. It was the elder who dared to go against the messenger of darkness, and Victoria should have supported him. But the girl again replied that she was simply doing her duty and protecting her family's assistant, who had long been Nigel. Yes, this should have been said earlier, because the old man only now found out that Nigel had long been officially an assistant to the main faction. Now everything went completely differently than Roderick had planned, and he still had to have a serious conversation with the elder, whom he had so brazenly deceived. To harm the benefactor of the ruling family was the same as to harm the emperor himself, and Nigel knew this very well. After all, if a battle were to occur between the mountain faction and the dominant family, the outcome of that battle would be a major war. The old man knew this, but even if Nigel really was who he said he was, that didn't mean he wasn't connected to the demon. And if Victoria is willing to vouch for Nigel, the elder will do as she asks and stop the fight. The girl had no doubts about Nigel and was ready to officially vouch for him with her honor. As she had said before, the young leader of the Nigel clan was her family's assistant and the main benefactor of the entire faction. Most likely, there was just a misunderstanding, so it was necessary to stop this farce and sit down at the negotiating table. Although it was humiliating for the elder, he knew that he was talking to a generous and sensible girl who would not speak in vain. Roderick realized that his plan had failed, and his subordinates' respect for him would fall even lower. The elder's hand was still shaking with anger, but with each passing minute he understood better and better what Victoria meant. Lowering his head, he realized that he had no choice but to retreat and leave the clan's land. Then he finally lowered his weapon and ordered his men to follow him as he walked out of the estate. Roderick was the first to object to this decision, saying that they would lose the rest of their respect. But the elder rudely cut him off, because Roderick knew in advance who Nigel really was. If Roderick doesn't want to lose his other hand, he'd better listen to the elder and follow the order. Soon they were leaving this land, and it became clear that the quarrel ended there. Yes, it was all over, and Nigel knew that today he had gone through one of the most dangerous moments in his life. Nigel's fist was still clenched, although the boy was glad that the enemy had retreated and there was no need to fight anymore. All that remains is to figure out what Victoria and Leslie should do now that their little deception has been revealed. However, the girl was not laughing, because by revealing herself, she had ruined the matter, which should have ended successfully. They had to hide until the last moment. But the girl was overwhelmed with feelings, and she decided to take this step. But Nigel didn't seem to mind this outcome and asked the young people not to worry, promising to keep their secret. In addition, he was grateful to the girl for her help in the fight, because he won even without using his abilities. After all, thanks to Victoria, it was possible to avoid the bloody massacre that was about to begin. And she was right in thinking that they had something to discuss, because this little deception was unlikely to please anyone. And this lovely girl will now have to explain why she came to Nigel's clan and wanted to become his guard. Soon, the two masters of stealth were called into the conference room for a serious talk. At first, no one could utter a word, and Victoria understood that the main responsibility was on her. For 10 minutes, they had been sitting in silence, and the girl was starting to get very worried, as was her partner. Looking at Nigel, she was ready to beg him to say at least a word and start a conversation. Suddenly, the guy opened his eyes sharply, and the first thing he did was ask them to calm down, saying that he was not going to find out their real names. Besides, he had already heard their names when Victoria had persuaded the elder to lower his weapon. But first, the girl wanted to sincerely apologize for revealing who she really was so late. However, this was not necessary, because the guy actually knew about everything for a long time. This shouldn't have been so surprising, and Leslie should have guessed long ago who was in front of him. Nigel had thought from the start that Victoria was smart enough to understand his ability to quickly recognize lies. Even during the first test, he realized that these two were hiding something and noticed their skillful disguise. It was his innate ability, and no one had ever managed to hide from Nigel who he really was. Even the bandits and their leader did not suspect anything, although Ralph would have understood the deception if they had remained on the mountain. Yes, this guy was really an unusual person, and besides, Nigel had one more question. Victoria should have understood that if they had not come to the clan's land, he would have dealt with the problem himself. Did she really come there just to help the elder of the Black Mountain faction and save him from death? But Victoria honestly admitted that she didn't care whether he lived or died, because this old man had done a lot of evil and dirty deeds in his life. On the contrary, it was only to the Union's advantage that she kept Nigel from killing an important person and prevented a new war from starting. So all this was done for just one person, and that guy was Nigel. After all, if she hadn't stopped him, the elder would have definitely lost his head, and only one end would have awaited this old man. However, after this, the guy would have to kill all his subordinates who were not guilty of anything. It was hard to argue with that, and anyone who knew Nigel knew how the fight would have ended. He really wanted to kill them all because some of the elders' men were ready to do the same to the guy. But that would mean starting a war with all the faction elders, which Victoria didn't want to allow. In this case, she would no longer be able to stop the counterattack of other clans, even using her great influence. In the end, this would lead to a massacre in which dozens, maybe hundreds of the Empire's best warriors would clash. And for Nigel himself, this would be a bad turn of events. So the girl decided to intervene. Now that we've dealt with this issue, we can move on to other topics. For example, a guy wanted to know why a girl, when speaking to an elder, called him her benefactor. The answer was simple, because if it weren't for Nigel, they would have died long ago in that dungeon or in the hands of the Black Mountain Bandits. Then the last question remained, why did they infiltrate his clan and participate in the recruitment of personal security? There was no point in hiding anything now, so the girl promised to tell the whole truth. Lately, many people have disappeared in the province, and at first she suspected Nigel of everything. They began to investigate the reasons for the disappearances and found no other clues other than the boy's sudden awakening after death. Without listening to her to the end, the guy suddenly interrupted Victoria and asked her his question. If that was the case, then why did she stop suspecting him? Has anything really changed? But as soon as the girl began to answer, her partner also decided to speak out. He explained that it was Nigel's willingness to sacrifice himself for others. Watching Nigel become bait for poisonous bugs, she realized that a guy like that couldn't be a killer. Then she saw with her own eyes how he jumped into the water with dangerous sea creatures to save his people. The guy was ready to fight even with the warrior who was feared by the Emperor's guardians themselves. From experience, Victoria considered the guy to be either a good person or an excellent actor. After such praise, Nigel even looked down and said that she was exaggerating a little. It was a good answer on her part, and Nigel, in turn, could also tell her something important. Nigel had long been investigating the disappearances that the two of them were now taking on. Since Eugene was somehow connected to the missing people, Nigel wanted to use this clue to expose the criminal. The girl immediately asked Nigel to tell her everything he had managed to find out. However, if he tells about it now, there will be no turning back for them. If they are ready to go to the end, then they need to prepare for constant danger to life. Only now did they realize that the disappearances were not like the ones they were used to investigating. That same night, a loud knock was heard in the forest near Black Mountain, and carts were slowly rolling along the forest paths. It was this night that Victoria was to learn the truth, which she would not have discovered without Nigel's help. Unsuspectingly, a large group of the Dark Clans slowly moved forward through the thicket of the dark forest. Their cart was overloaded to the brim, and the cargo was tightly tied with strong ropes. The most terrible thing was that they were carrying human corpses in their carts, and therefore hid their faces under black hoods. It was a terrible crime, and if it had been discovered, all these people would have been immediately sentenced to death. Suddenly, one of the people of the Dark Clan noticed a severed human hand ahead and hurried towards it. His friends turned around sharply, realizing that their comrade had noticed this oversight in time. He immediately rushed to pick up his hand from the ground, realizing that it had accidentally fallen out of the cart. Then he threw her back into the cart as deftly as if he dealt with severed body parts every day. None of his companions even changed their expressions, and it became clear that they had all long been mired in crime. After this, everyone turned away and continued on their way in the light of the full moon. However, none of them knew that they left behind other corpses that would make it easy to track them down. Deep in the forest, people were left lying on the paths, killed in a brutal battle with this group of sectarians. Soon they arrived at the place, and their leader was already looking forward to the beginning of the business for which they had traveled such a long way. There was not a single person left in the entire forest who could notice them and interfere with their insidious plan. They quickly lit the torches, instantly illuminating the gorge where they were going to wait for the leader, who had almost finished his ritual. The leader ordered his men to take the carts and follow him silently. The boys immediately carried out the order, although some thought that the journey to the gorge took too much time. Now they could sit down for a while and rest until the leader gave a new command. The boys hadn't had so much work for a long time, especially so late at night, so many were already sweating from fatigue. They had been short of men lately, so they sent reinforcements from another unit stationed nearby. The leader suggested that the 3 new recruits sit down and rest with everyone else, since the return journey would not be shorter. He handed them a flask of water because they were probably very thirsty. The leader immediately warned that all this confusion had not started through his fault and that the leader had simply suddenly given a new order. But Nigel, who was hiding his face under a hood, was now worried about something completely different. He realized that there was only one entrance to the gorge and decided that it was time to begin their little fun. Then he smiled and said that the boys could rest easy, because soon they would be going on an eternal rest. The boys were indeed very tired, but none of them thought about the eternal peace in heaven that this stranger had in mind. The decision had already been made, and the next second the leader saw a sharp blade in front of his face. This was the last thing he saw in his life, because only his comrades saw the blood splattering in all directions. None of them could understand what was happening and why the three recruits suddenly rebelled. It turned out that Nigel was hiding under the black robe, ready to fight the others. He warned that any resistance would end the same way for them and that the fate of the leader would await them. But the deputy leader did not listen and loudly ordered the others to prepare for battle. One of the subordinates immediately blew a large horn as a signal to attack, and the loud sound echoed throughout the entire gorge. However, this was the last thing this daredevil did, because he maliciously broke the silence and immediately paid for it with his life. His head flew off just like their leaders, but this time Victoria took care of it. Now everyone else watched as their second comrade was beheaded, and it was time to believe Nigel's words. Moreover, Nigel was not alone, because Victoria, who was always considered an excellent fighter, was next to him. Only on the surface she seemed like a sweet girl, who was looked at by men passing by. But in reality, she was an excellent fighter. Finally, Nigel's will be able to truly appreciate her skills, because today she has a chance to show herself. There were many more rivals, but they had to try not to miss any of them so as not to attract even more sectarians here. Then Nigel suddenly suggested to his new recruit Leslie that he handle the matter himself, even though he had no intention of fighting the crowd. However, Victoria was much braver and was the first to decide to carry out the order. And even if she doesn't manage to eliminate all the criminals, she will definitely be able to stop most of them. None of the members of the dark sect could even imagine that only one girl would dare to fight them. Victoria advanced on them with such confidence, as if she had spent her entire life fighting crowds of armed guys. But it was stupid to look at her from the outside, because the first sectarians on her path were destroyed. With wide swings of her sword, she cut down one bandit after another, using the power of the poisonous snowflower. Even with a regular sword in her hands, the girl would have done no worse, but her magic did its job. Soon the ranks of the sectarians thinned out and only a few people remained opposite her. Victoria knew perfectly well that she had a reliable warrior covering her back, and Nigel would never let an enemy get to her from behind. It was true. During the battle, Nigel had shouted loudly to her that she could only look ahead and not worry about anything. But there was also bad news, because they completely forgot about Leslie, who did not know how to fight and was left all alone. Turning around, Nigel saw the end of the duel, in which his student was clearly losing. The only thing that saved the guy was that he skillfully dodged blows and could hold out for a long time even without a weapon. That's why Nigel decided to share his energy with him, because it would be much easier for Leslie to defeat her opponent. A moment later, the boy felt his body fill with new strength and fresh mana. This new power in his hands seemed to give him abilities that Leslie never had. And now the cultist who swung his blade over his head no longer seemed such a dangerous opponent. Leslie had only a fan in his hands, but it was this fan that became the deadly weapon that killed the sectarian. Leslie didn't even have time to really understand anything before the sectarian had already fallen, cut up by this fan. As if without knowing how, he took out an iron fan and struck it right at his opponent's most vulnerable spot. Leslie had known before that Nigel was no ordinary person, but now he was once again convinced of his amazing abilities. And Nigel only noted that Leslie easily adopted his power and added that it was nice to see how quickly he defeated the cultist. Within a few minutes, all the criminals were already lying lifeless on the cold stone floor of the gorge. It's good that everyone remained safe and none of Nigel's new recruits were hurt. Leslie still couldn't get over the unexpected gift he received from the young leader. It was as if by magic that he became strong, although all his life he was considered the weakest in his family. At that moment, Nigel passed on to him the skill he had inherited in the Black Cave, and now part of that power belonged to Leslie as well. However, now there was no time to waste on unnecessary conversations, which always only get in the way. After all, the slower they go into the depths of the gorge, the more victims there will be among the sectarians under hypnosis. They rushed with all speed to where the main boss of the Black Gorge, guilty of all the crimes, was supposed to be waiting for them. And although they themselves were looking for this meeting, Nigel's new recruits did not expect the boss to be so strong. In front of them stood a strange creature that was only glad to have uninvited guests and wanted to eat them quickly. This monster's dangerous weapon was its tentacles with sharp spikes, which it could easily control. This witch was always short of fresh food, and now the food itself came to her lair. She had not yet had time to understand who was in front of her, and thought that these three were just random travelers. The witch thought these people were so delicious that she was already imagining how she would eat them for dinner today and could not wait for this moment. Victoria shouted loudly to the leader that she was waiting for his order, realizing how dangerous this monster was. But to her surprise, Nigel replied that they did not need to fight and should conserve their strength. Instead, Nigel had another very important task for them to complete first. The witch was very surprised to realize that instead of 3, she would only get 1 victim today. After all, a second later, only Nigel remained in the place of the guys, who was about to cut off its thorny stems. Yes, to anyone else, those stalks on her back would have seemed like a terrible weapon. But Nigel had been through too much to be afraid. Now he wanted to start the battle as soon as possible and not waste time on unnecessary conversations. The monster seemed to want to start a fight too, especially since the witch was already very hungry and wanted to eat Nigel. The witch instantly pointed her main weapon, which was the thorny stems, towards the guy. Opening her huge mouth, she wanted to wrap the guy in stems in order to quickly drag him straight into her throat and swallow him whole. But Nigel deftly dodged this attack, and not one of the dozens of these vile stems was able to touch him. The very next second, he fulfilled his promise and cut them down with one broad movement. The problem was that the thorns of these branches were poisonous, so one had to be careful not to accidentally touch them. The tentacles were approaching from all sides, and if he had lost his caution even for a moment, he would have missed a blow to the chest. Luckily, Nigel's abilities were with him, and the mutant was only wasting his strength trying to defeat him. The worst part was that this witch's stems could grow infinitely, and even if she lost them completely, she could instantly start regeneration. She wondered how long the guy could withstand such an onslaught, dodging her prickly tentacles. These stems were very dangerous, especially after a long fight in which the guy spent too much mana. If even one stem pierced him, it would immediately suck all the strength out of the guy, which was unacceptable. After all, then it's definitely the end for him, and he will no longer be able to use any of his healing abilities. But Nigel hoped that this time he would be able to stand firm, as he had in the battles with the other mutants. The witch was still having fun, as if this was not a real battle, but just another entertainment. Besides, the guy had always been so arrogant that now she wanted to see fear in his eyes and hear pleas for mercy. Then she suddenly announced that she had changed her mind about playing and now wanted to move on to a serious battle. Immediately after this, the guy saw the witch's thorny stalk in front of him, which was almost touching his face. Would he really miss this blow? Only at the last second did he manage to dodge, and leaning to the side, he allowed the tentacle to fly over his head. Yes, it seems he underestimated his opponent a little and should have taken this damn witch more seriously. Moreover, not only did the number of tentacles grow, but also the speed of their movement increased with every second. Unfortunately, in the midst of the battle, one of the shoots still hit the guy. The witch was already ready to celebrate her victory, believing that the guy had definitely come to an end. She wanted to swallow him whole, bones and all, and not leave even a trace of this brat. But then the monster suddenly felt that his strength was leaving him for no apparent reason. Looking at her hands, the witch realized that even her prickly tentacles no longer obeyed her will. But she has already eaten enough victims that were brought to her lair by members of the dark sect. Looking to the side, she realized what kind of task Nigel had given his new recruits, and it was even worse than losing control of the tentacles. After all, that food in the form of unfortunate girls on a cart could have slipped away right before her eyes. It seems they have been spotted, and if they don't hurry, they too will have to fight this monster. If Nigel hadn't been there, she would have ground them into dust for this impudence, but she couldn't leave the guy without attention either. This was their only chance to escape, and Leslie ran at full speed towards the exit of the gorge. Nigel knew in advance that he was assigned the main role in this battle, and therefore distracted the witch's attention to himself. Putting his blade forward, he offered the witch to continue the fight, because now he could use the ability of solar fire. Grasping the mutant's spiky appendage tightly, he used his ability and fire quickly flared up in his hands. The witch realized that if this continued, the guy would set her tentacles on fire and they would flare up like a candle wick. This is exactly what Nigel had in mind when he declared that he too was tired of playing childish games with her. He wanted to burn her to the ground, so that instead of the damned mutant, only a handful of ashes remained in front of him. Now nothing could help her, because Nigel had deliberately missed that tentacle strike that had pierced his body almost to the bone, precisely for this moment. Never in her life had the witch met such a cunning opponent, who also possessed such powerful abilities. Now Nigel needed to get out of here as quickly as possible, because the witch began to fly apart into small pieces, and this could be dangerous. And so it happened, because in that place there was a loud explosion, from the center of which a deadly flame shot out in all directions. Watching from afar, Nigel waited for the moment when the fire died down and it would be possible to return to the gorge. A few minutes later, he came to the place where the witch was and realized that now she was finished forever. Instead of a monster with dozens of spiky tentacles, he saw only a pitiful semblance of a witch, whose remains were torn to shreds. She could still speak and ask the guy only to finish her off and end her suffering. Of course, the guy was ready to fulfill her last wish, but still was in no hurry to fulfill her request. The guy had a completely different plan, and instead of killing the witch, he had something more interesting in mind. Suddenly, she saw how in place of her lost limbs and tentacles, an arm grew back, and now the witch began to look like an ordinary person. She couldn't understand what this guy was planning, because his blade was raised right above her head again. With a smile on his face, Nigel advised her not to move. Otherwise, he might miss and hit her in the neck with the blade. Suddenly, he lowered his magic blade and with one deft movement cut off her restored arm again. He then quickly said that he could easily cure her and restore her healthy arms and legs. But for this, the monster would have to wait a little. And in order for the guy to fulfill his promise, she will now have to obey him in everything and start the conversation from the very beginning. By that time, Victoria and her partner had already carried the bodies to a safe place. They managed to save all the women who were still breathing, but each one was in serious condition. It was unclear whether first aid would help even temporarily, but Victoria decided to try. She also knew how to heal people, although she was much weaker than Nigel, who did it better than others. Moreover, it was not just a wound, but a curse that the witch had cast on her victims. Here, Victoria could do nothing to help, and each of the unfortunate girls was dying. All they could do was wait for the return of their leader, who would definitely find a way out even in such a situation. However, there was still no one at the exit of the gorge, and the guys were seriously worried whether Nigel had survived this fight. It was hard to believe that such terrible events were happening right before their eyes, and they didn't notice anything. After everything that happened, Victoria doubted that she was worthy of her famous family, because any of her ancestors in her place would have brought more benefit. At that moment, they heard a familiar voice from the exit of the Black Cave. Then Nigel appeared from the darkness and loudly praised the boys for a job well done. He smiled and assured them that they had done an excellent job of the task he had given them before the battle. The boys were delighted to see his familiar kind face and were happy that Nigel was safe. However, now it was necessary to think about the unfortunate girls who were still dying. Victoria gave them first aid, but the wounds were too serious and she was unable to heal them completely. But that was enough, because now Nigel had the artifact that Victoria had given him. Now he was ready to heal the girls himself with the help of this object that he held in his hands. Victoria immediately recognized the family artifact, which she gave to Nigel before his solo battle with the monster during their first trip to Black Rock Mountain. In fact, this relic enhanced his abilities, allowing him to use reverse cleansing and white omen at the same time. Nigel immediately thrust several magic needles into the girl's body, and a bright, saving light immediately shone in the center of her chest. Even from afar, the boys felt the life-giving force that Nigel managed to fill the dying woman with. And soon her voice was heard. Nigel explained that the poison was leaving the girl's body and her breathing would soon return to normal. A few minutes later, the ritual was completed, and the lives of the cursed witch's victims were no longer in danger. Now the girls needed to be sent to a doctor as soon as possible for further treatment and full recovery. But Victoria didn't understand why the healing was so fast and how Nigel managed it. Nigel had known the answer for a long time, because the members of the dark sect fed their victims drugs. These substances were more addictive than opium, and each of the unfortunate women was doomed. Then the scoundrels simply traded drugged women as things. Only now did Victoria realize that the kidnapped people she was looking for had all this time been sent to the black market and sold into slavery. It was impossible to leave it like that, and Victoria and her partner were obliged to see the matter through to the end. It was necessary to inform the Union about this crime as soon as possible and punish all those involved. But Nigel interrupted her, saying that there was no point in reporting to the Union and relying on its leaders. Even if we report directly to the Union leadership, the investigation will not advance and, as usual, will get bogged down in details. Moreover, Nigel suspected that not only the sectarians but also officials from the Union were involved in this dirty business. These were very serious accusations. But Nigel had long suspected it, and now his suspicions were confirmed. Someone in the Union knew about these crimes and turned a blind eye to them, most likely not for free. Now they had a choice to make, but knowing the danger ahead, they could stop the investigation right now. They could continue to trust the Union, but then their investigation would always reach a dead end. Or they could trust Nigel, who never deceived them and always chose the right path. Victoria was silent for a moment, her head down, and then asked Nigel who he considered the main traitor. The drugs were now distributed in only 2 provinces, so the pool of suspects was small. And if you remember how Eugene had been behaving lately, he could easily be considered one of the suspects. Perhaps Eugene was only covering up his hatred for Nigel, but in reality, he was hiding more serious secrets. In addition, the Celestial Swordsman clan, which was connected to Eugene, recently joined the Union and could also be involved in this dirty business. And if so, then behind all this there could only be one faction, influential enough to control the rest of the clans. They were, of course, talking about the leader of the Black Mountain faction, with whom Nigel had recently fought in a duel. Even before the battle with the Elder, Nigel could not understand for a long time which of the 2 factions was working with the criminals. But when Nigel managed to corner the Elder, he accidentally awakened another dark energy within himself in his rage. Nigel felt the same way from Dererick when, during their mortal combat, Dererick had to use the power he received from the demon. And now that young people know everything, they can simply put aside their insecurities and follow their leader. He admitted that he always considered Leslie a good magician, although no one in his family believed in this guy's abilities. He never doubted his partner Victoria, and today he saw her true strength again. With such a team, Nigel could complete the investigation and find the masterminds of these vile kidnappings. Now everyone understood who they needed to go with next, and both dropped to one knee in front of Nigel. They swore to serve him to the very end and follow their leader as their duty dictated. Victoria was ready to fight these demons with Nigel, knowing that with his support they could do the impossible. Nigel was expecting exactly this answer and was glad that they had made the right decision so quickly. Their strength will help him on this difficult path, and the skills of each of the young people will soon increase tenfold. Finally, he decided to leave a sign at the entrance to the gorge for his enemies so that they would immediately understand it and find Nigel. He decided to leave his mask in that place, in which he first entered the underground prison where the unfortunate women were kept. Yes, this sign will definitely be understood, and Nigel himself wanted to show himself to these scoundrels. When they come here and find the mask, everyone will understand who they had to deal with and by whose hand any of these bastards will die. Soon, the leaders of the Dark Clan and the leaders of all the groups, who had already learned about the guy's sign, gathered in the main building of the Dark Clan. On the table in front of Richard lay the very same horned mask that Nigel had left in the gorge. He had already been informed that the 3rd and 9th prisons had been completely destroyed, and it was clear who had ended up on their land. But Richard had ordered that these prisons be guarded much better, and since they had made a mistake, they did not deserve respect. Richard was very angry, and a powerful energy flared up around him, so each of the guys was seriously injured. The man thought that every one of his servants was to blame for this, so everyone had to feel the pain of his dark energy. Even Magnus had a hard time, although he was one of Richard's most loyal and close servants whom he usually protected. But the worst thing was that the man who did all this insulted their clan by deciding to leave a mark and laugh at them. Clenching his fist tightly, he used his power to crush the horned mask that Nigel had left behind, causing it to shatter into pieces. All this time, his servants were idle, and now the hour has finally come when their enemies laugh at them. One of Richard's close associates shouted loudly that the leader of the enemy clan, Nigel, had just recently returned from Black Mountain. He promised to find out immediately what the guy did last night and report it to Richard, but he would hardly have been able to keep his promise, because he would not have been able to learn anything without a head. Yes, Richard was so angry with his servants that he cut off the poor fellow's head with one swing of his sword. And if anyone else wanted to say such nonsense, Richard told them not to wait, because he was ready to chop off the heads of fools until the morning. Magnus only quietly said that in the 9th prison he personally found traces of the use of high-level abilities. Moreover, traces of poison were found in the 9th prison, which means that a group, not just one person, ended up in prison. Most likely, the traces of poison were left by someone who was attracted by the reward for catching the kidnappers. Richard was willing to help them guess and reminded them that the person who used that poison in battle should have reached the highest level long ago. And he remembered only one person in this century who could achieve this and could use the skill of solar fire. And this man was on very bad terms with their clan, which meant that Magnus, more than anyone else, should know his name. This was the warrior whom people called the Fire Monster and who, with his strength, could kill dozens of enemies at once. 30 years ago, he had already reached the highest level in using this power, and there was always a great reward for his head. Richard thought that he had definitely survived and had been secretly accumulating his strength all this time in order to attack them at the most opportune moment. If he was right, the fire monster's attacks would continue, but now they would no longer make mistakes. The remaining prisons needed to be quickly armed with weapons infused with ice energy to fight this fire monster. Now the main question was where the daughter of the provincial minister, who had been kidnapped a few weeks ago, was being held. Magnus immediately reassured him, because the girl was kept in a special place and was not in other prisons. This was good news, and Richard ordered that it be kept there to control their main enemy and always have the advantage. In addition, it was necessary to strengthen her security, and for this, Richard soon met with his elder. The elder was angry that Richard was late for the meeting again, although he assured that the meeting was not delayed because of him. He apologized again and hoped that the elder would not be angry with him after what happened. But it was time to get down to business, and Richard wanted to know what decision the old man had made. For a moment, the elder looked into Richard's eyes in silence, realizing that he was only waiting for consent. But if he absorbs this dark energy that Richard asks for, will he be able to achieve a new, incredible level of power? Richard knew he would hear this question today, but he had a clear answer ready for a long time. As he said before, if an elder does not dare to give up everything he has, he can achieve much more. In the past, the elder was looked upon with great hope, and the leaders of his faction paid him much attention. He was supposed to be the youngest warrior to reach the highest level. But it soon became clear that he would never reach that level, as the years passed and his strength remained average. However, the old man knew for sure that it was not his fault, since he had long ago done everything he could. The thing was that the skills of the Black Mountain faction were very weak, and yet they were the ones that gave him magical power. Richard knew his story very well and tried to press on the main desire that the elder had kept for many years. If many years ago, when the elder was young, he had been taught by a powerful master, everything might have been different. He slammed his fist on the table in anger, realizing that in his youth he had every chance of reaching the highest level. But everything could be returned, and Richard could give him the power to immediately raise his level. There was no way to do this without dark magic, but that was the price for success, and the elder had to understand that. The barrier that had kept him at his current level all this time could collapse if he decided to take this step. Only by giving his whole self for this power can he gain all the abilities at once. Yes, he could do a lot with that power, but no one in their right mind would want to sign a contract with the demon himself. On the other hand, he wouldn't have to work hard for decades and waste his energy on empty training. When he reaches the highest level, he will finally stop being treated like a hopeless old man. And then the strongest warrior in the entire empire will not be Nigel, but the elder himself at the head of his faction. Only one person could stop him, because Nigel already had the level that the old man only dreamed of. Richard was already waiting for the elder's answer, realizing that he would not be able to resist the temptation. Finally, he heard the answer he desired, and the old man swore to give him everything Richard asked for. At the same time, Nigel was holding a meeting, especially since there was a good reason to gather all the faction leaders. As usual, they all sat at a long common table and waited to see who the young leader would ask first about business. But first, the guy wanted to know about the health of Logan, whose place at the table was now empty. Just recently, Mateo visited the doctor and brought good news from him. Although the old man's wounds were very serious, he got better every day, and there was hope that he would recover. Such wounds could easily have led to death, and the doctor said that Logan survived by a miracle. However, Nigel knew that there was no miracle, and that this was how his healing ability, which he had mastered long ago, worked. Today, Nigel had called everyone to an urgent meeting, and Zach knew there was a reason for it. He was not mistaken, but first they needed to look at the paper that the guy was just taking out of his pocket. Putting it on the table, he asked everyone to read the letter carefully. The treasurer was the first to read the lines of the letter, and he could not believe his eyes. Nigel knew they would be surprised, and hoped that among his advisors there were those who could help in this matter. After all, this was an announcement of a task given to their faction by the Emperor himself. and now they had a chance to show themselves to the main man of the empire. The government has prepared 3 tasks, and all the details about them will be sent to those clans that pass the selection. But Matteo knew that the Dark Clan would not miss such an opportunity, and would do everything to receive this task from the Emperor. The guy himself understood this perfectly well, but he hoped that his people would have enough strength to take the task for themselves. At this point, Zach noticed something else and loudly asked everyone to look at the caption at the end of the ad. The deadline for the task was clearly stated, and a month after the announcement, the competition would be over. The worst thing was that in order to submit an application, it was necessary to give 3 chests of gold from the treasury, and the treasurer immediately realized that this was impossible. Of course, it was a great opportunity for their clan to grow, but unfortunately, they didn't meet any of the requirements. Yes, that was the case for now, but Nigel had a plan to fix the problem. Perhaps such requirements and the 1-month deadline were not set by chance, since the task will then be given to one of the factions. During this month, he hoped to solve all the problems and find 3 chests of gold to pay the fee. Then he took out his magic blade, and it became clear that his power was growing every day. It was hard to believe that this guy, who had recently been considered a coward, now possessed such destructive magic. Nigel's level showed that the guy had already gone through all the stages of developing his powers and was now at the last of them. With such a leader, they could take on any task, and they were obliged to fulfill all requirements at all costs. The guy believed that during this month he would not only have time to settle all the affairs, but also to complete the task much earlier than the due date. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and a voice behind the door loudly asked to spare him a minute. It turned out that it was Matthew, who had already completed the young leader's assignment and returned to him with important papers. Nigel was pleased to have found such a fast messenger and thanked Matthew for his excellent work. He immediately handed him the report on the results, acting as if he wanted to take a place among the group leaders at this meeting. Looking at the report and reading the first lines, Matthew immediately realized that the job was done. Events developed so quickly that the guy did not have time to be surprised, but he understood that their new leader would soon lead them to success. Zag was seriously scared for his father, seeing that the man was shaking as if in a fever. In fact, he still couldn't believe what was happening because Nigel somehow miraculously managed to solve problems. A few weeks ago, when Matteo first took on the leader's mission, his journey began in the town square. The residents were surprised by how loudly someone was heading towards the gate, and they all turned around in that direction. The caravan was so huge that its entire long line did not even fit on the central city street. But the most surprising thing was that the carts of the arriving clan were completely empty. So why did they come? And indeed, there were no goods in any of the carts, although the caravan looked like an ordinary trading one. It was at this moment that Matthew realized that they had not come to sell goods, but on the contrary, they wanted to buy a lot of rice. Before sending Matthew to that place, Nigel handed him a letter with clear rules. He had to tell all the grain merchants in the market that he had come to sell these numerous carts. 1 cart cost 5 gold coins, and Matthew was not prepared to give up even 1. Angry cries immediately began to ring out from the crowd, as people realized that the guy had overpriced the cart. Moreover, every day from 11 in the morning until 1 in the afternoon, Matthew had to stand in front of the trading pavilion and wait for customers, and if he sees any poor person being beaten, he must return to where he settled with his group. It was a very strange task, but just now Matthew heard voices nearby and realized that someone was arguing. It turned out that the noble maiden was loudly scolding a servant who had made some mistake. But instead of just saying rude things to him, she swung and hit the poor guy right in the face. Everything happened exactly as Nigel had said. So the boy realized that this was his task for the day. Now he had to go back, although he still didn't understand what the young leader wanted from him. Once he returned home, the guy had to lock the doors for 3 days and not meet anyone. And after 3 days had passed, he had to open the doors of the house and go out to the people who were already waiting for him outside. And indeed, the guy saw in front of him a whole crowd of buyers ready to buy all his carts. Moreover, many were willing to pay even 10 gold coins instead of the 5 that Matthew had initially spoken of. The demand for carts was so high that these people were ready to give all their money just to buy at least a few of them. At first, all these traders didn't even want to look at his goods. But what made them change their minds so abruptly? It seemed like the whole province was in an uproar after he didn't go outside for 3 days. His assistant said that at dawn there was a powerful explosion near the lake, and that this was the reason for such a surge in demand. All the grain ships moored on that shore sank, and it was clear that someone had set it up. The assistant reported that it was the work of a cruel and fast bomber who somehow ended up on the pier. This saboteur used one of the 8 forbidden techniques to do his dirty work. At that moment, the guy clearly remembered that 3 days ago, before locking himself in the house, he saw something suspicious. He should have suspected something was wrong even before that shopping pavilion where he first saw that hot-tempered girl. After all, the old man that this girl beat up was probably the same demolition man who blew up the ships. Perhaps he simply wanted to take revenge for his humiliation and did it out of spite for all the inhabitants of the settlement. But if his guess is correct, then how could the young leader Nigel know about this? To make matters worse, there were dozens of bombs placed everywhere, making it impossible for ships to move around. Because of this, all the traders switched to land trade routes, and that is why everyone wanted to buy carts from him. Voices from the street could still be heard in the house, and each of the merchants was ready to give a lot to get a trading cart. Many had long been ready to buy it for double the price, and some even offered 13 gold coins. Then someone offered 15 gold coins for 1 cart, and Matthew realized that today he could raise a huge amount. In such a situation, the guy could name any price, and this deal could become the greatest in trading history. But the guy was a warrior who followed orders and should not have given in to greed. This meant that it was time to carry out his leader's third order, which Matthew was already prepared for. The third task was to find the leader of the Merchants Association, in which he was to be assisted by his loyal advisor. Matthew immediately went to the leader of the trade association and offered to sell him all the carts, which were now so highly valued. However, the leader of the association immediately stated that he could only pay 5 gold coins for the cart and could not allocate a single coin more from the treasury. Matthew immediately agreed, saying that he had no intention of raising the price for association members. The guy met such generous people for the first time because the carts were very much needed and 1 cart cost no less than 10 coins. He couldn't even hold back his tears of happiness, realizing that this deal would bring success to the entire association. Although Matthew knew the price was too low and he was simply following his leader's orders. In response, the leader of the Traders Association promised to do everything possible for Nigel when he needed help. In the end, they sold all the carts and earned a whole chest of gold, which contained no less than 200 gold coins. Now they had to carry out the leader's 4th order, and Matthew hoped that they would make it in time. Soon they found themselves at a market where they sold rare plants that could only be found in this village. The seller waited a long time for the buyers to make their choice, but eventually asked them to hurry up a little. The price was excellent because in front of the buyers were very rare tea leaves, which cannot be found even in Persia. Suddenly Matthew said that he was ready to buy all the tea in this village, and for this purpose he grabbed a chest with gold coins. Besides, Jerry said that this tea seller was asking too much and everything he told was complete nonsense. The guest from Persia simply doesn't understand much about tea, so the seller decided to brazenly deceive him. But Jerry knew Persian very well, so he could personally help the guest and suggest the best choice of tea. Jerry said there was no need to thank him, because he did it from the bottom of his heart, realizing that he himself could have found himself in a similar situation. The guest from Persia was pleased to communicate in his native language with a person who ended up here completely by accident. This was a great move, because now the guest will surely listen to the guy's words and take advantage of his valuable advice. They met very successfully at this market, and Matthew, looking at them from the outside, understood that everything was going according to plan. Now it was time to carry out Nigel's order, because nothing stood in the way of carrying out the leader's order. Once back in his native land, he was happy to present a report to the leader, in which he reported the completion of all tasks. The report mentioned 400 gold coins and 4 chests of gold that the boy brought with him. This gold was even more than what was needed to submit the application, which meant that they would be able to fulfill the Emperor's mission. Nigel was not only an excellent necromancer, but also an excellent strategist, which he proved to all his subordinates. The guy praised everyone for their excellent work, realizing that now the treasurer would finally stop suspecting him of unnecessary spending. The treasurer immediately said that he was grateful to the young leader for having managed to replenish the treasury so quickly. Surely the treasurer has been worried a lot during this time, so now it will be easier for him to manage the clan's money. If they continue to successfully complete assignments, Nigel's clan will soon earn even more money. By the way, Nigel forgot to say something important and asked the guy to stay for a second longer. After all, from now on their clan can freely use the trade routes through the mountain. Therefore, this must be taken into account when planning the movement of trade caravans, because this way they will get to their destination faster than anyone else. Now it was time to get to work, and Nigel wished everyone success, waving goodbye. However, Nigel's main work began at night when the moon illuminated the province. He immediately went to the forest where he had long been accustomed to practicing necromancy and where no one could stop him. Extra witnesses would only get in the way, so Nigel preferred to do it late at night. Once there, he realized that his abilities had reached a very high level and he could move on to the most interesting part. It had been quite some time since he had last summoned skeletons from the dead. It seemed to him that this place had changed a lot, as if he had not been here for 100 years, although only a few months had passed. Moreover, the steam in this place was more like poison that had evaporated and spread throughout the surrounding forest. He probably started to sense poison quite recently, after he raised his level, and now he felt it better than the others. He knew it might be a little dangerous, but he wasn't going to deviate from his intended path. Using his ability, he was ready to repeat his previous success, when he managed to summon 24 skeletons at once. If only he had the skill of internal air, everything would have been much easier. Soon, the amount of evaporated poison became a little less, and this made the ritual easier for the guy. Now it's time to replenish the strength spent during battles with the help of the energy of your loyal dead. The easiest way to increase power was to increase the number of summoned creatures and strengthen them with your mana. At that moment, the guy realized that in addition to ordinary skeletons, he could now even summon those that were much stronger. For example, the gold category dead man was one of the first to appear here, which means that it was no coincidence that Nigel felt a surge of new strength. Either the dead here were high level in themselves, and that's why the guy was able to raise such powerful fighters so easily. Without wasting any time, he sent a stream of energy towards the skeleton in order to extract the dead man's power for himself. At first, everything went perfectly, and the skeleton simply waited for the extraction process to be completed. However, the guy soon realized that it would not be possible to simply extract his energy, because this skeleton had a gold level. It was as if he felt that there would be some kind of trap, because he knew that nothing is ever that simple. However, Nigel had another way to get energy from the revived warriors, and he wanted to try it right away. Using the True Destruction skill, he wanted to completely destroy the aura of this skeleton and extract its energy from the very depths of its soul. Fortunately, the skill worked, and the system immediately informed the guy about his latest success. The fog immediately disappeared because the hidden creature immediately sensed danger. All this time, something was hiding next to him, and Nigel, looking into the darkness of the forest, tried to understand what it was. Perhaps this was the same bloodless warrior that the boy had only heard about before but had never seen himself. Even in the knowledge of the future that he received from Thomas's consciousness, there was no mention of this warrior. But if he can find out the true essence of this warrior, then with the help of this skill, he will be able to find out any truth of this world. By using the right True Destruction skill, the guy also received instant health recovery. His skill became so strong that now the guy could not only find out the truth, but also do something more. For example, he could change reality based on the truth and make this world a better place, because it has long been drowning in endless wars. However, it was impossible to know the whole truth about the world without knowing all the laws of magic and without reaching the highest level of mastery. After all, when the truth was hidden, such a thick fog appeared that you couldn't even see your own nose in it. This could mean that it was almost impossible to find out the whole truth. But Nigel could not accept this thought and continued to think. In this world, every warrior had his own power, which kept his secrets and the secrets of all his predecessors who made him that way. This means that once Nigel masters the skill, his actions will become unpredictable and no opponent will be able to defend against them. And if so, he will be able to meet face to face even with the demon himself, knowing that his abilities are limited. Soon Nigel will be able to master this skill, which he needed so much for the battle with the Dark Sect. But it was too early to rejoice, because he had only taken the first step towards finding out the truth and a long road still awaited him. However, the guy decided not to leave here just like that, but to test his new ability to recover and see what happens. And if bloodless wars really exist, he could try to raise them from the dead right now. So he went even deeper into the forest, to a place that could give him the energy he needed. It seems that the legend of that terrible battle with the bloodless warriors will become even more terrible when Nigel's name appears in it. But now it was time to start the main thing, because the guy was ready to spend almost all his energy. Right in front of him, he saw a large hole, as if it had been dug there especially for him. Looking down, he saw only a dark void, but he already felt the power coming from there. And if the powerful bloodless dead actually existed, then they had to be looked for right here at the bottom of this pit. And indeed from there, as if at once, the dead, whom only he could see, rushed upward. It was as if their souls were asking to serve Nigel, and all that was left was to use his skill to summon them. The guy decided not to wait, and putting his palm forward, used the ability to summon creatures of the highest level. His ability to take energy worked very well, and this attempt was very different from the last one. However, the system immediately reported that the souls of the dead were angry because Nigel had disturbed their eternal peace. These dead men suddenly began to show such anger that the boy had never felt before. In addition, they themselves could take away his energy, and the main skeleton immediately used this skill, aiming at Nigel's soul. And then they began to come back to life one after another as dead warriors, and this happened only thanks to the guy's spiritual strength. Now all that was left was to hope that these skeletons would direct their anger at Nigel's enemies, and not at him. If necessary, the guy was ready to show them who was really in charge here, although he didn't want to do it until the very end. When the skeleton had completely crawled out of the pit, he looked silently for a while at the man who had raised him from the dead after hundreds of years of deep sleep. Nigel didn't immediately understand why the skeleton he had awakened suddenly became so hostile, because he should have been grateful for being brought back to life. However, gratitude is hardly expressed in this way, because the ominous force with which the dead man was endowed was already directed at the guy. The skeleton pointed his spear at the boy, as if wanting to test his true strength. And since the rebellious warrior decided to verify the abilities of his master, Nigel was not against it. He immediately activated an energy protective shield that appeared in front of him just as his opponent jumped. However, Nigel immediately noticed that this skeleton moved much faster than its fellows. Only a warrior of the highest level could possess such speed, and most likely, Nigel managed to awaken just such a one. He was more skilled than any monster Nigel had ever encountered. But whoever this creature was, Nigel already had his grip on the hilt of his sword tightly and was ready to attack. Nigel did not want to destroy the skeleton, because this warrior could be useful to him in the future as a subject. However, it was necessary to neutralize it before the monster had time to use its main ability. The skeleton seemed to continue to study the man who had dared to call him back from the other world. A second later, their blades crossed and a wave of energy spread out tens of meters around. The guy was thrown to the side, but by putting his leg out, he managed to keep his balance. The energy flowing through the skeleton's weapon was very pure, meaning that he had once been a member of some faction in the past. Moreover, the skeleton fought with an ordinary stick with a sharpened tip, and not with a real sword or spear. Suddenly, Nigel heard the hoarse voice of a creature that for some reason continued to wish him death. The skeleton had no intention of stopping until all that was left of Nigel on the ground was a cold corpse. He assumed the fighting stance that ancient warriors usually took before a deadly duel and ordered the boy to attack. Even in his entire life, Nigel had never faced such an opponent, and he found it difficult to understand how to fight this one. Could even the dead have reached a higher level, capable of defeating even a living person? Now Nigel needed to adjust the plan slightly, and he decided to use his other ability. He originally intended to destroy the monster, but now he decided to act more carefully, using a different type of mana. After all, even if all of his dried bones were broken, Nigel could use magic to restore the skeleton since it was already dead. However, the skeleton moved so quickly that any living warrior, even the strongest in the Empire, would envy his speed. This skeleton still had the same energy that he had possessed hundreds of years ago when he was alive. And now all this power was directed at the only target, which for the skeleton was its owner. Of course, Nigel's attacks didn't do much damage to the skeleton, but they still allowed him to hold it back a little. If the skeleton's onslaught continues, Nigel will have to use his other skill. He activated the energy drain capture ability, targeting the guy standing right in front of him. To do this, Nigel used the Death Vine, a skill he received after destroying the witch in the dead end of the gorge. At first, the skeleton did not understand what Nigel had in mind, because it was impossible to pierce his bony body with simple thorns. However, the power of this plant was that it could be used to suck out all the energy of an enemy. It was for this purpose that the vine was intertwined in such a way that its tip became like a drill, capable of piercing the hardest matter. However, this vine could also be used like a regular sword, so choosing the right moment, Nigel swung it. Luckily, he managed to hit the skeleton's arm, and the arm bone split in two right at the shoulder. The impact caused such a powerful explosion that it could be seen a mile away. After waiting for the smoke to clear a little, Nigel tried to make out in the semi-darkness the one who had recently threatened him with death. It wasn't easy, but thanks to his vast experience and excellent skills, Nigel managed to defeat the enraged skeleton. Now the main disadvantage of the lack of brains in the skull became clear, because instead of serving Nigel, the skeleton suddenly tried to kill its own master. Now the skeleton stood before him on one knee, although it was clear that the creature was not yet going to give up. If he wanted, Nigel could send the skeleton to the next world again, or take away his very ability to exist in this world. It seemed that the skeleton had finally realized this himself, realizing his monstrous mistake in relation to Nigel. However, apart from his incredible strength, he was just a rebellious skeleton like everyone else. It was hard to believe, but Nigel actually managed to scare the skeleton who had already experienced death itself. The creature wanted Nigel to simply finish it off, because dying seemed better than begging for mercy. But Nigel was not a demon, and had no intention of killing those he himself had resurrected. After all, destroying the skeleton would not bring Nigel any benefit. He would only waste a huge amount of mana in vain. Then, stretching his hand forward, Nigel activated another of his abilities, which allowed him to tame even such an unbearable skeleton. For the first time in its long history, the skeleton saw something like this, and then Nigel once again offered him to serve in his army. Such a huge force could strike anyone, and by gathering it, Nigel fulfilled the main requirement for summoning this creature. Immediately after that, the dead warrior disappeared into thin air because the guy no longer had a reason to leave him here. He will no longer resist, and the next time he is called, he will silently carry out any order the guy gives. This time, it wasn't easy for the guy to subdue the revived skeleton, although he was glad that he decided to take such a risky step. It could be called a miracle, because not a single necromancer in the world had ever managed to do what this guy had just done. And thanks to this, Nigel's team of skeletons was replenished with such a strong warrior that now he could even fight the demon himself. When Nigel returned, he realized that he had been in the forest for too long, and there was still a person in the house who needed his help. Logan was still lying in bed, still unable to recover from what the old man had gone through. But then he suddenly opened his eyes and realized that he had slept for too long, as if an eternity had passed. Looking around quickly, he could not understand where he was and who helped him get here. The wound on his body had already healed, although it still hurt a little and still needed a doctor's attention. It was difficult to understand how long he had been lying there, but since his strength had returned to him, he needed to get back on his feet quickly. Logan was sure that death had come too close to him when his enemy's blade fell on his shoulder. He really was on the verge of death, because that elder never spared his enemies and always finished what he started. It was at that moment that Nigel appeared nearby, took the blow and saved him from certain death. Suddenly turning around, Logan realized that Nigel had been there all this time, watching his every move closely. Nigel immediately noticed that Logan's condition had improved greatly and was glad to see him healthy again. It was too early for Logan to die, because the old man did not have time to complete many tasks, the success of which depended only on him. Besides, he was needed by his young leader, who hoped for his help and great experience. However, it was a pity that on that day, Logan showed his weakness to the elder and lost to someone he would not have allowed to even approach him before. Most likely, he has already lost those skills that in his youth ensured Logan victory over any opponent. However, Nigel believed that Logan should not be so upset because he still had many things to do ahead of him that would make his past defeat unimportant. And all those military exploits that this old man managed to accomplish during his life deserved respect. And Nigel knew this better than anyone else. In addition, Nigel knew the reason why Logan could not reach the highest level of skill, and he was ready to help him with this. The thing was that to reach this level, it was necessary to study all types of combat, and not just those that were easier for him than the others. And if Logan could get out of bed right now, the first thing he would need to do was find Nigel. Besides, they needed to go somewhere right now, and Nigel was sure that the old man would enjoy this walk. After a short time, they found themselves in the building where Nigel usually meditated for long periods. It was quiet and calm here, so that no one could disturb them and interrupt the meditation on which too much depended. Nigel asked Logan to sit in the lotus position in the center of the room, and he sat down opposite him on the floor. Now it was time to start the meditation, and during it, Nigel would explain what to do next. Not daring to disobey his young leader, to whom he owed his life, the old man began to meditate as if it were the last time he did so. He sank deeper and deeper into himself and gradually began to lose touch with reality. retreating into his memories. Watching the old man closely, Nigel realized that Logan had been ready for this ritual for a long time, and if he didn't perform it today, there might not be another chance. And then, placing his hands on the floor, Nigel gathered the energy that could give Logan the experience he needed. Only Nigel had the power that the boy could easily share with Logan, especially since he needed it now more than ever. After this, the system reported that the replenishment of Logan's energy and the transfer of experience were successful. Immediately after this, all the remaining mana that the boy had managed to accumulate flowed to the old man, who continued to sit on the floor in the lotus position. In fact, it was painful, because in a few seconds the old man gained the experience that he could not accumulate in his entire life. But for the sake of the outcome that awaited him in the end, it was possible to endure the pain, especially since it was not fatal. Besides, Nigel kept his eyes on him and was ready to stop the ritual at any moment if there was a danger to his life. Logan's deep understanding of combat and sure-footed instincts were unlike anything the boy had seen in other fighters. It was only necessary to transfer into his mind the knowledge of martial arts that Nigel himself had recently received. And now, for the first time, Nigel managed to create a new skill, combining knowledge of the universe and the magic that he possessed almost perfectly. As a reward, he immediately received a lot of experience, and Nigel's level increased by 2 points. In the end, Nigel only wanted to pass on some experience to Logan, but he himself received the skill of Supreme Wisdom, which will be useful to him more than once in battle. Having calculated the energy, the system launched its transfer from Nigel to Logan, and the old man again felt his bones ache with pain. If Nigel could, he would have passed on all his experience to Logan, but the ritual had its limits. Logan's body could have simply been torn to pieces if Nigel had not sensed the moment in time when it was necessary to stop the ritual. Quickly opening his eyes and looking at his hands, the old man realized that Nigel had managed to do something he had only heard about in old legends, and he congratulated him on his new experience, which would help him become stronger. From that moment on, Logan became the second warrior in Nigel's clan to reach such a high level of power. Yes, before Logan there was only one such warrior, and the old man immediately understood that Nigel was the first to reach this level. It was a great honor for Logan, and he felt again how much he owed this guy. Quickly drawing his blade, Logan realized that he now had a completely different feel for the weapon and could use his skills better. The energy coming from his sword seemed to be a different mana, though Logan still felt it as his own. It was hard to believe that such enormous power now belonged to him alone, and one could only hope that he would use it for good deeds. He had never experienced anything like this before, and the feeling was like a second birth. However, it was too early to rejoice, because Nigel had something else in store for his advisor Logan. Handing him the book, Nigel told him to read it from beginning to end, reminding him that in addition to practice, the theory of martial arts is also important. Besides, it was the best book on the subject that Nigel could find in the library, and it would definitely come in handy for the old man at his new level. It was a little unusual for an experienced warrior to be taught by a young guy, but this case was an exception to the rule. Without wasting any time, Logan went to study the ancient texts that Nigel gave him in order to quickly gain the necessary knowledge. And Nigel remained sitting where he was, realizing that he himself would have a lot of work today. Nigel himself had long since figured out the theory, but the practical question of how to subdue strong skeletons remained. When Nigel shared his experience with Logan, the system rewarded him with a level up. Yes, the system gave him experience that would be useful that night during the necromancy ritual. Nigel knew that he couldn't win the war against the blood sect alone, so he wanted to have strong allies by his side. To win, he would need the help of every one of his men, as they were up against many experienced sect warriors. Their army was led by Richard, who had fought dozens of deadly duels during his life and won them all. Even if he had to move slowly towards his goal, Nigel believed that one day he would be able to change everything and his efforts would not be in vain. Regardless, Nigel was glad that the meditation had been successful and that Logan had indeed reached a new level of mastery. The 18 Swords Hurricane and Moon Sword Thunder techniques were different, although their base was the same. Usually, it is more difficult to change existing martial arts than to create new ones. But for Nigel, thanks to the system, this rule worked differently. The system's hints gave him a great advantage, and the list of skeletons available for summoning was expanded to include another powerful creature. There was only 1 month left until the deadline for submitting applications to carry out an important Imperial mission. So Nigel went back to the forest where he had recently summoned the mighty skeleton warrior. Under cover of night, when everyone was asleep, He went to the restless dead, whom he wanted to subdue and add to his army. Nigel's goal was to subjugate the remaining 3 powerful monsters so that they would become his summoned servants. But fighting against these gold-level monsters was very difficult, and it was easy to get seriously injured in such battles. Luckily, the last fight ended in his victory because Nigel changed tactics in time. The new tactic was to stop the dead man's final attack at the very last moment, when he was already very close, but had not yet struck. The main thing was not to rush and calculate everything accurately, otherwise he could accidentally destroy a valuable future warrior. There were only 3 such strong undead left, so the guy decided to capture them one by one, allocating about 7 weeks for each. The main objective was to successfully capture all 3, strictly following the established schedule. And in the morning, Nigel returned to the clan's territory and began his day like all the other warriors. The first thing he did was try to combine 2 fighting techniques from the books to create a new one and teach it to the fighters of his clan. Both of these techniques were described in detail in the books that lay on the table in front of him. In his new combination, he intended to use the best techniques and principles left by the ancient warriors. The first book described a preemptive attack technique in which you need to attack the enemy before he has time to use his magic. The second book, on the contrary, advised to let the enemy attack first, to assess his strength, and then deliver one precise counterblow. The second approach was easier to learn, since the ability to defend and counterattack was the basis of many martial arts. This was a standard exercise for fighters of any clan, good for developing quick reactions. But Nigel didn't want to stop there and wanted to take the best from both techniques. If he succeeded, his clan's fighters would become much stronger and the chances of defeating the Blood Sect would increase significantly. It is difficult to say how much time Nigel spent studying these techniques in detail in order to create a new martial art based on them. Eventually, the martial art he created, called Buddha Mind, was written down and passed on to his students for study. Everyone who read this book admired the intelligence and knowledge of their young leader. To understand the basics, no special skills were required, but the technique was not exactly simple either. Therefore, it was necessary to distribute the books to all the remaining fighters and conduct general training on the new system in the near future. But before letting his subordinate go, Nigel asked him to wait a little and listen to the end. Nigel asked me to tell Jacob to drop in to see him as soon as he had finished his business. As the sun was already setting below the horizon, the sound of boots was heard near the entrance to the conference room. And then Yakov appeared in the doorway, and the new leader of the clan squad was already waiting for him. He came here as soon as he learned of Nigel's request and was ready to carry out any of his tasks. The main task was to not let anyone near this place because now it was this guy who was responsible for keeping the secret. In addition, he had to immediately summon for a serious conversation the man whom Nigel suspected of something. Soon, footsteps were heard at the entrance again, and the guy realized that the man was already here. He walked slowly into the conference room, realizing that this time the conversation would be much more serious. And although Billy didn't show it and greeted his leader as usual, he already knew what the conversation would be about. He heard that Nigel wanted to see him urgently and did not understand what was going on and why there was such a rush. For a long time, Billy did not hear a word in response and could not understand why Nigel was silent. And he carefully watched every movement of his subordinate and was interested in how Billy would behave. But then Nigel abruptly stood up from the table and declared that he knew how to talk to this guy. Still not understanding what was going on, Billy asked again why his young leader was suddenly speaking to him in that tone, especially since Nigel addressed him as if they had never met. Billy would do anything to make Nigel talk to him like he was his subordinate, because that was how he perceived himself. However, this was out of the question, since for this it was necessary to at least swear allegiance to the leader. Besides, Nigel had heard rumors that Billy served not only him, but also another faction leader. Recently, in one village, there has been a sharp increase in the number of petty thieves who have been robbing local residents. Their main strength was the information they received from somewhere outside and which helped them survive. And the leader of this gang was Billy, who all this time hid who he really was. Realizing that he had been exposed, Billy still did not want to give up and insisted that he had nothing to do with it. At first, Nigel himself was sure that these were just rumors, but then some facts convinced him otherwise. After all, Billy had only recently appeared in these parts, and Nigel had never found any information about his past. And no matter how much Nigel tried to push these thoughts away, he now knew exactly who was really standing in front of him. There was no point in hiding the truth any longer, and Billy decided to take a desperate step. Within a second, the blade of the knife that Billy had snatched was just centimeters from Nigel's eye, and the worst could have happened. But at the last moment, Nigel used a defensive ability and Billy was instantly thrown several meters away from him. If Nigel hadn't had time to react, he would now be blind in one eye. This is what the young leader was known for because he was faster than any of his subordinates. Billy's move was understandable because such a revelation would have meant he risked saying goodbye to his life. What Billy did a few seconds ago was his last attempt to survive. But now, standing before Nigel, Billy knew he was dealing with one of the strongest warriors on the continent. Apart from Nigel, no one knew who Billy really was, and it was strange how Nigel managed to find out. Although Nigel was interested in something completely different, and he had already heard about the knives that his opponent was holding in his hands. Nigel knew everything, even what kind of weapons this dirty gang was using. Now Billy will have to tell everything he knows. Otherwise, he will not get out of here alive. But judging by the look on Billy's face, he was not going to give up at all and was ready to accept the fight. Billy felt that if he killed Nigel, he could keep everything secret and continue his dark deeds. Moreover, if Nigel manages to find out where his gang is hiding, then things will get even worse for Billy. Billy knew that Nigel could easily start blackmailing him, because then Billy would have no choice but to obey. But if Nigel was serious about blackmail, he'd better give up on it right now. But it seems that Billy misunderstood Nigel because he did not try to find out the weak points of his gang. And even more so, Nigel did not want to get the advantage that Billy was now talking about. In that case, it was unclear to Billy what Nigel wanted from him and why he had called him into the office. It turned out that Nigel just wanted to form an alliance with the gang that Billy ran. This was unexpected, because no one had ever dared to form alliances with real bandits before. True, it sounded like complete nonsense, and even his accomplices would never support such a decision. Didn't the leader himself understand that by entering into such an alliance, he risked losing the respect of the rest of the faction? And to answer this proposal was as stupid as it was for Nigel himself to ask this question. He immediately abandoned this stupid idea, although the guy did not advise him to do so, because otherwise they would have to fight right now, and that was the worst thing that could happen to Billy. He saw that Nigel was serious, and that after this conversation, his threats would be carried out. He just needed to know where this gang was, and he didn't want anything else. Billy understood perfectly well that this was not an ordinary person in front of him, and that fighting him was pointless. For his friends, he was a real gift. But for his enemies, he became an evil and ruthless demon. And if this man was your enemy, blood would definitely be spilled if a real fight began. Looking at Billy, Nigel understood his thoughts perfectly well, but warned that he was not being cruel at all. A deal is not fair if only one party benefits and the other simply agrees to everything. So the guy had only two conditions, and if they were met, both would win. First, he was ready to tell Billy about the strange disappearance of people from the gang that happened a couple of months ago. And if Billy continues to pretend that he doesn't know anything, then they won't have a conversation. After all, Nigel was here precisely because a whole group of his fighters had recently disappeared and he still didn't know who was involved. And secondly, Nigel was ready to return the missing people to Billy since he knew very well where they were. If you think about it, it was a great deal, beneficial for both sides of their new alliance. And if Billy thinks that he can easily free his people himself, he is very much mistaken. Even if he captures an entire region or country, he will not be able to do it without Nigel's help. Then they could open offices in each region and Billy's gang would work for the state legally. Nigel was even ready to teach these guys to fight himself, just like the people from his clan. And if Billy shared what he knew with him right now, Nigel would never give up his secret. However, Billy wanted to know if Nigel would actually follow through on his promises. After all, if Nigel doesn't keep his word, he will disgrace himself as soon as he betrays even one person from the gang. But instead of thinking about it, Billy would have been better off thinking it over again and agreeing. And to quickly reach an agreement, Nigel extended his hand, ready for a new alliance. Nigel's offer was good enough that anyone in Billy's place would have agreed. And if you don't do this now, there may not be another opportunity and his office will never open. Moreover, in a month, Nigel will receive a task from the Emperor, which he intends to carry out. And although Billy didn't believe it at all, only an idiot would refuse such a deal. So Billy extended his hand in response and said that he hoped Nigel would be honest and reasonable. Meanwhile, the warring clan was celebrating the promotion of one of the group's leaders. All the girls were very beautiful and danced an ancient dance that had long been known in these places. Moreover, every girl knew that the most important leaders of the groups were at the feast, many of whom were young and looking for wives. Roderick was having fun, as if they had already dealt with all the enemies, although his leader was preoccupied with something and remained silent the whole time. It was immediately obvious that Richard had put a lot of effort into organizing this celebration, even though some of his family were not there. But in reality, he had a lot of important things to do right now, so he had to try hard to find time for this holiday. Richard knew what Roderick was up to and why he hadn't left his side for a moment during the entire holiday. He kept pouring him drinks and acting as if he was his most devoted servant. But it was impossible not to notice that there was a man at the party that some of the guests should be afraid of. It was an investigator from the area who did not drink a drop of alcohol during the entire holiday and even ate little, so as not to feel indebted to anyone. Yes, this man, as always, was cold, and Roderick understood that a lot depended on his word in this area. But it was time to start a serious conversation, and Richard wanted to know how things were going with the application for the Emperor's mission. Roderick immediately said that they had invited 2 transcendental-level warriors into the clan and were closely monitoring all enemies. Now Richard's clan must be the strongest in the entire empire. Otherwise, they will not be able to achieve their goal. And before taking the main step, Richard had to think through everything in case this idiot failed again. Suddenly, Roderick said that on the way here, he heard news that had recently spread throughout the region. After all, Nigel's clan also wants to receive the Emperor's mission and seems to not understand what they risk if they fail. But from experience, Richard already knew that Nigel was capable of much and was the most dangerous enemy for their clan. It was just unclear how they would get 3 chests of gold at once to pay the first installment to the treasury. Roderick suggested not to let Nigel and his clan fight for the right to receive the Emperor's quest, but Richard was against it. But he calmly said that there was no need to stop the guy and he was interested in seeing how he would fail. Moreover, there was an investigator at this meeting today who was supposed to be important in this story. Richard recently asked this man to prepare for an investigation and paid a lot of money for this work in advance. The man said with a smile that they had already agreed on everything and hoped that the investigator would not change his mind at the last moment. Roderick still doubted that everything would work out and, looking at the investigator, tried to understand what was on this stern man's mind. However, the investigator did not yet know all the details of the case, which Richard promised to convey to him at today's meeting. Everything he needed to know was written in the papers that Richard was just passing on through his servant. The servant immediately brought them to the investigator, although he did not yet understand what was written in them. When he read the first lines, he couldn't believe his eyes, because what Richard was suggesting was complete nonsense. Sure, Richard paid him a lot of money, but what he asked in return was simply impossible. And then even all the girls suddenly stopped their dance and turned to where the loud male voice came from. After all, jumping up from his seat, the investigator said that it was impossible to simply arrange a massacre in the very center of the region. After all, it was wrong, and by doing so, the investigator would have put his honor on the line. Without even turning to face him, Richard replied that the investigator should not do this for free, and had already received his money in advance. Besides, he was sure that Nigel would die long before he could receive the Emperor's mission. And it was the investigator who had to set everything up so that the guy would fall into their trap. For the first time, the man realized that he had gotten involved in this risky business in vain, but now he could no longer get out of it. And then Richard slowly stood up from his seat and walked calmly towards the investigator. If he was in doubt, Richard could tell him the best way out of this situation. In case the investigator hesitated, Richard already held in his palm a secret remedy that was supposed to work quickly and cleanly. And then he handed it to the investigator, hoping that he wouldn't back out of the deal at the last moment. Besides, it was worth remembering that in addition to the money, he would also get back his daughter, who was still in Richard's captivity. Bowing his head, the man understood that for the sake of his daughter, he was ready to do anything and even commit a terrible act. The day soon came when he had to fulfill the terms of the deal, and for this purpose, everyone gathered in the central square. On this day, there were many famous representatives of the clans in the square, and next to each one a flag with their family crest was flying. The crowd of spectators had been waiting for the competition to start for a long time, and some began to get seriously worried about the long delay. Only Roderick understood perfectly well that these competitions could not be cancelled, because Richard himself wanted them to take place. It turns out that even those who have never been interested in such competitions and have spent their entire lives only concerned with their family affairs were invited here today. That guy, who was popularly called Bloody Rainknife, was gloomy all day and closely watched every step of the clan representatives. It became clear that this competition would be difficult, and each participant would have to show everything he was capable of. It was impossible to relax at such an event, because the price of a mistake could even be death. Although Roderick was calm, because instead of risking his life and fighting, he could calmly watch from the stands and enjoy the competition.